Hi everyone, good evening, good to see you. I hope you all had a great start to your week and happy Monday. Yes, Kev, we are playing the ladder on a Monday. Here's the thing. This is a long-ass game. This is an extremely long game, and if we would play it on weekends only, it would take us months. And of course, this is not in any way related to me being not addicted to the game, but it's also the only game that I want to play. So we're just gonna play it until we finish it. Weekend or not. Plus, it's not predominantly a horror game. It's more of a story game with some horror, so it fits to play on the weeks as well. It is a very good game. And it's not because we want to get it over with as soon as possible. That's not the case at all. At least for me. I want to play this game forever. Just kidding. Just kidding. I hope everything works out, mister. That sounds very uncomfortable. I hope everything is okay. Good evening, everyone. It's good to see you. I hope you all had a good day. As a short recap for what happened in this game, it's the 28th now, I believe. Or the 29th? Is it? Alright, 29th was yesterday. Because yesterday we went with Isabella and we went to BRC's offices to find out more about the missing employees and see if there's any connection to the people who were at the mansion and who has been disappearing. And they definitely found a connection. Lots and lots of people who have been working on the mansion have ended up missing or dead. Or in a psychiatric hospital. And so we are pretty much getting closer to the conclusion saying that the mansion itself is haunted. But of course that hasn't been confirmed. All we know is that a lot of people who have been at the mansion have been cursed. And we saw the ghost. And Isabella told us that her dad had passed away. And we saw the ghost on our way back, and then we ran to the park. And now we're back at her apartment. The next day. So this is the day that Rebecca dies, and I am very, very nervous about that. Super nervous. We started just as the morning, in the next day. It progressed a lot. It's been going fairly fast. Actually, we still have a lot to go. Look at that. Oh boy. Anyway, this is where we are now, and we have a lot to go. So let's just get into it. And also, mister, in regards to your sister, I can only speak for myself, but I went straight into university after I finished high school, failed every single one of my exams. I had no motivation, I had no desire to keep studying because I felt like a failure, quite frankly. And I started working full-time for a couple of years, and it took me about 4 years to figure out what I wanted to study. And as you all know, I started university again this fall, and it's going so much better. And because of my own experiences, I always encourage people to figure out what they want to do before studying. Because if... Hi, Kosari. I realize that I might be the exception to that, but there's yelling outside. I don't know if you can hear it or not. But I've seen so many cases of people just going right into university right after high school because it's what's expected of them. And they end up being miserable throughout university, and they end up with a degree that they have no interest in anymore. So it just ends up being this extremely waste of time and effort and money. And it's just a waste. So that's not something that's gonna work for everyone, but at least in my case, that's been the absolute best thing that I could have done. People are too much rush to go study. Yeah, and I see that all the time. So many people that I know have gone into that exact trap, and then because they had that rough experience the first time they went to uni, that makes it so much harder to get back into it. And so I think for a lot of people, it's better to just hold off on uni to begin with instead of trying and failing, because that's gonna break your motivation, and that's gonna make it harder to get back into it. You're doing the things you actually need to have a happy life. Yeah, that's what I feel as well. I went into working, I learned a lot about myself, and I learned a lot about working life, and I am so glad that I did, because I wouldn't have a clue going into school without having those experiences. Does it get complicated with a father? I can see that, yeah. That's a tricky situation. All these damn expectations our parents' generation have for us, yeah. I feel extremely lucky that my parents have been so incredibly supportive in everything I've ever wanted to do. And you know, my dad doesn't have a proper education. He turned out fine. So I've never felt that pressure or those expectations, and I feel very lucky about that. But I know a lot of people do, so there's not one answer that fits for everyone. You lied about still working on a degree? Oh, see, that's just a terrible thing. That is such a terrible thing to have to go through. And it sucks that people feel the need to lie about things like that because they don't feel like it's accepted to do anything else. It sucks. And it makes a lot of people feel terrible, and it ruins their chances of actually completing their education. So, having concluded today's rant about society and education and all of that, let's get into the game. We're on the next day after they went to BRC and saw the ghost, and were basically hunted out of the building. Morning breaks into a blurry mess of vivid shapes and colors. Oddly, there's no feeling of terror or confusion gripping me, despite the vague images that have driven me from sleep. Awareness kicks in shortly, though slow and sluggish as I blink away the last remnants of unconsciousness from my sleep. Of course, mister, go ahead. Of course. The early morning light already streams from the open windows, when the memory sets in and the room finally comes into focus. Isabella's apartment. Pushing myself upright, my eyes wander idly towards her prone form. She's hunched over the coffee table, both her arms under her head, while she continues to rest. Then, to the chaos of papers and folders we left scattered over it, before sleep has claimed both of us. Sorry, people nagging about stuff. We bunkered down here last night, after both of our nerves have calmed down, mine for the most part. Staying together was an unspoken invitation. And anyway, I'm pretty sure neither of us wants to remain alone when there's that woman. Honestly, mister, that sounds like a very toxic environment to live in and go to school in. And if I was your sister and you, I would consider any means of becoming financially, what's the word I'm looking for? Independent, and not having to live in an environment like that, because that'll bring you down, and that's really rough to recover from. Of course, I don't know the full story, so you gotta do what's right for you, but that's what I would consider, at least. Is she still one in the first place? One that we'd normally call human? Can it still feel guilt? Does it understand pain?
Fuck. I'd rather get charged for breaking and entering than mess with whatever that thing was any day.
Not that thinking about it still matters, when all of our lives are in her hands. She's dangerous. If we don't do anything about her and this curse, we'll definitely be pushing Daisy soon. I can't let that happen. I've dallied on this long enough, left all my friends in harm's way after the warnings they've all given me. Besides, beneath the terror and adrenaline that keeps me running, knowing what lies ahead for Isabella makes it hard not to take action. Hi, Ninja Queen! Hope you're doing well. Yeah, parent stuff is very, very complicated, and it's impossible to give one clear answer on what's the right thing to do. It's very difficult. The paper sitting on the edge of the table calls my attention. At this, light at my hand when I reach for it. It has caught my eye the night before, but with the lot we still need to go through, I've simply ignored it. The logo emblazoned on the top of the page, however, provides this paper a whole new meaning. Not for me, but definitely for her.
A scholarship grant, huh?
I've only ever heard her talk about this once or twice. Completing her degree, that is. When she was talking about her dad yesterday, when she said that he died, she said that he was the only one pushing her to do what she really wanted and to get her degree. And basically his final wish was for her to graduate and complete her degree, and she couldn't do that because she had to get a job to pay his medical bills. Ugh. She rarely goes on about it in great detail, preferring to keep it to herself. Perhaps it's the fact that she thinks she's already too old to be chasing after it. It has been 5 years after all, but I've caught enough snippets of conversations between her and Zach to know she's never really given up on it. Despite how things have panned out with her father, she's one step closer to this part of her life. As silly as this may sound, coming from a friend, I'd like to give her the chance to have this. Whether this means stepping out of my comfort zone and figuring out what the deal with this curse is, I'll do so. If only to see that same smile on her from that time again. These days, the only moment she seems to show this is when she's asleep. Like now, right now, no matter how uncomfortable she appears. A smile of my own forms despite this when I glance at her sleeping form again. She hasn't moved since, her shoulders rising and falling in a slow, even rhythm with her breathing. You won't think she has any problems this way.
If only that were true.
Sighing, I place the paper back where I've gotten it, carefully so I won't accidentally wrinkle or damage it in some way, and finally push myself off my makeshift bed. I think my characters in this game start talking when someone's gonna die. What? No one's gonna die. No one's gonna die. Maybe. Let me look through her things and stare at her while she's sleeping, while he is madly in love, so, So, I mean, what else can he really do? Don't do that, by the way. Don't go through people's things and stare at them while they're sleeping. It's creepy. Isabella shifts when I carry her off of the floor and over to her bed, but doesn't wake. Simply tucks herself comfortably under the covers I pull over her. Briefly, though, she mumbles something to herself and draws another deep breath.
Becca, Ashton's being dumb again.
She drifts back to a deeper state of sleep after, like it hasn't been interrupted by the slightest movement earlier, but the small smile on her lips remain. One I find myself returning in kind.
Who sleeps like a rock now?
It's better this way. Better to leave her to her dreams for the moment, which I hope are better than the ones I've had. She'll have time to worry about our problems later when she wakes up. For now, this will be another thing I don't want to take away from her. A moment of respite, no matter how fleeting. She deserves it after everything she's been put through, what I've put her through. In the meantime, I still have 2 other people I need to check with. Isabella will definitely get a tizzy in if I don't check on them. Ash always stoops. This whole curse thing is his fault. Watching a dog get mangled by a mountain lion on the stream. What? That was not my fault. I'm sorry. Turn off that TV. No, that TV, no, it's permanently on. That's just canon right now. The TV can never be turned on. Off? The TV can never be turned off. Or maybe it's now off and it still shows the image. Ooh. What a plot twist that would be. Don't trust the games anymore. What?
I'm so confused.
I try. You're welcome, and thank you for the bits. Cold Luxborn air meets me upon stepping out of the hallway. Not unusual in itself. This is what Luxborn's weather is supposed to be like. A bit cold, damp for the most part, and more often than not, terribly drab with an occasional sprinkling of rain every few hours. The sky's still clear, but I'll give it a day or two before the weather takes a turn for the worse. I've complained about awful rain days for years, despite having lived here my entire life. This is starting to sound familiar. This sounds exactly like the weather in the city I live in. I have to admit, though, seeing it return to the usual feels extremely reassuring. At least something's still normal in the world, when I can no longer think the same for the situation we're in. A nightmare. That's probably all this is. Usually I'll say, I've been through worse, but that's simply another lie I've often told myself, isn't it? And I've fed myself a great deal of lies throughout the years, just so I won't have to think about it the next day. Maybe we won't even have this problem if we haven't been running away and ignoring things, hiding them someplace no one will see, because I've since believed doing so is a show of weakness.
The fuck do I know about ghosts, though?
Nothing. He doesn't believe in them until, like, very recently. What is Zach? What is Rebecca? Z-Man has mentioned dreaming about a woman. Whether it's the same one we've been seeing, I've yet to ask. Bottom line, he likely knows as much about this as I do. Hell, Rebecca's probably in the same boat, grasping for anything that might provide an answer, a way out of this. What can any of us do when all of us lack any understanding of what's happening? One thing's clear about this, however. That thing is after us because of the letter. I'm not keen about that moment at all, Akalia. I am dreading it. It's today, yeah. And I'm really, really nervous. Both Rebecca and Sak have seen it too. She will go after them as well. Yet here I am, walking up Becca's door one slow step at a time. A stalling tactic to allow myself some time to put the mess in my head in a better order. How to phrase this when there's a 90% chance she'll still pissed about a whole different matter. It's the only reason we didn't check on her last night, aside from the ungodly hour Isabella and I arrived. We'll only alarm her by showing up in her home in the middle of the night, acting like babbling lunatics. And her anger can last quite a while. These days, it seems the only one she can easily forgive is Isabella. But even with her, Becca's fuming still takes hours. I run my hand through my hair and straighten out my jacket before knocking. Once, twice, and 3 times just to be sure she's heard me, even if she's asleep. She's usually awake by now, though.
Hey, Becca, it's Ash. Open up. Don't tell me you're still in bed.
She went to the library first. Wait, what the hell? Rebecca was able to gain access. Sak went looking. Oh god. Oh god. Okay, so... No, wait, this is in a different order. Oh, I figured that when Sak went to the mansion to look for Ash, he received a call from Ash ordering him to head straight for Salemville residence, right? But that happened before Rebecca called him from the roof. Because my first thought on this now was that Ash called him to say, come home, Rebecca is dead. But if he called before Rebecca died, then that is not it. She went to the library in the morning, yeah, but I think these are in chronological order. So this happened first, and then this, and then that. But I don't know. That could still be it. I don't know. Seconds tick by. I don't think she's gonna answer. I think she's already left for the library. No answer from her, and dread has started to creep up. I've been trained to handle dire situations, but the feeling has been doing that quite frequently since last night. Marianne has been trapped for 2 days now? Yeah! Unless in Luke's chapter that he's found her. We don't know that. We don't know anything, and I'm really excited to find out. I've been trying to handle dire situations, but the feeling's been doing that quite frequently since last night. My mind begins to anticipate the worst, and in the next minute, concern has mixed with my thoughts and I bang the fist on my door. Louder this time. She'll definitely be livid, but I'd rather face her wrath than a dead body.
Becca, it's Ash. There's something we need to talk about right away. Open up, I know you're...
Your girlfriend left early this morning, pretty boy.
Oh no.
So, if you could do us a bloody favor and shut up, that'd be real fucking polite!
I guess a slave girl in history repeats itself. I would recommend it, Hope. I mean, you see how much I'm enjoying it. If you're into games like this, I would 100% recommend it. My hand pauses short of landing another heavy knock. From the other unit, Rebecca's other neighbor peeks in through his door, though I see nothing but a bundle of blankets. I'll say they need help from being devoured by her sheets, but it sounds like he's just fine. He's a huge asshole too. Course of action, so people like him won't ruin your day. Act like you're the nicest person on the planet. Can't confirm. Worked in customer service for a couple of years. The best thing you can do to really pissed off, really asshole-ish clients, be as nice as humanly possible. It pisses them off more. But that way they have no reason to complain about you, and if it goes on for long enough, they realize that they're being unreasonable, and that's hilarious. It's done me wonders while I was a rookie patrolling the streets. No need to match his temper.
Oh, did she say where she was going?
I think this is just a random side character.
I don't know. She said something about meeting someone or something, in case Filipina girl over there asks.
So when I looked at the Kickstarter for this game, and if you donated more than a certain amount, then you got to like design a character that would appear in the game randomly. So I'm assuming like the neighbor, the kids that we talked with in school and all of that are characters that those Kickstarter people have helped develop. I'm guessing.
Well, what am I, her keeper? You know some people want to sleep in on a bloody Sunday, so keep it down. Just looking forward to this weekend. Thanks, you damn git.
The neighbors in this place are awful.
Well, there's no need to be an ass about it. I'll get out of here.
Hold up. You said, course of action so people like him won't ruin your day. Act like the nicest person on the planet. There's no need to be an ass about it. You're not doing that strategy that well, Ash. But alright. He slams his door shut without warning, but not before muttering a string of very colorful words about me. Probably things I won't hear him inside the four walls of his apartment.
Jerk.
Is there literally no sound isolation in these apartments? If they can hear everything going on out in a hallway, and Ash can hear him mutter bad words about him from inside the apartments, I would be very uncomfortable with this. I don't want to live in a place where everyone can hear everyone. And at the end of it, a sigh. So Rebecca's not here. I must have missed her by an hour or so. But at least she's not alone. She should be safe. In theory. Okay, I think my original idea is what's gonna happen. I think she's gonna call him, and he's gonna call Ash. He's gonna call Zach, and tell him that he has to come home right now. More so, the person she's meeting with is who I'm thinking. Nevertheless, I still can't help but worry. It's an easy thing, continuing down increasingly darker lines of thought. To act brashly, to find out where she's going and go straight there without deliberating on my actions first. There's Zach to boot. Rebecca's not alone, but I can't say the same for the big guy. A simple phone call to the both of them should do the trick. It'll ease my nerves at any rate. It's better than rushing over to Zach's place or assuming Rebecca's whereabouts, or finding out they're not where I guess they should be. Assuming the worst will come next, which I'd rather avoid this early. Any other reason, I won't bother them, but an emergency begs for urgency. This is one, right? Even if it isn't, anxiety from concern dulls judgments. Something I most certainly can't afford to lose at any given rate. Any given time, especially right now. Any means to calm it will do wonders for the muddled mess my mind is already in. Pulling up my phone... Look at Abigail's photo! That's the best thing I've ever seen. Oh, that's incredible. Look at it.
That's the Kickstarter design.
Yep, 100%. You know someone paid $500 to design this so that it could be in the game. That's perfect. 10 out of 10. Thank you for the bits, Gibbles. Abigail is one of his co-workers who went with him to the mansion and who died. If I remember correctly. Pulling up my phone, I thumb through the screen until it ends on a group with only Zach's, Rebecca's, and Isabella's numbers listed. Other people would probably say that I keep too few friends when they chance on this. To some extent, it's true. I can easily name about 100 people I've been acquainted with throughout the years. Colleagues, blockmates from uni, neighbors, these sorts of people. I believe that's who Abigail was. Let me look through the, it's item sprites, right? No, that was Madeline, wasn't it? Oh, that wasn't Abigail. Who's Abigail? Is she just a random person? It's gotta be. We're missing so many item sprites. It's in chapter 3 and 4. What? What? No? They all come and go. But all these three have chosen to stay for some reason, without wanting or asking for anything. Unlike the others, none has Zach's kindness, Rebecca's patience, nor the sincerity in Isabella's eyes. Hold up. Rebecca's patience? She's not patient at all. Hi, Robos. Good evening. Abigail is Ash's partner. Okay. Right. She looks amazing. I wish we could meet her. You're among obsessive friends here? Good. Good, so don't judge me. One day, these guys are just there. The next thing you know, being with them eases it. Absolutely no idea what's happening in this game anymore. Yesterday... What did happen yesterday? Rebecca died. She ended up trapped in the ceiling with the ghost that was in the shape of Hannah, and she fell off the roof. Ashton and Isabella went to the BRC offices and saw the ghost, almost died. They both escaped. And that's pretty much it. Let's invent somewhere to compliment Becca, but patience, right? Not that much more has happened. Ash now believes that, he believes in the ghost, and they're trying to get to the bottom of it. If you 100% Ash's chapter, you'll meet her. Done. Done, I think. Maybe. Maybe. Oof. 97% left to go. Yeah. Yeah. How long have we been playing Ash's chapter? Like 4 hours? We can do it. It'll be fine. Ugh. The heavy, somber feeling lingering in the air when you stand alone in your apartment, or something as simple as spending your day off without anyone. Actually playing? Yes. No, don't tell me the easy way. I'll do it the proper way. That's how I intend to 100% this game. I'll say it's loneliness, but this carries much more depth than that. If I can help it, I don't want to lose any of them to some stupid curse. A phone call might be the least comforting thing at the moment. Honestly, I prefer being in the same room with them right now, but I'll take what I can get. Becca first. She'll get angry at me for worrying about her. She isn't some helpless damsel in distress after all. She isn't the shy little girl I knew when we were children. We were already far from the people we were back then, but that's more than enough reason to check up on her. I don't have to imagine her taking anything head on. She'll do it instead of asking for help when she needs it. To do it the Twiggie way, which is replaying it, then watching a YouTube video of people playing it, and checking Reddit to see people talking about playing it, and then consulting the Kickstarter. Ow. First and foremost, that hit me in the heart. And second of all, It's 100% accurate. I don't care if she gets mad at me, if only to know that she's fine. A ring. In the silence of the hallway, the sound alone might as well be sharp enough to pierce through my ears. Another second passes. 2. 3. But when on the 9th ring, it goes straight to her voicemail, a cold feeling instantly launches in my stomach.
Rebecca Gales here. You've reached my voicemail. Sorry if I can't get to you right now. Oh, and if this is Isabella, yes, you're free to reheat the food in my fridge.
Aww.
Otherwise, leave a message.
Aww. Probably just busy, that's all. Though I still barely manage to keep my voice even when I speak.
Hey, Becca, call me back when you're free. We need to talk. ASAP.
Becca will be alright. It's alright. She's safe. She's with someone else. In the event that that woman shows up, she left someone with her. Someone she'd be able to ask for help. She's safe.
Oh damn boys.
Fari! Thank you so much for this 6-month resub. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that a lot. Enjoy your new golden badge. I appreciate that. Thank you. Ugh. Can we just stop right here? She can handle herself. Becca might have a fiery temper, but she knows when she's faced with something that she can't handle on herself. Rebecca will see my missed call and she'll call me back. Oh, she'll call you back already. Though I don't express it enough, Rebecca is someone I consider important to me. Oh! Oh my god! Look at them! They're so cute! She's been my friend for the longest. Anybody else would have been fed up with me and left. The girl stuck with me, no matter how big of a jerk I've been. There's Zach and Isabella now too, of course. I'll always be thankful for having them around. The worst times before, however, Becca was there. No one believes me when I say it, but I've surely had my awful moments as a bratty kid and as a horrible teen. Issues. I've had too many of them to count and refused to deal with it for a time. At least, that's what Andrew likes to tell me. I tend to think nothing of it. It has mellowed down over the years, thanks to the professor mostly. But at times, I do wonder if it still burdens me the way it did all those years ago. After all, I was terrible, especially around the time of my parents' separation. Looking back at it now, I had no reason to direct all my frustration towards everyone else. While I wasn't a kid who lashed out at anyone, preferring to keep it to myself and turning those negative feelings into more productive things, I've grown distance from a lot of people because of it. From my old friends back in my old school, and the neighbors I've hung around with before moving. A habit I've likely brought with me into adulthood. I was just so angry with everyone and everything. All I kept thinking about myself was wondering, why me? In retrospect, I was selfish, a little bastard who thought the world revolved around me. That I shouldn't have been going through it. I believed my behavior was entitled, that I had the right. Tough times, but she stuck with me. Snapped me out of my little sulk, as she often phrases it, whenever she sees the chance to bring it up. She didn't tolerate my bullshit, but she didn't leave me alone either. If anything, the whole thing made her stick around. Her concern might have grown a little bit overbearing as the years went by, but she's still an old friend nevertheless. Sorry. I owe her a lot. That won't change.
Damn it. Where are you, Becca?
Another message left on her voicemail. Then on my 3rd call, I hang up. For the time being, I can't do anything more than wait for her to return my calls. Worrying aimlessly won't get me anywhere. Zach, on the other hand. The guy attracts trouble no matter how much he tries to avoid it. Doesn't help how he hasn't been too hot lately with a lot of people. His mention of plans yesterday doesn't sit too well with me either. He might be the next responsible adult after Rebecca out of the 4 of us, but I still gotta check on the big guy. Make sure he's doing okay at the very least, whatever he has planned on doing. All I'm asking is for it to not be idiotic. He's a sensible guy, I'm sure. However, desperation clings and pushes people to do things. Rational or irrational, it doesn't matter. Clear thinking flies out the window the moment you're in danger, and I sincerely hope he has not found himself in a tricky situation. Can you imagine if, as Zack, we went into the window and had him killed as well? That would mean him and Rebecca dying on the same day, and Ash and Isabella finding out about it. What if Isabella died too? Oh, God. That would be a rough day for Ashton. Oof. Hi, Tiger. Good evening. That would be a super rough day. I'm glad we've only lost one person. Yes, Saima. Would Ash not be having this day if it's not pretty? Oh, I believe you. I believe you. And I kind of don't want to see it. Hi, Eric. Good evening. Good to see you guys. No spoilers. No. We don't want any spoilers. Breaks my heart. All Ash wants is to be able to protect the people he loves. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. It's rough. It's very rough. His phone doesn't even ring before he answers, or his voicemail at least.
Hey, it's Zach. Well, a voicemail anyway. I'll get back to you as soon as I can. So, just leave a message, yeah?
'Cause he's gonna... We know he gets through to Zack, because he calls him when Zack is at the mansion.
And no, Ash, you're not allowed to lockpick your way into my apartment again. Just do what any other decent human being does and call if I'm not around. Thanks.
I've never used voicemail in my entire life. I'm not sure if it's just not a thing people do in Norway, but I've never done it. Did he turn it off? Why? I don't want to assume the worst yet. Maybe he's forgotten to charge it. Can't be. The guy can be a bit of a Boy Scout, even more than I am as a cop. He's the type that has an extra battery or a power bank in his bag if he ever needs it. And he always does. He won't say anything or brag about it, but he's got quite a roster of VIP freelance clients. He won't just leave his phone dead in case he's on the field, particularly when people will likely be looking for him. He always leaves his connection open whenever clients or his friends need him. Zack is reliable like that.
Why isn't anyone answering?
His mobile is an out-of-range area sounds more plausible, although the thought of it doesn't completely shake off the unease because he's at the mansion. On left voicemails at work. I've never done it at work either. It's just never been a thing in any situation I've ever been in. He's a freelance photographer, yeah. Unlike Rebecca and I, he took the time to listen to what Isabella said. And even if he didn't believe it, he was definitely the first person to offer help or try to do something. If he ends up in trouble doing whatever it is, so help me, I'm going to... Well, I can't be rash. I'm aware of that. Been running the same reminder in my head since last night. But if something happens, I'm certain my reaction won't be pretty.
Yo, Zach, call me back, alright? I wanted to check in and, yeah, just please call me back.
It's usually a joke between us when I say he's the Watson to my Sherlock. I don't see him as some assistant to put aside until he's needed, like some people like to believe, though. He's not some pity friend I keep around to make myself look good.
If anything, he's the one who stayed by me out of pity.
Aww. Zack's the one who puts up with me most of the time, even when he doesn't need to. It's not a case of cool cop who'd have helped out a minority. In truth, I was a hard-headed, hot-tempered, and reckless rookie up until I met him. It wasn't anything sudden, and some part of me is still that rookie, but I've grown thanks to him. He tempers that part of me. Considering how our first impression went, I'm lucky he stuck around. Becca and I might have spent a lot of years together as children, but Zack? He's probably the closest I'll call to a best friend, though it's more than that. It's a camaraderie no words can explain. I mean, you would think it would be like up here, but no. Whatever. He has my back, and I'll always have his. He's a brother I never had the luck of ever having, only child and all.
And I have every reason to worry about my brother.
Becca's neighbor did say Becca's neighbor did say she went off to meet with someone, no specific names. If I'm wrong and she's not with Professor Clark, then maybe it's Zach. Ash is always stealing his goddamn chips, right? I would be pissed at him too. They've never been close, but it's not the kind of awkward friendship where meeting together remains out of the question. Regardless, I continued dialing his phone another 3 times, like I've done with Becca's. Hi, Joey! Good evening. In the end, after the 3rd attempt with no one answering, I stop and move to cut the call with a ragged exhale.
Waiting game it is then.
I've been trained for those. Hell, I'm used to them, just not when it comes to people I'm close to. Much as I keep reminding myself to maintain a level head, it's a whole different matter when it's someone you know. Personal feelings will likely get involved at some point. It's starting now, actually, with the anxious string coiling and uncoiling, causing a racket inside my stomach. And that's exactly when the line finally connects. Before he even speaks, my question has already slipped out, including every pent-up worry and tension in my body.
Where are you?
The line's choppy, though I can still make out the words he's saying. Nothing to worry about then. He's just someplace where network coverage is shitty. Can't imagine where at this time of the morning, though. Did he go out for a jog?
What was that, Ash? Could you repeat that? Signal shitty here.
I asked, where are you? Hell, Zach, I've been calling your number for a good 20 minutes now.
Tripped our way up the stairs, Katrin tire following right hand. Oh, Joey! I'm sorry, that sounds very painful. I hope it's not too bad.
What kind of shithole did you get into?
If you're super lucky, that fall sort of corrects something in your hand, and when it heals up, you're completely free of any pain. That could happen. I meant that to sound as friendly as possible, to keep things light at least. Instead, only the frustration shows in my tone.
Good morning to you, too. I should be asking you that question. I've been looking all over the mansion for you. I thought you'd be...
What mansion?
Do I really need to answer that?
Why are you even...
Please don't tell me that's his plan. A morning visit to the mansion? Where Luke Wright is? Of all the pig-headed things to do right now, is the best thing he can come up with? Breaking and entering? I've got plenty of reasons to rail at him right now, although no matter how much I want to give him peace of my mind, unfortunately, it's not the time.
No, wait. Just get your ass to Isabella's place, and hurry.
He pauses a moment, a second of indecision while he seems to contemplate his options.
How urgent is this?
In truth, the question, the hesitance, and the indecision in his voice has caught me completely off guard, and understanding dawns on me. His decision to go there isn't one born out of a stupid impulse. He must have found something. If they don't have it fixed this time, I'm chopping it off. I mean, I understand it. I'm not entirely sure if that's the best solution. It might be. I don't know. I really hope they have a solution for you, though. Somebody's kicked by a horse and becomes cross-eyed. Only way to uncross him is to get kicked again. Yeah. I mean, if it works in cartoons, why not in real life? Right? However, no matter how urgent it is, he still shouldn't have gone there, alone at that. Despite myself, in that split second of comprehension, I allow it to show. A weakness. A simple request brimming with every unease and disquiet causing turmoil within me since last night. It bears a selfish hope that he'll understand, even though the unstable signal, whatever's keeping him there, he'll be willing to set it aside for now.
Pressing enough for you to stop asking questions and get yourself here. Please, Zach.
Silence fills the other end of the line again. For a long moment, I assume he won't need it, and I'll have to drive there myself, just to drag him away from whatever's dangerous he's skirting. Thankfully, he agrees.
I'll be there in a few. An hour or two tops.
Thanks. I'll see you.
I love the little icons to the non-main characters. It's great. Yes, Hope. This was the last thing we did at SAC. We went to the mansion and we had the choice to either... We heard the crying lady, the ghost, from the window, and we had the choice to either keep looking around the perimeter for Ash or go inside the window. And we decided to look around for him, and that's when we get the call, and now he's safe and alive. Relief washes over me as soon as the call ends. Normally, I don't let myself a moment of respite in times like this. Gotta stay alert. Rebecca's still out there, has yet to return any of my messages. But for the moment, I relish in it. This is probably the first time I've permitted myself to do so since last night. So proud of yourself like that. Well, Sak is the best character. Obviously. Even the muscles in my shoulders have been complaining from all the tension I've taken on. It still annoys me that all I can do right now is grit my teeth and trudge back to Isabella's apartment. Useless. That's what I am in the face of this. A mad dash around Luxborn and Anselm isn't going to help things. It's not like I'll simply stumble across them on the side of the road during a drive. This city too big of a place for one person to go searching for only 2 people. I'll be lucky if I even glimpse the hair of either of them. With one last hopeful glance towards the open skies, I slip back into Isabella's apartment and close the door behind me. I might have already grown used to this, but the waiting will always be the hardest part. More so when it's people you care about.
You're up early. I thought you left.
This is not the first time I've seen Isabella like this. Standing casually by her kitchenette, a ladle in her hand, keeping an eye on whatever's stewing on the stove, while humming a soft tune under her breath. 5 years ago, it's become a common sight after the 3 of them, including Sak and Rebecca, found a mutual interest in cooking. After that, whenever our schedule allows it, one of them will invite everyone over to dinner or lunch instead of eating out. Rebecca prefers it that way. Healthier, she claims. Sak's just too happy to be able to cook to anyone. Isabella, on the other hand, as long as there's food, she's happy. Me, I've been banned from the kitchen ever since the pressure cooker incident. Easier times. Good times. Right now, however, the scene brings an odd sense of normalcy. A strange fit with all the things going on around us. Not unwelcome, only bizarre, I suppose. Isabella doesn't follow up on our question earlier, but she does raise an eyebrow in my way when I take too long to answer. For that, I only offer a casual shrug in response and a short answer.
I've checked with Zach and Rebecca. I'm just waiting to hear back from them.
I'll add in a quip or two for her if the timing of the joke isn't off or doing so won't be inappropriate. I don't want to alarm her either. There's no reason to. Yet. Until Sak gets here, or until I've received an answer from Rebecca, whichever comes first. Nevertheless, it's clear she has plenty of questions. It's right there in the subtle crease between her eyebrows and the inquisitive gleam in her eyes. Curious as she is, though, she decides against voicing all her questions out. Instead, she shifts all her attention back to the stove and gestures vaguely with her hand in the couch direction. What couch? Whatever. Bad cat is still amazing. I want the sheep, though. The little sheep is fantastic. I want that.
Well, if we're going to wait for them, don't stand around there. It's getting distracting.
You're just cooking. How am I distracting?
I hate it when someone is in the kitchen while I'm cooking, or if someone's watching me cook. I hate it. I can't explain why, but I really, really hate it.
I don't know. Something might explode again, maybe. Zach's kitchen ban for you is also in effect here, you know. Now shoo, go. Stop hovering. You'll ruin the food. I'll be done here soon.
She leaves no room for an argument by swatting the ladle at me, and just like that, I've been kicked out of the kitchen. Left with nothing else to do, I drift back to our tiny living space, and slump back down on the couch. Make everyone get the F out of my kitchen before I cook, right? Me too. Like, as far as I can tell, this is her kitchen. This tiny fridge right here, and the noodle cups. I was kind of hoping we would get a different view of her apartment, showing the couch and the kitchen, but apparently not. Closing my eyes, I allow the noise from the television to guide my thoughts. The ones I've been keeping at bay, freeing them from the cage I built around them, so I don't have to think. One by one, they trickle back into my consciousness, each more frightening and unnerving than the other. So many things going on. So many things happening. The papers we gotten from BRC doesn't provide any comfort either. Seriously, is there even a point to those after last night? What will asking those people do? If anything, this only proved that there might be more copies of that dumb piece of paper. We have one here, but how many exactly is out there? More importantly, how do we get out of this stupid mess?
Ashton.
Damn it. I haven't felt this kind of bone-weary exhaustion in years.
I don't want to think what might happen next in case I miss something. Shit.
Zero Salt Samurai, thank you so much for that raid. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. I hope you're doing wonderfully. I hope you had a great stream. Thank you so much. How's it going? How's your stream? Having tacos later with fried shells? Ooh. That sounds so good. Tacos are good. Hi Shaw, good evening. No raid emotes because these emotes are being replaced. I'm okay with that. We're okay with raids without raid emotes. You're all more than welcome regardless. Hi Frisk, good evening. Welcome, welcome. How are you guys doing? Tacos are good, yes. Just making sure everyone is aware that tacos are great. Hi Creedy Bomb, good evening. Welcome. Still casualty from the heist. It happens. Someone needs to be sacrificed, right? If there's anything I've learned from playing not Apex, because I don't play games like Apex, is that someone always needs to be sacrificed. Thank you so much for following, Frisk. Really appreciate that. Having a great time with Skyrim? Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Are you playing the main storyline, or are you playing exploration or modded or what? I tried Skyrim many years ago, and for some reason it just didn't hold my interest, and I'm not really sure why. I'm doing very well, thank you. I appreciate you coming in here. Sometimes I load a heist and even then I get sacrificed. That's not good. That's not good at all. Tons and tons of mods. I'm pretty much doing everything except the main storyline. That sounds very familiar. That sounds very familiar, Salt. Who needs the main storyline anyway? There's so much else to do that are just better and more fun, right? Rebecca, Zach, Isabella.
It's all depending on me, and
if you're new to this game, this is a horror visual novel. We're basically in a situation where there's a ghost going around and threatening our friends and trying to kill everyone, and we're playing as all the characters at different times, and we're now playing as the detective friend, and we're trying to make sure that everyone stays alive. If you're new to this game, good luck keeping up at this point. Well said. It is, I mean, the main story isn't that complicated, it's just that we've been through so much, and things are crazy, and it can be hard to sort of recap. Keep up. God, so many. There's so much. Skyrim main storyline is so boring, I never finished it. I've heard a lot of people say that. I only played Skyrim. I played it for probably like 10 hours, and I just couldn't... I wasn't that engaged that I wanted to keep playing it, to be honest.
Ash!
The voice snaps me out of my thoughts, abruptly wiping away everything running a racket inside my head. There's a few quests and our guild leader died, so I want to lead a guild, not like we have a choice. You're like 80% of the time and I don't understand this game. What do you not understand? There's a ghost going around killing everyone and we're trying to save them. If you look at it from a simple way, that's the story. Main story is boring with the DLC. Oh, I never played the DLC. I never did any of that. Ah. Completely follow it, but I've been here more than most people. Yes. I don't know what that says. It says that you're a good person who cares about a good game. Like Overwatch sometimes, maybe when watching you. Wow. Suddenly, Isabella is there, crouched in front of me when I crack an eye open. I haven't even noticed the exact moment when I've been bent over and buried my head in my hands. Figures while she's staring at me like I fainted or something. The crease on her eyebrows grow deeper with my lack of response. Although she's merely staring at me, without saying a word, her expression says everything. So much for not trying to alarm her with bad news.
Sorry, I just spaced out for a moment. Don't mind me.
For a brief moment, she seems to accept that. Quietly, she shifts, stands up, and takes the empty space right beside me. German guy is like my biggest fan. Just dreading the next half hour of this game. I'm sorry, we'll stop procrastinating and we'll get through it, I promise. All done without a single comment. Then the next thing she knows, the next thing I know, she's gently pushing a bowl in my hands. What is that? It's something chocolate and yogurt? Ice cream? No, probably not ice cream. The scent reaches me first before I gotten a chance to take in what she's just handed me. A faint, sweet smell of cocoa wafts from the dish. Calming, comforting, despite the multitude of things bothering me. It certainly smells like the kind of food you'll eat on a rainy day. Though from the get-go, it doesn't look as appetizing. What is this even, right? That's what we want to know. Porridge? Why would you put chocolate in it and milk drizzle on top? What is wrong with Isabella's cooking? She tells me my tastes are weird, yet here she is, handing me something equally as strange. In fact, she's already started digging in hers. I'm just not sure if the taste will be equally as appealing. It sounds disgusting. Oh, porridge is this... Isn't it like, grain that you basically cook or boil into like a mush? Yeah. That's not... Like, I will accept eating it with like sugar and cinnamon and like sweet things like that, but cocoa? If she isn't making instant noodles, she just throws a bunch of shit in a bowl and hopes for the best. Yeah, that's what it seems like. They should all take cooking lessons from Zach. Oh, we thought of porridge like oatmeal. Yeah, it's basically just take oatmeal and then boil it until it's mushy and gross. Sorry, but it's true. Consistency of yogurt, but different flavors in general, a lot better. Interesting. Interesting, Joey. Baffled, I glance her way. She offers no immediate answers, simply continues eating as if she hasn't done so in a week, with her focus solely on the television. She's not watching, however, just listening. As a background noise, the voices from it seems too cheerful, a welcome distraction if anything. It's only after she finishes half of her bowl does she acknowledge a question in my eyes. With a sigh, she cradles the dish on her lap and looks down at it. Briefly, her lips part, then closes. A hesitation, though I don't push her. Catacorn cereal? Hey, what was the glitter cereal like, Skibbles? I don't think you ever told us what it was actually like. Get you all the best one. Would you come visit my piggy? Sure, Joey. Talk about oats a lot more here. We talk about a lot of weird stuff here. Cook oatmeal and milk, then add some brown sugar and sliced banana. I've tried liking oatmeal. I have tried badly to like oatmeal. And I can't do it. I cannot do it. There's something about the flavor and consistency that just, it doesn't work. Doesn't work with me. Expected more glitter, but it was very fair. Okay, that sounds disappointing. Texture would be super off-putting. Yeah, it's something about it. I've tried having it, like, uncooked. I've tried boiling it. I've tried so many different things, and it doesn't... I can't do it. I can't get it down. And I wish I could, because it would make my life so much easier. There's a distant air on her, as if she has remembered something that warrants a poignant thought. When she speaks at last, it's in a tone too careful, like she's still weighing her words, considering the proper phrasing for it. Yet sincerity underlies each syllable once they're out in the open.
You should eat. Back at home, Mama would never let us leave the house if we hadn't eaten breakfast yet. Even Papa has got an earful when he tried.
I'm trying, Skibbles. I'm trying. You guys are the ones talking about food!
So eat. You'll need it.
Can you please explain what it is? She returns to her food afterwards, but I can only stare at the one she's proffered not a few minutes ago. Warm against my hands, tempting me to take a bite. So, it's warm? It's warm porridge with cocoa and milk. Thank you so much for the host, Lord Loki, and I hope you are doing well. It's not my fault. I mean, if we're gonna blame someone, we're not gonna blame me. I'm just talking to my chat. Not that I don't appreciate this, but what good will this do? Zach and Rebecca's both out there. Who knows when that ghost will show up again? Even in our dreams, we're not safe. But that's it, isn't it? We don't know when, and at present, we have a chance at respite. Maybe the only one we'll have. Even if it's as mundane as sharing food between us quietly, just seating side by side like this without exchanging any words. At a fight with my green screen, oh, I hate it when that happens. It's so annoying. I'm glad you got it sorted though. Warm oatmeal is good in cold weather. See, it just... I don't agree. We blame a Chryson. The fun thing about a Chryson is if you mention him and Baldi's basics of education, if you mention that 3 times, he will appear. The intent hangs unspoken in the air, something that probably goes as far back as the second she offered food. Still, in the end, Isabella's never pushes it. Rather, she lets her own silence convey her hope. Whether I'll allow myself that break, she leaves it up to me. Of course we're gonna take her offer! Of course! She would be so disappointed if we didn't!
Thank you.
Sorry, that was the wrong one. The words roll off my tongue, awkward and unfamiliar, far removed from those jests and quips we've shared. Yet she accepts this with a smile and nothing more. Regardless of everything left unsaid, the sight of it brings comfort. More so than any generous offer of food can give. What if this is the decision that kills Ash? The porridge? The chocolate porridge? Maybe it's poisoned. Maybe he's allergic to something in the porridge and she doesn't know it. No, Saima, we didn't decline it. We said take her offer. We took the food. We took the food, don't worry. Though we both lapse into silence after as we finish our food, there's ease in it. In the muffled sounds of Luxborn filtering into the room. In the light streaming from my windows and the faint draft that occasionally drifting in, catching the loose tendrils of her hair. In the way her voice falters when she tries to form words. And despite the horror looming over us, I find myself wishing for the minutes to slow, for the seconds to last. But ultimately, she's the one who breaks it, shortly after a minute's pause in words mumbled under her breath. Gonna have to turn his food down later in a 100% run. Here's the thing though, Skibbles, during my 100% run, I'm gonna just skip over anything that's not really important. So I'm not gonna know her reaction to that, because my heart can't bear it. Sometimes silence simply compels us to speak.
I've been wondering, before last night, before Mama told me the news, what if Papa passes away, despite everything? I also knew it was getting worse. Mama won't say anything, but I've always known that one day, he'll eventually.
She releases a sigh as her grip on the bowl she still holds tightens. There are no tears, but she might as well have them with how weak her voice falls. Are there even any left? People started calling me JoJo. No one ever did that besides my mom. Twiggie randomly started it. I randomly called Joey for JoJo one day, and he was like, no one ever calls me that apart from my mom. It's weird. Gambling is 50% now? Maybe. I'm not gonna confirm or deny. JoJo sounds cute. It does. It really does.
I don't know what I'm going to do. Before, I can easily say it's because of Papa. Now, I don't have anything.
Aww.
You have that scholarship from Lux U.
Were you going through my personal papers while I was sleeping last night?
No.
I don't really have to. You left it sitting in the open, right there on the table.
Like there's still anything to hide, she snatches it away from where I placed it back earlier. Except there's no anger or annoyance in her face when she looks at it and rereads every line with a pensive expression. After a short while, she folds it neatly into the creases and sets it back.
I don't even know if this will work out.
Well, if it doesn't, what about that exhibit you've been planning with Zach?
Do I even have to ask where you got that?
Zach sucks at lying. You have no idea how easy he is to read. It was all in his face when I asked about it. And anyway, if that doesn't pan out too...
I trail off, hesitating, measuring the weight of my next words. Genuine as they are, a part of me believes they're a burden, too heavy to impose upon her. Because no matter how much I want her to stay, we're not what ties her here. It'll be selfish to ask that of her. More than anything, her family will always come first. I say it nevertheless, if only to let her know that no matter what her choice will be, there will be people here whose lives her mere presence has changed. Mine most of all.
You have us.
Aww. Introduce me after work. Play with the kittens. Aww, Bari. Aww, you should adopt one. I'm just saying. Just a suggestion. The words startle her to a pause, and slowly she turns to me, her eyes wide, disbelief all over her face. But before regret forces an apology up from my throat, her expression dissolves into something I can't quite place. That was the porridge. I like that this is what we have to remind us of this moment. No pet flat. Aww. Oh, this is annoying. That this part is before this part in the journal, when this clearly happened before this. This is him calling Zach just a few minutes ago. You've shot like 7 monkeys at work? Jesus, Marty. Jeez. Right, the developers. Yeah, right? This is a big mistake. They can't just accept that. Something distinctly softer, more tender, familiar, almost in the same manner she glanced at me years ago, that day on the bridge. However, I don't get the chance to figure out what it all means to her. That's gotta be Zach, right? All of a sudden, a knock breaks the moment, and just as fast, both of our attentions shift towards the source. Continued error isn't unacceptable, right? Before things can get awkward fast, I stand up to open the door while muttering some flimsy excuse in the process.
I'll get that. It's probably Zach or Rebecca.
It's not Rebecca. Really? I know we're in a pinch, but their timing can't get any worse. Unrelated frustration aside, once I fling the door open, a whole chunk of the stone that has been stuck in the pit of my stomach simultaneously unseats itself. There, in the hallway, stands Zach, his hand raised up, ready for another knock. Although he's not at his most presentable this moment, ruffled and drenched with sweat as he is, relief quickly washes over me like a tide. He's still panting when he pushes me aside and heads in. The second his feet crosses the threshold, he scans the place, eyeing what little he can at the sea of the room from the doorway. When he finds none of what he's looking for, he turns to me with a questioning look, one that has a hint of panic in it.
You said it was urgent. Did anything happen? Is it Becca? Bella?
It is Becca, but we don't know that yet.
Everyone's fine.
Everyone's not fine.
Well, Becca's not here. She went somewhere this morning and hasn't answered any of my calls yet. But Isabella's...
So for those that don't know, the point of this game is that you play through the story as every one of the characters. And yesterday we played through as Rebecca. She's not alive anymore. This is Isabella's room. Sorry.
I'm here, Zach. Morning.
His weight shifts at the same time the stiff line in his shoulder eases. Once Isabella walks up to us and welcomes him with a smile. He relaxes then, returns her greeting in kind as soon as he had left out that breath he's been holding and the tension's finally off his body.
So, nothing's wrong? Why'd you call me here for then?
Hi Parasitic, good evening. My explanation can wait. He has a lot of explaining to do. The fact that he went to Anselm alone for some godforsaken reason warrants a proper one. Ghosts or not, he's already been given a warning. It frustrates me to no end that this might be the plan he mentioned the last time we spoke. Hi Ive, good evening. I get that he's worried about Hana, right? Somehow they become friends, but that's not the issue here. Not when there's a murderous ghost who might go after one of us at any given time. Sure, Zach made it here in one piece. By some dumb luck, he's alright, and this takes one off the list of people I need to worry about. Frankly, as annoyed as I am, I can't just stay angry at him when I look at the situation that way.
Friend.
God, that scared me. Fari, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Ive. That's so kind. Thank you very, very, very much. Thank you. I appreciate that, Fari. Hell, if the call didn't connect in that exact minute, there might have been a chance he won't be standing here. This is a blessing in itself. Though first things first, some things still need to be discussed. I feel like Ash would probably be mad at him for doing something stupid and all of that, but I feel like right now, he's so relieved, right? He's so relieved, and he's 100% aboard on the whole ghost thing, so I think he would just be, thank God you're okay. All snowy there in Boston? Yeah. I'm sorry. We don't like snow here. I hope it goes away. No, I'm still playing the character, I'm just slightly modifying what they would do. But I think, genuinely, I think Ash would be so relieved right now that he would just throw all of that judgmental, worried part aside, and he would just... Except when I open my mouth, the only thing that spills from it is my own relief. Despite myself, despite the rational part of my brain screaming everything wrong about Zach's neat little plan, I think that, he would do that later. He would yell at him later. You want adding the oof we have on Discord? Good thinking, mister. Yeah, I'll do that at some point. We've had so many close calls with just a single night. Zach showing up in Isabella's doorstep, alive, whole, and unharmed? I might as well take comfort in that while I still can.
You're okay.
You did tell me not to do anything stupid.
Suddenly, the whole room feels too heavy, and all I'm able to do is drop down on the couch. The headache also threatens to burst in the same moment. Or perhaps this is what relapse from anxiety feels like. Regardless, I reach up a hand to pinch the bridge of my nose, even if it will likely do nothing to alleviate the impending pain.
Christ, you were right there! We have this stupid curse thing going on, and you were right there!
We're all gonna be together when they get the call from Becca. Exactly what release from anxiety feels like. Yeah, 100%.
You just walked up inside a private property! Those people can easily sue you for breaking and entering, and that's the least of it.
I know, Ash. But I can't just leave things as they are. I've got to do something.
God damn it, Zach, I was worried.
Unexpectedly, he laughs. Not the half-hearted sort he makes when he's awkward or coming up with an excuse. A genuine one. Before my annoyance grows again and I snap at him, though, he suddenly catches me in a headlock. His arms looping around my neck while he grinds his knuckles against my skull. Helpless, I squirm under his grip in protest. Even then, it's hard to do so when you're up against a 6-footer. Is Zach's voice actor repressing an Australian accent? No clue.
Zach!
No, he's worried. Why didn't you say so? That cool act ain't gonna fool me anymore.
Let go!
He relents soon enough, though only after he's done ample damage in my hair. I hate it when he does that. But for a few moments there, the tense mood finally lightened up and everything felt like how it used to be, before this whole mess began. It makes appreciating little moments like this easier. Still...
Seriously, Zach. Why are you even there?
Told you already. I was looking for you.
Oh.
Why would I even go there?
Well, you mentioned a plan with Isabella here. I assume that's where you guys went, since that's where she found the letter. Sorry. I was really at a dead end.
The logic in it stuns me into silence, to say the least. Then I remember his hesitance, the tone he had taken on before agreeing to go here, and all at once my anger for what he's done wanes. Lead up to this is just the worst. They're doing a really good job with just the lead up to everything. There's so much build up, and it makes everything just so much more impactful. Partly, this is my fault for keeping things vague. I can't berate him for assuming that, when I've only left him with vague answers.
You could have called me.
I did.
I didn't receive any, and my phone was with me.
You're kidding, right? I was at it the whole night.
The whole atmosphere in the room changes in 2 heartbeats. Back again to the tension-riddled one plaguing us. Zachary stares at me like I've grown another head, then gradually he shifts his attention to Isabella. The expression in her eyes. Questioning, asking for a confirmation, like my word can't be trusted. Not that I'm holding it against him. I can't even believe the things coming out of my mouth these past few hours. Meanwhile, Isabella stays quiet. Has been like that for quite some time. She looks like she wants to disappear right now. Guilt, frustration, anger, all of it flashes fleetingly across her face before it melts away under an expression of worry. I don't think he's to be a therapy dog. I don't think he is. Unfortunately for him, he has no choice.
Please tell me he's joking. You were there?
No, we really didn't get any. Everything was quiet last night. But Zach, at BRC, Ashton and I saw...
It's so comfy, that chair. It's a very comfortable chair. It really is. Oh. Also, it might be a little too big for me, but that's okay. She never gets to finish that.
Sup, I'm Ash from Deluxe City. Baggers, watch out, can't beat me. Looking for trouble? Better not lie. I'm a cool dude, pretty fly for an Asian guy. Sup, I'm Ash from Deluxe City. Baggers, watch out, can't beat me. Looking for trouble? Better not lie. I'm a cool dude, pretty fly for an Asian guy.
Abruptly, my phone rings again, blaring its badly sang ringtone throughout the whole room. Both of them pauses, waiting when I pull it out to check the caller ID.
Sup, I'm Ash from Deluxe City. Baggers, watch out, can't beat me. Looking for trouble? Better not lie. I'm a cool dude, pretty fly for an Asian guy. Sup, I'm Ash from Deluxe City. Baggers, watch out, can't beat me. Looking for trouble?
I'll tell her to get here as soon as she can.
I'm a cool dude, pretty fly for an Asian guy. Sup, I'm Ash from Deluxe City.
Without another word, I slip out of the room and answer the call. However, the tone she assumes isn't what I'm hoping to hear.
Becca?
Hey, did I wake you up?
No. Hang on. I will be right back. Are you ready? Ragged, a bit out of breath. There's a tinge of urgency in it. Listening to her from my side of the line makes it seem like she just run a marathon prior to this call.
No, I left you a voicemail, so I thought... Where are you?
Ash, do you remember that one time?
The question catches me off, to say the least. Where is she going with this?
The... what?
Back in secondary, we joined a contest back then, didn't we? We had to dress you up as a girl and...
No.
What? You looked really pretty. I think I still have that picture somewhere.
Burn it. We're not talking about that again. You promised.
It did happen. Not a memory I'm very fond of, to be honest. Still, a laughter escapes me. No matter how embarrassing it is, that moment is one of the few I can remember clearly in my head. I never did find where she kept those photographs.
Seriously, what brought this on?
Nothing. It's just the first thing I remembered.
You're being weird today, Becca. Whatever. Listen, I need you to go home right away. I'm at Salem Well right now and...
Thanks, Ash.
What? Suddenly, her voice hitches, almost as if she's in tears, and it sends every alarm bell ringing in my head. For better or for worse, something more than wrong is happening on her end of the line. Regardless, I give her the focus she asks of me. I don't want to think that she's nearly pleading for me to listen. I'd like to imagine that this isn't horror and a deep underlying resignation that I hear in her voice. I'm transfixed.
Hold on, did I do something?
For everything.
Rebecca, what?
I'm so glad to have known you.
Wait, what are you...
Whatever her words mean or feelings they carry ceases to matter in this instant. They're all inconsequential when Rebecca's life might be in danger. This whole thing isn't just wrong. Wherever she is, something fucked up is going on, and I'm here listening to it right now, helpless.
God damn it, Rebecca, where are you?
A laughter, and then the line drops dead.
Becca? Rebecca!
And they have no clue where she is. Dread turns into terror, and the sudden commotion from Isabella's room comes crushing in all at once. Zach's worried whispers, Isabella's anxious pleas, and a television broadcasting some news about a jumper all over the city. Glad you heard that laughter. Yeah. I was very concerned about that when we heard the phone call from her end. That it was going to be... that they would assume it was suicide. There's a split second where I'm torn between trying to figure out where Rebecca is and finding out what happened to inspire such a chaos all of a sudden. Then Isabella's horrified scream tears above everything and nothing else matters. Spurred on by a cold gut feeling, I rush back inside. Only to bump into Isabella. The impact causes her to stumble back. It takes a whole 2 breaths for her to steady herself. Shaking, she braces both of her hands against my arms, gripping my jacket tightly as if it's the only thing keeping her from breaking. Though even then, there's weakness to her movements, her breathing labored. Any minute, it seems like her knees will suddenly buckle if I don't keep a firm hand on her shoulders. Yet it all shatters when she glances up at me. Tears stream down her cheeks, panicked, desperate, her voice brimming with anguish when she speaks.
Ash, we need to get out of here. We can still save her.
Save who?
Despite the question, a cold and cruel voice whispers in my head. You're too late. I want to believe it isn't. I hope and wish that it isn't who I think it is. Because I don't want to be someone who has been so useless in that exact moment, paralyzed by dread when I heard her speak. I knew something was off, god damn it. I don't want to think that I might have been her final words I'm listening to. But the horrifying possibility of what I dread is real. Drowns out everything else. Especially with the next words that tumbles out of Isabella's lips.
Ash! Rebecca's! We have to help her! We can't just let her die like that!
Without warning, her knees buckle. Stunned, I have no choice but to go with her. She slumps weakly on the floor, her face sinking into my shoulders as furious tears flow from her eyes. The sound of her sobs alone, everything around us fades. Every sound, every movement becomes nothing but noise. Even Zach's somber expression doesn't completely register until I glance up at him with a heap of question in my eyes.
Zach, what does she...
He merely looks away, not to avoid my gaze, but to lead it towards the television still blasting the same news from earlier. A live broadcast. The second my eyes land on the screen, understanding dawns on me. I'm useless. Becca. I'll recognize her anywhere. I can make out her form, even from the way the station has blurred out her image on TV. And for once, that isn't a welcome fact. Too clear, too vivid, her broken body lies on the sidewalk in just one big bloody mess. Her hair fans out and stands out in stark contrast to the pavement, slick with blood and redder than it's ever been. The right side of her head has been caved in from the impact, and her right arm is twisted and mangled. And there are those words again around her. Help me. Just like the letter.
Medical personnel are on their way. Officers have resumed securing the immediate area for investigation and cleanup.
Gone.
Others have been dispatched for crowd control.
She's gone. And I wasn't able to do a damn thing about it. Even now, I can't do anything other than stare at the tragedy playing out in front of us and hold on to Isabella like a lifeline like she does with me. I can't even bring myself to move because no matter what I say or what I do right now, empty words doesn't bring back the friend we've all lost. Numb is an understatement. No, I feel dead inside. We all do. In the end, I can only scream. Blood spelled out the letter. I'm not sure if the blood spelled out the letter or if it was just written around her. It's impossible to tell really. Yeah, it said help me, like it said in the letter. I don't want to look at this journal entry. Okay, that's not as bad as I was expecting. He's calling her mother? Oh, fuck. He should not be the one calling her mother. Death notification is a task I avoid like the plague. Although I've known Rebecca since childhood, there are plenty of reasons why I shouldn't be the one breaking the bad news to her parents. 1. Protocol states you're always supposed to do this in person. 2. Protocol also states that you're supposed to do this with a partner. And 3. I've never been good with words. But here I am, unceremoniously thrusted into the tasks, all because there's no one else, no other one. As expected, everything goes as well as my blunt mouth can take. Mrs. Gale's relentless sobs echo loudly through the receiver when I finish informing them, while all I can say before ending the call is an empty...
I'm really sorry, Miss Gales.
Before ending the call with a click, and heading back inside Isabella's apartment. Her mom's voice still rings in my ears, even as I leave it all in the hallway behind me. Here, though, Isabella's cries have already faded into soft whimpers, and sometime while talking to Rebecca's family, she's fallen asleep. Now she lays still, curled up under her blanket. In the nearby couch, Zach sits silently, and simply gives an acknowledging nod when I pass by. Wordlessly, I take the empty space on the edge of the bed. Despite how peaceful this all seems, the gravity of that news has hit all of us hard. It's in the dense air now, lingering the room. It's in Zach's shoulders while he tries to make himself look smaller against the couch. Most of all, it's in the furrow between Isabella's brows. Gently, I reached out to smoothen it out. She reacts with nothing but a sigh before turning on her back and burying herself further under the sheets. At the same time, Zack also shifts. He leans forward, hands clasped tightly in front of him as a pensive expression comes over his face, his eyes. TV was designed by Kickstarter backer. Is the only game to dump exposition on the player? Yes. Definitely. A long minute passes while he sits like this, before he speaks and glances up at me.
Were you able to tell her family?
Yeah. It was bad. She was their only child, and...
I'm sorry, Ash.
Don't. You did what you could.
They just turned the damn TV off. Yeah. Right?
I was the stubborn one. I was the one who didn't listen. She kept telling me, if only I'd listened to you. If only I listened to Isabella. She'd probably still be
alive. Becca's the last person I need to account for, damn it. Zack's here, Isabella's here. Where did it go wrong with her?
What do we do now, Ash?
Unable to offer an answer, I avert my gaze. How many more close calls do we have to go through? How many deaths do we have to witness? How long can we keep this up? Ash better realize this was the work of the ghost. Oh yeah, 100%. He heard the laugh on the phone, and that's sort of the one thing that they have been worried about right now, that the ghost is killing everyone. I will be very disappointed if they don't realize that. We're bound to break at one point. No normal human being with a sane mind can last like this. Losing people important to them, one by one, right in front of them. Yeah, but I'm thinking he could also say that because he's been trying to protect everyone. And where did he fail? Or everything? I don't know. If you listen to them sooner, yeah. In one way or another, I'm pretty sure he knows he's connected to the ghost. I just think that right now, it's unreasonable to expect them to think rationally. Because of the shock. It's a miracle Isabella hasn't cracked yet. She, out of all of us, carry a much deeper attachment with the people she loves, no matter how little time she spent with them. After all, she was the one who found the letter. I've expected her to have caved in by now, yet her voice, surprisingly calm and composed in the face of this, is what suddenly cuts through the thick air.
We can't let that woman, that thing, take more people from us. I'm not going to lose both of you to her.
Her bed creaks, dips when she pushes herself off it, and takes the empty seat next to Zack. Someone needs to punch that ghost in the tits. I mean, I agree. There's a loud bang outside followed by, "You idiot!" Oh. Arya came for some cuddles. She knows, man. She knows. Ghost can be hurt physically, so just punch her to death. Yeah. Do that. That'll probably work. Once stunned, she glances briefly at the both of us, a sharp, determined one, then she gets straight down to business without another pause. With what happened, we have no choice but to follow her lead. Just... journal. Okay, we have never been to the 31st. I wonder what will happen. Although there's some tense fumbling for words at first, the whole conversation gains steam once what we found last night at BRC has been put at the table. All at once, everything we brushed off, carelessly ignored, and rudely dismissed have all been laid out for close scrutiny. Zack's encounters with the woman and his dreams. Rebecca's close brushes with death every time she appears. The dread, the fear, the terror she brings out, and even the bravest of us. Everything. Because no matter how bleak this all seems, there must still be a way out of this. There has to be, logic be damned. Or at least, that's what Isabella and I would like to believe. Yet, even as the cold morning light shifts into the warm hues of the late afternoon, and eventually light, none of this still makes a fucking damn sense. Darkness has fallen, but we're still nowhere near figuring things out. If anything, we're more at a loss than we've ever been before we started this. You guys want to see the close-up shot of Becca's death? No. Not really. I'm fine without it. The next thing I know, frustration rears its ugly head, and the sheets of paper I've been folding smacks the table harder than I've intended. The sound of it echoes loudly in the small room, and everyone simply falls silent. Along with it, a release of another long-held breath. Perhaps the 100th since this morning. You're suffering alone? Aww. You can share it in Discord, but only if you use the spoiler tag. You can use the spoiler tag for images as well. So that, you're allowed to do that. I just gotta respond to someone real quick about school stuff. Insert a link between tags. If you upload it, you have a chance to just cross off of spoiler during the upload. It's very clever. You're streaming here? Yeah, but I have to respond in not too long because she's going to bed because she has small kids, so she needs to be in bed at a reasonable time. I mean, come on, people. What? What, mister? What? It's not linking the screenshot. Yeah, feel free to upload it in the gaming discussion in Discord, just with the spoiler tag. What's this about bed? Just boring old people with kids who need to be in bed early. You know? That kind of stuff.
We aren't getting anywhere at this rate.
Don't just drop it. There must be something in this we aren't seeing yet.
Hi, Tug. What? Ash, please. Rebecca wouldn't want us to give up on this. It's an odd thing to hear from her. The very words I've been telling myself every single time I find myself facing a dead end. We can still use a little of the optimism now, I guess. Isabella's right on the other point as well. Rebecca would definitely give me an earful herself if she was still here. She had a knack for being brutally honest with her opinions. I understand why he's talking about Rebecca started. When Rose died, it seemed like no one was really affected. Well, Rose was just a co-worker of Isabella. None of the others knew her, and it was... Isabella was the only one who was really affected by that. She wasn't a part of the group at all. Rose was the real MVP. Rose was pretty great. Rose was pretty great. We had often clashed at times, yet I still respected her for it. Her opinion was as valuable as every other person I've let into my life. I can't lose another person like that.
I know, but what are we supposed to be looking at here in the first place?
Well, we already looked through those files. You're the one that picked them out last night, right?
All of them? I'm pretty sure every person we've checked in there isn't necessarily involved. One client possibly died of old age.
You can still be a little shaken up if someone who died in a horrific way. Yeah, I mean, I definitely get your point. It's just... I think they also mentioned that they avoided talking to it with Bella because they didn't want to upset her or something like that. I don't know. Did anyone else actually meet her? Oh, Ash and... Or maybe Ash didn't. Becca did. Becca met her once at the mansion. During the house... not the housewarming, the open house. Welcome back, Nippy. Yes. Yeah, they did.
Remember, you found that dumb paper.
Hi, Boofoo. Good evening.
Not so dumb if it can kill all of us.
Not a good time for a joke, Z-Man.
Sorry.
Anyway, like I said, you discovered that paper right before the open house. No one else was allowed inside during that time. It's too broad of a scope if we include every single person. In fact, the only notable ones are C and Jean Marie.
But if we're going to include them in account, shouldn't there have been more than enough people to end this fucking curse already? How does this thing even work?
Yeah, okay. They went in and out of this place. But no, you still don't get it. What I'm trying to say about those clients is...
Maybe there's more than one of it. Even my friend, the priest from the cathedral. He's been acting strangely.
I'm pretty good, Bufu. How are you? Sack met Royce too when they were able to priest. Oh, right. Right. That's true. I forgot about that. But even so, they only like briefly met. They were never friends in any way.
Father Norman? Him too?
Yeah, he's messed up.
Yeah. I visited him a few days ago. He was hysterical. They think he's sick, but I have a feeling what might the real cause be.
Do you think they go back to him now?
I knew it. I shouldn't have asked for his help.
Oh, don't blame yourself for everything.
He was only trying to help too. It's not your fault. There might be more than one of that paper going around that we don't know about. More to this.
Or the paper is irrelevant. Don't know how much help you could give if they went back now. No, probably not. He has a point, but there is a lot of gap in that logic. Somehow, even with all this information in hand, it still feels like there's something we're overlooking. All we have to go with is a letter and all the stuff selfish people have been keeping from the public. But what else? Where this all started? The Ermengarde mansion? Will bringing the letter back there fix everything? No. Fuck. They just need to get to the dungeon. The father did not see the letter as far as we know. How do I? The mansion's private property now. Can't just waltz in there. I'd rather die before I even think of begging Wright to let me in and investigate the place. One thing's very clear after the last 2 days, however. We're not safe anywhere, and I have to act fast if I want to keep my friends alive. We can't keep running away. Sooner or later, she'll get us like she did with Rebecca. Yeah, Hope, that's sort of been the theory that we're going off on as well. They also found out that a lot of the employees that have been working on the mansion are also dead and or missing. Want to get out of this apartment. Before that happens, I have to put an end to this. Sighing, I stand up and stretch out the kinks in my back after several hours of sitting. We've been at this for too long. A break is needed, time to let everything sink in, or else we'll all burn out. I know I will, and it's another thing I cannot let happen when they're all counting on me like this. Albeit unspoken, it's in their eyes as they look up at me, waiting.
We've been at this since morning. We should take a break for a few...
The rest of it never makes it out of my mouth as something heavy and grating sounds from the far end of the room. A harsh, booming noise rendering through the eardrums of everyone in the room. All at once, the two of them are on their feet, while I quickly palm for my gun at the table. However, before I can pull it up and remove the safety, the whole racket stops. That's the fucking sound I just heard from my wall. I'm sorry, Simon. Stillness descends on the room, and amidst the sudden hush, the three of us exchanged anxious glances. So much for a break.
I don't like the sound of that. At all.
Gather everything.
No questions asked. They waste no time getting to work, piling up the documents we've been reading through. Even Isabella is unusually silent as she gathers everything in her arms. Her own movements sharp and precise, a deep furrow in her brow. There's fear, but something hardened and urgent overshadows it. But the moment doesn't last. Before we can even finish, another noise ups the tension, already gripping the place. Suddenly, the lights go out and the wardrobe at the end of the room rattles, as if something inside begs for freedom. Cautiously, eyes glued to it, I take a step forward and I release the lock from my gun. I'm no trigger-happy person, I'm not even sure if this will work on a ghost. But right now, its smooth surface against my palms with the trigger in my finger provides the closest thing I have to relief as I approach the closet.
Ashton, what are you doing?
I don't think that's a good idea. We should just...
Worried as they both are, they immediately stop with a slight raise of my hand. But the edge is there, while they all huddle in the space between the door and the room. In case this goes south, whatever I find inside, they will have enough time and space to run from their position. In 2 deep breaths, I crossed the room and stood in front of the closet. Whatever's inside has yet to stop thrashing. Instead, it's now moved to banging at the door, louder and louder the longer I dally. Another shallow breath. A glance at my companions. A nod. I don't want to see. Something creaks. Then, in the next moment, I'm grasping at the handles and swinging the doors wide open to reveal... nothing. Right away, I part the clothes hanging on it, and still none. No ghost. Oh god. I thought I heard whispering, but it's people talking outside. I'm like this close to yelling at them for ruining everything. No ghost, no woman. Not a single trace of whatever, who's ever inside. Confused, I glance back towards Zack and Isabella, only to see them mirroring the same expression on my face. The noise has finally stopped, but I'm quite sure it isn't my imagination. Or maybe it is, and I'm just too strung up that my head is now making things up. Whatever the case is, we need to get out of here as soon as possible. This only confirms that we aren't safe anywhere. Without bothering to close it, I move back, ready to leave, adrenaline now coursing through every vein of my body. In the next second, I'm barking orders and...
We should go. You two, we need to...
I'm sent sprawling on my back as something cold catches my ankle and yanks. Possibly 2 orderlies belong to this apartment. You have a very good point. Yeah, I would never check that fucking closet. I would be out of there. The resulting fall knocks the wind out of me. Pain racks my whole spine and the back of my head as it collides against the floor, with force enough to dislodge my own brain from my skull. A moment lasts before stars fade from my vision. And then, I sense it. Cold tendrils twisting around my ankles, the smell of vile rot assaulting my nose. Nauseating, sickening, a foul smell draining every feeling in my body. The moment her horrid laughter, still as unpleasant and vicious as the last time I heard it, reaches my ears, my eyes snap open. Perhaps it's just inexperience. Or maybe my mind's still attempting to comprehend this. Regardless, the minute my eyes land on her, the whole of my body freezes. The gun in my hand turns useless as my grip on it slackens. In a manner her gaze bores on me, I'll say. The look of utter hatred and malice. I've seen it loads of times. From suspects, mostly murderers who never regretted their actions despite being caught. This is the face of someone you can no longer reason with. And I know, the moment she laughs again and starts dragging me towards her, it's already going to be
Ashton, snap out of it!
No, I can't die here. Not yet. The haze fades from my mind as instinct kicks in there and then.
Out! Get out! Get out of here!
With one powerful tug, I yank my foot out of her grip and scramble back to my feet, ignoring the piercing wails that she fills the room with. Within the span of a second, I'm gunning for the door, grabbing the wrist of the first person my hand can reach, leading the 2 of them out. Into the hallway. Down the flight of steps and right inside my car. I waste no time flooring on the gas pedal the second the last person closes the door behind them, and in a short while, I'm driving us out of Salem Well. I don't even entertain the thought of winding down just yet, even as the last of the woman's painful cries fade into the night. Oh, good lord. Why isn't it Hannah this time? I think... Here's the thing. I think when the ghost takes form of like Hannah and Kylie and all of that, I think that is just to manipulate the people. Like with Marianne, she basically only saw the ghost as Lorraine, and that was because that was her one big weakness. And I don't think the ghost just takes on the form of people with no good reason, so to say. If he left someone behind and pulled the ghost with him. I'm gonna see Becca ghost at some point. Oh yeah, 100%. Hi Irons, good evening. Why did Becca see Hana and not Kylie? I am not sure. I'm not sure. A dreary downpour starts off the Monday. Now we're on October 21st. We've never been this far before. Although it doesn't last for more than an hour, the dark cloud lifted just after the sun peaks over the horizon. Brief as it is, the rain has significantly dampened the park's usual cheery vibe. This is a long game? Yes. Yes, it is. Mornings like this often mark the start of another bad week. An arrest gone wrong, another investigation leading to a dead end, or some truly fucked up shit being called in. Like that one time I was dispatched to a scene where a guy gouged his own eyeball out and almost ate it. Was a few chews away from swallowing it, in fact. Lost my dinner that day.
Fun times.
No. Of course, I don't doubt anything can top getting cursed by a damn chain letter of all things. This is the sort of stupid thing people pass along as a prank through emails and text messages, for fuck's sake. A ghost chasing after you just puts the icing on that cake. So far, all we've done is run, snoop about, read stuff, and run again. It frustrates me to no end how we're still no closer to an answer. Even my car reflects the state my mind is in. Photocopies of documents litter every available surface, scattered all over the place, spilling from the passenger side and into the back seat, making an entire mess of what little space there is. Not that I'm any better. My last shower was 24 hours ago. I haven't slept at all, and my last meal was that chocolate porridge thing Isabella offered. Thank God we ate it. The way I am now, I'll definitely get a scolding. If Becca was here, she'd give me an earful and tell me to take care of myself better. Say that I'm killing myself on the job. I can already hear Isabella complaining how dark bags under my eyes are getting, and about how I reek and how I need to shower pronto. Wait a second, for what? What? What did you just realize? We're actually pretty far because we skipped up all of this by choosing a different route. So we're getting pretty far. Yes, Skibbles. He did indeed say that.
I can rest easy when this is all over.
It's not that I can't feel the pang of hunger. With that woman chasing after you, it's difficult not to feel anything other than horror. The rush of adrenaline coursing through my veins and desperation to survive. In fact, I can still sense the ghost of her touch from last night. Her bony digits wound tightly around my ankle and that horrid smile she has on her as she pulls me closer. Wonder if that arc allows you to save Becca. I don't think there's anything you can do as Ash to save Becca, but during her storyline, you 100% can. 100%. She has 1, 2, 3 different endings. I might have seen one of them. I might have seen this and I'm not telling you what that was. The memory is enough to send a shiver up my spine and make me antsy. Perhaps the only thing comforting about this is the sight of my gun ready, nearby. He doesn't seem to have a lot of mourning over his lifelong best friend. No, I don't really think so. Don't judge me, Skipples! Don't judge me. Ugh.
I can't with you.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Thank you for the bits. The body's broken? It's not broken. It's not broken. Wait, I think I disabled points for myself. Hang on. Oh my god, the body's broken. No, it's not. It's just... It's a little slow, okay? Link was broken earlier. It's definitely working now, so there's no need to complain. But it's working now, so that's the important part. And also, like I said, I think I disabled points for myself. So that I wouldn't be at the top of the leaderboard. Because that would be unfair. Because that would be... Yeah, I was, mister. I disabled points for myself before I added the leaderboard command. I was definitely at the top of the leaderboard, so trust me. Trust me on this. From my dashboard, sunlight glints off Ophelia's surface. He named his gun Ophelia? Hang on. Likes. I screamed, surely Ophelia. He has listed his gun as one of his likes under his nickname for his gun. Oh, Ash. Normally, I keep it hidden in a compartment. Luxborn police regulations only allow authorized people to carry firearms, and even those are limited. I do have that authorization. But I never really saw the need for its use, when the standard issue tasers are more than good enough to incapacitate anyone. If not, I can always throw them on their back. Those judo lessons Dad forced me to get as a kid has its uses too. Name your gun after a girl who commits suicide? Yeah, it's a little... It's a little morbid. On a ghost though, all of those will probably yield the same results. They're all useless. I might as well use a stick. However, it's the feeling of ease that I'm after, or what little I can gather from it. The awareness that I at least have something to protect myself with in case things go wrong. That I can still protect the people who are still depending on me despite the missteps I've taken. It doesn't take the edge off, though. The feeling that your whole body has been strained far beyond its capacity. Frankly, I'm already running out of steam. Those story updates, they will be the death of me, I promise. The only thing pushing me right now is knowing someone still depends on me. A stretch is still in order, though. I've been sitting here since last night. Soon, I step out of my car, closing it behind me with a thud as I take in my surroundings. Only if it drops it? Wow. Wow. Too soon. Way too soon. The rain did wonders. The morning air feels crisper and cooler than it's ever been in days. For once, the weather seems to be taking a turn for the normal. Luxborn normal. In the distance, beyond the buildings lining the horizon, dark clouds are blowing in.
A storm might be due this evening, give or take.
A shame for the people looking forward to Halloween tonight. I'm just not sure whether this is something I can look forward to as well. Still, I bask in the change it brings. Inhale, exhale. Breathing in, taking in the peace as if it'll be my last. But as with all the good things, the quiet shortly comes to an end. Not necessarily a bad end. The chatter reaches my ears first, halting my movements. Sure enough, when I glance up...
I love donating bits in your stream cause bot says stuff.
Thank you so much, Seb. Appreciate that. Thank you for the bits. I hope you're doing well. Sure enough, when I glance up, I find them. Zack and Isabella, just as I've entered the park grounds, bags of convenience store food in hand. After last night's flight from Salem, well, we've elected to stay the night here, unsure if our own homes will still be safe. Girdlers still catch me off guard. I'm sorry, Hope. I'm sorry. I remember back in the day when they used to scare the shit out of me. Thank God that's not the case anymore. Normally, we'd all be adverse to the idea of spending the night outside like this, but panic and distress has tainted that decision. Someday we'll get new alerts that will catch you off guard. I'm not looking forward to it. Hi G, good evening. Still like the gunshot one? Hey, I'm not Mikey. Sit a bunch of my bits just to use it here. Aw, Seb, that is very sweet of you. It's not like any of us had gotten an ounce of sleep anyway. On the off chance of one of us did, it only lasted but a second, or it's a fitful one. But looking at them right now from afar, it's easy to mistake them for just friends on a day out. Isabella's gesturing wildly with her arms as she talks. Something funny or amusing probably, because it's soon followed by Zach's booming laughter. Their voices fill the atmosphere with light air, temporarily easing off the disheartening moves. It's easy to pretend we're not knee-deep in a life and death situation the way they're acting now. No, I haven't played the Dragon Age games. I have not. I have been told to play them multiple times. But, you know. You know. Easy to forget we've lost someone. If anything... She has by someone. Someone, I'm not gonna mention names or anything. Stop squinting at me! If anything, it's only their appearance that betrays the mask. Slightly disheveled, bags under their eyes, an exhausted curve in their shoulders, and dragging footsteps. But the closer they get, the more obvious these signs are to the naked eye. Zach tosses an energy drink my way the moment the distance allows it. Isabella hands me another bag she's holding, before seating herself on the edge of the fountain. The scent of warm food immediately wafts from the bag when I open it, carried further by a passing breeze. Whatever sweet sauce they drizzled over this pork wannabe, it smells heavenly. Hell, even the sorry-looking vegetables seems appetizing.
Link is the top dog. We shall praise him like a god from his throne, aka Twiggie's chair. Ooh, yeah.
Thank you so much, Seb. Thank you for the bits. Look at this. Look at this. This is a path. This is not choices that are made now. This is all determined by what you have done earlier in the story. We're on this path right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 different paths, depending on what you've done earlier. I'm not gonna look any further, don't worry. I just... Holy shit! And you know, it's gonna be like every variation of Isabella alive, Becca dead, Zach alive. It's gonna be Isabella dead, Zach dead, Rebecca alive. It's gonna be every single one of those variations. Oh, fuck me for deciding to 100% this game. Despite myself, without even checking what it is, hunger swiftly takes over every irrational thought. I dig in without waiting for them to start. Both of them appear to be on the same mind, too. Soon enough, they also start with theirs. No casual talk while we fill our empty stomachs. Exhausted as we all are, food is something we can't forego. Starvation dulls the thinking, weakens the body. If we are to survive this, we're gonna have to take care of ourselves first. I know what Rebecca would do. Play the heck out of this game to 100% everything? What? Maybe. In a matter of minutes, we're done and dumping the empty cartons on a nearby waste bin. Along with it is a shift in the mood. Back to dismal. Back to the problem at hand. Yeah, Hope, this playthrough right here, this save file, it's only the choices that I made on stream. I will not go back on any of those for as long as I'm streaming it for the first playthrough. However, I have a bunch of save files over here in the back end. This is where I make different choices to see all the different outcomes. And if you look at the chart, I 100%ed Isabella and Hannah's chapters. I'm working on Zachary and Marianne's chapters as well. So nothing will happen on stream that you haven't already seen previously on stream. It's so elaborate. It's so elaborate. It's crazy. Back to the problem at hand. The comfortable atmosphere from minutes ago was nice while it lasted. Admittedly, I missed this kind of moments between us. We never had the chance, always busy on some project at work. The things we've taken for granted, now we're realizing how valuable they are. With one of us gone, the world has an awful sense of humor. While the one we just had is short-lived, it's another thing I want to look forward to, if we ever free ourselves from this damn curse. I'd like to believe there is a way. For now, we have to focus back on the present. This. Dead people. The letter. The curse. It's not simple to bring these things up, but necessary.
What now? Where do we go from here?
Yeah, Kali, it's the day after right now. It's not a question directed at anyone in particular, but they all look at me as if my face has all the answers in the world. I used to think so, back when I was the top of my game, and I'm still sure of anything. Now, there's just uncertainty sullying whatever decision I come up with. Honest second ending was weird? Yes. Yes. It was. We're just gonna come up with. At some point, logic has simply stopped working here, and we've started grasping at straws. Yeah, I'm not gonna spoil anything that hasn't happened on stream. Even though I've seen all the different endings to Isabella and Hana, I'm not gonna tell you guys. So many VODs about watching this game. It's only 36 hours of playtime. It'll go quickly. It'll be over before you know it. Along with exhaustion, fatigue, and stress, we have enough kindling to get a fire burning. The not so pleasant kind of fire.
I think it's clear. We can't just stay here.
But we can't just keep running like this either, Zach.
We don't really have a choice, Bella. We can't even go back to our own homes. No matter where we go or hide, she's gonna get us.
You're giving up again.
I ain't! I'm just being realistic. Nowhere's safe. Even if dying's the last thing I want to do right now, I can tell there is no way that woman's...
You know why text-to-speech censored that message, Zep? It's because the word jackass has the word ass. But thank you so much for the bits.
This is just like your movie all over again.
For reference, it also censors the word assignment for the same reason.
This and that are two different things, Bella.
To change that laugh sound with a ghost laugh sound? I should, shouldn't I? What if you're talking about a donkey? Text-to-speech lady doesn't know that.
And you know what? Right now, I'd rather see my movie flop twice over than go through this.
Just because this whole thing doesn't look good, doesn't mean there isn't a way out. Zach, I know Rebecca wouldn't...
Luke is alive. We haven't played as him yet.
Rebecca's gone, Bella. And if what happened last night didn't tell you how bad...
I know that! You don't have to keep reminding me. Do you really think I don't blame myself for everything?
Nobody's telling you to think that way!
Implemented this filter changes swears to nice words. Oh, I love that. I do not want to hear even about this. Too spooky for you? Aw, mister. I'll think about it.
No, but you might as well just say it. Even if no one else does. I know everyone thinks this is...
All right, that's enough! Both of you, stop this!
They both falter to silence at my words, and an awkward, stifling mood descends between the three of us. I do not mean to shout, to snap at them, to add to that kindling. Not in a moment when anytime, anywhere she might get to one of us. We're all in the same boat, yet here we are, playing the blame game. Little by little, we're falling apart, caving into the pressure, to the bleak situation we're trapped in. Did that ghost mean for this to happen? To divide us? To divide each of us so she can pick us off one after another? Who knows? Anything's possible now. Anything's possible now if her kind can exist. I take a hit on the desk while the zombie lady Ghost walk past. Yeah, there have been a lot of really, really good scares, honestly. That one was one of them. With the fire burning between us, rising as high as it does now, I'm afraid, deathly afraid, that the possibility might come sooner than I can figure all of this out. Fuck, I still can't think straight. I can't even believe the next words coming out of my mouth, that out of everyone, I have to be the one saying these to them. This is more their forte than mine, keeping the peace, placating everyone, while I unintentionally aggravate people with badly chosen words. Funny how fast the tables had turned after just one unfortunate incident. How am I even supposed to cope?
If we all want to get out of this mess in one piece, we're gonna have to cool our heads first.
Good night, Saima. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Sleep well. I'm so curious to what this entire scene looks like. What if they're all dead at this point? What would Ash's chapter be like if they all died? Ugh. Before my own temper flares, I walk away and slide back into my car. If the door slams with more force than needed, I'd like to blame it on the pent-up anger boiling in me. I'm not even sure what or who I'm angry at. 5 minutes of clicking through angles of this fountain in silence. When you find out, you won't tell the rest of Zenny anyway. I might put it under spoiler tags. Something like shit's fucked, yo. Let's investigate. Probably. The door slams more force than needed. I'd like to blame it on the pent-up anger boiling up in me. I'm not even sure what or who I'm angry at. The ghost? At them? Or maybe at myself for being this useless? Because despite none of them saying it, I know, goddammit. They're still counting on me. In spite of my failures, of every harsh word I've uttered, or how unbearable I can be as a friend. It's there when the tension after the argument finally breaks, and one by one, they follow me and get in the car. It's in concerned glances they shoot my way when I start the engine without a word and drive off. It's in their silence. A heavy gift, their unwavering trust. Yet it's one that I'm more than willing to carry, even through my own exhaustion, if only to keep them safe. In this city of 68,000 strangers, they're the only ones I have left. Though in all seriousness, a good rest is still our best bet for now. Thinking with an exhausted brain is almost as good as running around in circles.
Every time I'm in here, always impressed English isn't your original language.
I appreciate that, Seb. Thank you very much. I try. It's crazy how much my English has improved by streaming. Just by talking English on a regular basis, it works. Works so well for getting good at a language. The local Irish pub might not be the best place to hang around when one hasn't slept in a wink, or you're stressed. More often than not, it's loud. Do you think we're gonna find Luke? We're probably not gonna find Marianne, right? Because Marianne is locked in a dungeon. Despite all these clips to say otherwise. What? Just gone through Becca dying for the second time. It's fine, Simon. We can deal with the Irish accents together. Sometimes the music played by drunkards grates the airs and the whole place smells like piss on a bad day. Or do you think Marianne is gonna be here? That she escaped? All in all, it's the very definition of the last place I'll hang around after a wakeful night, but it's safe. Marianne got trapped in a dungeon on the 28th. So 3 days by now. Or as safe as it can be with G security watching the place. Makes it easy to find help in case you find yourself in a tight spot. The place being owned by a person I've implicitly placed my trust on provides some semblance of comfort too. Gregor, bartender G or just G to his regular patrons, might be rough around the edges. Sometimes a little too gruff for a man serving drinks behind the counter. But he belongs to the good folk of this city. If there's anyone in this place I can rely on to look after the people important to me, it's probably him. He means well, surprisingly, despite his surly demeanor. Cares to some extent for the people he likely only sees once or twice a week on a bad day. Not the best job in the world, in my opinion. But that's exactly it, isn't it? In wine, there is truth. Alcohol, in this case. It loosens the tongue, forces one to let his or her guard down. Whatever inhibitions anyone has, it all flies straight out of the window after a few glasses. See the library back there? It's not as high as I expected. It's like 6 stories. See you, Seb. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. It's high enough, yeah. It's just, for some reason, I expected it to be higher. I don't know why. Yeah, it doesn't show here. Whatever. It's made him observant, too. Always has 1 or 2 things to say about someone or something. Most of the time, it's me. Opinionated ass. Doesn't look high enough to kill someone. You can die from falling from 1 meter. If you land the right way and is really unlucky. Yeah, you can be extremely unlucky and die from like nothing. And some people can survive falling from the 15th floor. There's no one answer to what will kill a person in that regard. 6th story will most likely. I'm sorry, Simon. I'm sorry. We'll move on. But God knows how many times I've asked for his help when I'm met with a dead end in case I'm in trouble. This time's no different. If you're a witcher, you die on a small step, yes. Or if you're in the long dark, you will sprain your ankle just by standing still. I'm sorry, Simon. I'm sorry. I hope you have something to make you feel better. As expected, the moment we show up, he's kind enough to offer us room at the back of his shop. A single look at my face, I don't even need to say anything, and the next thing we know, he's leading us in. No questions asked. Maybe it's also for this reason why I find myself drifting towards his station hours later, after having gotten that much-needed shut-eye. Don't know if you guys ever been in an Irish pub. This is not what it looks like. No, it's not. Newly washed drinking glasses and tumblers line the counter surface when I enter the room. Behind the bar, G's busy wiping each of them clean, likely prepping it for tonight's use. Briefly, he glances up at me, once I claim one of the empty stools and grab a rocks glass sitting closest to my elbow. Turning it absent-mindedly in my palm just to keep my hands occupied, while my brain's busy, still trying to make sense of everything. Even at a dead hour, with only a few patrons milling about, this place still smells strongly of liquor. Honestly, I've never grown fond of it. Hi, Ann. Good evening. You missed them basically finding out about Becca and going all in and trying to solve the case. Hasn't really been that much happening today. Regardless of how many times I made a trip or sat here, on the same spot, just talking with the old man. I've never been fond of drinking in the first place. Yet oddly, it's the nasty odor of brewery that helps clear the mind at this time. Along with the lack of establishments, unusual hubbub, and the occasional clinking of glasses. Even more bizarre is that, through my lack of words, G doesn't say anything. Although it's clear from the way his mouth is curved up in a tight frown that he has questions, a bucket load of it, he wisely keeps it shut. Instead, he simply focuses back on his work. Rinse, swipe, stash away, repeat. Going through the motions with such familiarity, it's almost a trance. Watching his precise movements quietly like this, with these thoughts swimming inside my head, it's easy to lose track of everything around me. One solid lead on this, one possible way to sort this out, but will it work? Especially if my assumption's correct and that the reason Zack was there yesterday morning was because of the curse. Something must have happened there for him to see the need to visit that place this morning. What if the couple has fallen victim to the curse too? It doesn't fall outside of the realm of possibility. I've been so biased, not even thinking that they might be in danger as well. But during the open house with Isabella, they might have seen the letter and... fuck.
Stupid, stupid, stupid. Some fucking detective I am.
That's likely the moment when Cooper saw it. If the logic holds, I need to hurry there right away. And if there are answers anywhere, it would be there. It should be there. Where all of this fucking mess started. It's not only my life on the line here, there are others. What happened to us, I won't wish on anyone else, no matter how much I loathe them. Or how complicated all of this has suddenly become. The letter. The woman. The mansion. And now there are voices lacing venom inside every crevice of my head. Murmurs that jeer, scoff, and deride whenever an opportunity presents itself.
It's because you didn't listen.
Was that the chief?
It's all your fault.
Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't know why he's in the bar, Skibbles. I think he just wanted to talk to G.
Why won't she believe me?
A reminder of what I failed to do and who I failed. At some point, they all begin to blur together, twining and coiling. Every horrid image and memory of her, seeking the forefront of my mind. Yes, G. To you. You hold all the answers to this case, and you have to talk to Ash right now. No matter how much I refuse to remember the fear I felt then, to push it as far back as I can, the visions come to me like a deluge. And before I know it, before I can drown, another voice pulls me out of it.
You're doing good there, boy.
His hand is on my shoulders, gripping it tightly and giving me a light shake. There's relief in his face when I finally look up at him, although his frown appears more distinct than the concern in his eyes. It's deeper now, marred with worry and agitation. He does let go when I offer him a small nod, but the furrow between his eyebrows never leaves his face. He always has a knack for reading people after all, even someone who can be as closed off or distant like me. In all the time I've spent in the force, there's only one other person who's as keen as the old guy, the chief. Funny, and weird to some extent. I pointed it out to him so many times before how much they look alike, only for the observation to be brushed off with a vehement tone. I like that they're also acknowledging that he looks like the chief, who also looks like the priest. Yeah, Skibbles. It's the exact same character model. I never brought it up again after the third time, out of respect for the guy. Whatever it is, it's clear it's something he doesn't want to talk about. Why push, right? However, during times like this, it's impossible for the thought not to come up. He even has a glare down pat. Under his wordless scrutiny, I feel like a damn rookie again.
You're looking a bit green. Sure you got plenty of rest back there? You were only out for an hour or two. Wouldn't hurt to try and get some sleep. I'll keep an eye out.
No need. Don't worry about me. I won't be able to get some sleep anyway.
Not with her face still a clear picture in my head, no.
I heard that from you before. Not buying it. What's the story this time? This as bad as that case with the guy who ate his own eyeball?
Same voice actor too, yep.
I wish it were. And Jesus, stop reminding me. I hated that case. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you get a kick out of telling people about it.
It's useful, you know, for blokes who don't know their limits. Sends them right out the door after I start with a description. Or was it the part when the poor schmuck gouged his eyes out? Nasty, awful, icky stuff, and it gets the job done. Like I said, useful. Don't even need to call security these days if I want to kick someone out. Anyway, pretty sure that pales in comparison to whatever this is now.
Yes.
I haven't seen you this stressed out since I closed that case. The one from 10 years ago with your professor friend.
Abigail and her team weren't able to solve that one, G. No one has been able to. It just went cold.
Same difference. But what do I know, eh? I just serve drinks, listen to people's problems and their whining, then make sure they get home safe afterwards. Thing is, I'm also not blind, kiddo. And you can bet your ass I can tell when a person's about to fall apart.
What? Is this some form of therapy from you? Are you going to offer me free drinks now?
Maybe you shouldn't be talking about his crime scene cases or the bartender can use investigations to get drinks out. Maybe. But also, I think this is something that they have been doing for a long time, considering when we started Marianne's chapter, he was right here talking about Luke. For some reason. Really, I can use some drinks right now. Something to numb the senses. But when has that helped anyone?
In your dreams, kid. Last time someone gave you the hard stuff, your photographer friend had to haul you out of this place almost half naked.
Hey, I can handle my liquor when I put my mind to it.
Uh-huh.
Not from what I've seen, nope. Besides, you usually avoid drinking. Either way, it's out of the equation. And when booze no longer counts, we just talk. So, talk. It's not like anyone within earshot will care. That chap over there only wants his cricket matches.
I doubt you believe it, G.
I've heard worse stuff. Try me.
Have you really?
You know that mansion down at Anslem?
You're just gonna tell him everything? Oh. What if? What if he tells him everything and that brings out the curse to G? What if we tell him everything now and then think everything is fine, and then we go back here in like a couple of days and he's batshit, he's gouged his eyes out.
Yeah, who doesn't?
That would be interesting.
You live in this town long enough, it's impossible not to hear a thing or two about it. Bloody locals.
Well, my friend found a primitive version of a chain letter in there. Now that we've seen it, we're cursed.
A beat passes. For a long moment, G stands there unmoving. His hand stops short of placing the glass he's been wiping prior back on a rack on his left. All while he stares at me with eyes that are nothing short of scrutinizing. He probably assumes I'm joking. Who wouldn't? Not a week ago, I've been put in the same position. I think we've seen the ghost once today. Even now, in spite of the things I've seen and heard, it simply won't sink in. Or maybe this is just desperation creeping in. The idea that I might not be able to find a way out of this. Whatever the case is, for people who hasn't experienced what I'm going through, this merely sounds like an awful Halloween prank.
It's not a prank.
This must have been what Isabella found the whole time we made fun of her that day.
This isn't a prank! I saw something!
Now it's too late. We're stuck in a never-ending nightmare where the only way out might be death. And like I've expected, G's reaction to it? An amused laughter. It booms throughout the whole pub after a long bout of silence, like I've just told him a particularly funny joke.
Okay. Good one, kid. You don't want to spill. No one's forcing you. Seriously, though. Good one.
Are you not going to bed until you lose all your points, Fari? Although I want to be angry with him, I can't find it in myself. Can't even muster the energy for a scowl or a glare. Nothing but a taste of my own medicine to temper the annoyance bubbling up in me, I suppose. In the end, echoing her words is the best I can do.
It's not a joke.
Yeah, all right, good luck with that. You're on your own. Here I thought you didn't have an ounce of humor in that body. Guess I'm wrong.
He shakes his head, lets out another chuckle before returning to his task. By now, almost half of the glasses have been put away. The only ones remaining are the smaller kind used for shots and stemmed ones for cocktails. Despite being busy with his tasks, his amusements does not entirely disappear from his face. He keeps talking as if I'm simply another customer he entertains with his stories. But we both know it's more than that. It's the wistful expression on him says anything.
Man, can't believe you're the same rookie who walked in here almost a decade ago. Too smart for his own good, that boy. He's always been 2 steps ahead of things. Now he's here, sulking.
I must have screwed up somewhere then.
I must have screwed up a lot. For things to suddenly shift like this. For me to become a mere shadow of the person I used to be. Is Ash even old enough to be in here? He's 29.
Nah, I don't think so. This one, screwed up? Not by a mile. It's too early to say. You've still got several years ahead of you, Holmes. Take it easy. But some things change, eh? It has been years, and you were a kid back then.
I think he's been a detective for like 7 years or something. Something like that. It's anime, of course he looks way younger than he is.
You know, the sort that's a bit unsure. making all the horrible decisions in life he'd eventually be embarrassed to talk about.
You never stop calling me kid, though.
Well, you still are. It's just that this time, you're sure of who that badge and gun is for. What was it you police types usually say? To protect and serve, yeah?
A significant pause follows at its heels. From both of us, if he allows the meaning to sink in and spur something in me. Stirring a feeling both heavy and forceful, but not completely unwelcome. Familiar. Though before I can even clarify what he's trying to imply or gather my thoughts at the matter, G turns away to begin his work on the silverware. He'll need those too. Once more of his patrons come in for lunch. Slow and easy. A sharp contrast with the strained air we've been wading through these past weeks. A fleeting moment, but one I allow myself to relish, if only because of its absence lately. The way things are now, this is almost a gift. So when it all ends with a loud shuffling of foot from the adjacent hallway, a sigh is all that leaves me. There's no need for me to look up to know who it is. Zack's treads alone are telling. There's always a weighted set to them, steps that are taken with a lazy cadence. Like he's always trying to make himself smaller, less conspicuous than he really is. In a place he's unfamiliar with, he also tends to linger, stand awkwardly at the sides as if he's too afraid to break something. That, or he's waiting for a permission of some kind. Either way, he's never been the kind to barrel headfirst into things or forego courtesy, despite appearances. Much like how Rebecca's mother, Henning, believes her fiery temperament, or Isabella's rare displays of maturity appears at odds with her youth. There has been a lot of those in my life, it seems, more so from the people I've grown closer to over the years. Walking contradictions, we all are. It's a wonder how we ended up as friends in the first place. But maybe that's also exactly why, to some extent, there's still an understanding in there, in knowing, that no matter how long you've been together, or how familiar you are with a person's habits, or how many lifetimes there might be for all of you, one can never fully know a person. Sometimes it works because they merely choose to stay. Sometimes it's as simple as someone extending a hand first or an apology, regardless of every hurtful word say.
Hey. Hey, Ash?
There's nothing happening in his bar. Hi, Pureblood. Good evening. I'm actually gonna take a short break right now. I need to refill my water and stretch my legs a little bit, so I'll be back in a few minutes. Alright, we are back. Like the others have said, the points have no real use other than occasional giveaways. You pay for entries with the points. This time I glance at him, briefly, gauging the mood. Not because reconciliation is an issue for me. Between us, it never will be. But somehow, this is another thing I'm all too afraid to see crumble in front of me. One wrong word. If this is going to end in another argument, we might as well stop as early as now. There's another long pause from him, during which he can't seem to figure out what to do with his hand. In the end, he chooses to stuff both in his pockets and train his eyes at now empty space behind the counter. Without our notice, G has slipped back to the kitchen, leaving only the two of us and everything awkward in the world at the moment. Still, Zack trudges on, a hopeful tone slipping into his voice, simply because it's the only thing he knows how to do.
Did you, you know, get any sleep?
It's a start, at least. A stiff one, but a start. The least I can offer in return is that rare honesty.
For a few hours, yeah.
Curt, brusque, What are these words? Not an ounce of friendliness in it. In spite of it, Zack takes it as a sign. Relief washes over him as his shoulder relaxes and he releases a tense breath. You have no idea. It's... Alright. Soon, he's closing the distance he's put between us and flops onto the chair to my right.
I think the better question is if the dreams are pleasant. And for the record, no.
I am shocked.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I get those a lot.
He shifts in his seat, coughs, jumps his fingers on the counter for a short while, and falls silent. That's it, no apologies. Somehow, that short exchange is all we need. The air changes again, much like everything we've known lately. Chewbags, hi, how are you? How are you doing? It's good to see you. Maybe not for the better. Not yet. However, it's less suffocating, with less hostility and resentment. The kind where it's easy to pretend, easy to forget. No worries, Chewbacca, I appreciate it. I'm very well, thank you. How are you? Enjoy dinner. Not that it's a thing that'll happen anytime soon, but one can dream. In a situation where death might come knocking at any time, it's this little hope we can cling to. It's these little things we wish will happen again. I'm not an optimistic person by nature. Hopeful, maybe, but never optimistic. Though I want to believe there's a way we'll live through this nightmare. For the sake of the one we've lost. It's just funny how it took all of this to spur these kinds of thoughts in me. I can't even remember the last time something like it has occurred to me. You work on the computer later. This is the perfect game to listen to, I think, while you do other stuff, because it's 90% text. It's the kind of game that I really enjoy just lurking on while I do other stuff, because it's just, there's so much reading, and if someone has a comfortable voice, some people have said that I do, I'm not sure I agree, but whatever. It's just nice to lurk at. See you later, too. For some reason, after seeing one harrowing thing after another, I've simply forgotten.
Why are you suddenly smiling like that?
Huh? Oh, no, I was just thinking about something.
Well, it better be something that'll get us out of this mess.
What makes you think I know how to fix this? Until 2 days ago, I didn't even believe a word you guys have been telling me. Zack, I function better when I'm dealing with homicide cases. Hell, feel free to throw in the usual robbery and missing persons case into the mix. I don't care. Give me a few days and I'll give you a lead. This isn't how I operate. This isn't what I'm good at.
Pretty alright. I'll take it. I'll take it.
For all you know, I might even end up getting us killed. I have no idea what I'm doing.
Well, the fact that you're frustrated but still trying already means something, Ash. Besides, you don't make that face unless you already have an idea. It can't be any worse than this. Maybe.
Maybe.
What's on your mind, Ash?
There really is something about Z-Man. Between Rebecca and him, I tend to share with him things I won't normally say to the other. Unlike her, who pushes, sometimes with the same tenacity as her moods, Zack has this strange tendency to ease people into telling him whatever he wants to know. Oftentimes, the question feels so subtle, it catches me off guard, with less force and more forbearance. Quit calling me Seaman. Zack has been telling him that for ages and he's not listening. There's a bit of a hole in the writing here. Really? After all, out of anything, he's the most grounded. So I can see if Rebecca is alive. Yeah. I see what you mean, but... Span. Really, he's like the older brother I never had. The kind you can depend on when things go sour. The kind you tell things to simply because he'll listen, without forcing his own opinions on you.
We still have one more lead we haven't checked. I'm gonna look into it tonight.
Wait, what is that one lead? To the mansion? It doesn't take him long to put two and two together, and his calm expression abruptly dissolves to worry the second he realizes what I meant. We've already examined the letter, read through the piles of documents. There's really only one we haven't given once over. The mansion. I hope they get there, and I hope they look into the cellar. Of course, Zack might not be the kind of person to push, but that doesn't mean he agrees with everything that comes out of my mouth. It's his way of keeping me steady and on my feet through the years.
Hold on, didn't you tell me not to go in there? Whatever happened to stay away from Luke Wright?
You're an unarmed civilian, Zack.
And so?
So, I want you to stay here and keep yourself safe.
Ash is going to the mansion alone? Oh boy.
I probably won't take too long, but I don't know what might happen. I'm not even sure if I'll find something in there.
Oh boy.
G will keep an eye on you guys.
Oh boy.
If you need anything, that woman shows up, just holler. He'll help out, no questions asked. You don't even need to explain anything.
Marianne, yeah, she's been there 3 days, unless there's something in Luke's timeline that ends up with him finding her. We don't know that. Should have converted the dining room into garage is the only way to break the curse. I mean, they've seen the ghost while they've been in groups. They saw it at Isabella's apartment and at BRC. So, we don't know how it works, but I think they're much, much less likely to die if they're in a group. Oh, yeah, why would leave anyone alone in this situation? It's so dumb. He's not willing to concede, not from the manner he grips his knees or the rigid set of his jaw.
I'm going with you. You can't go in there alone, Ash.
Good. Ghost has a harder time using his magic while they're together. Where's Isabella? We don't know.
I heard something. The morning I was there, I heard someone scream, and then there was a woman crying.
Power of friendship. Ugh. We don't know where Isabella is. They had a fight, and she's somewhere.
I don't know what's going on inside that mansion, but I am telling you, you shouldn't face whatever's inside alone.
Before I can stop myself, a heavy breath escapes from my mouth. It's one of those times again where Zack means well, but he's completely missing the point I'm trying to make. When things take a turn for this, when he gets in a mood like this, he's almost as headstrong as Isabella. How and where do I even start? So we have no choice to tell him to come with us. That's not an option. This is all, how do we tell him that there's no way we're bringing him and it's gonna affect our relationship, which is gonna affect something down the line. You'll only get in the way is really rude. It'll feel better if I don't have to worry about you, but he's gonna worry about it regardless because he's gonna leave him alone outside of the fucking mansion. I agree, Ive. I wish we could have him come. I wish we could have both him and Isabella come with us, but we apparently can't, and that sucks. Indy, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. How are you guys doing? How many people died? How many people did you die today? Hi, Malaria. Good evening. How's it going? Too many? Oh, oh, Indy. I'm so sorry. Apart from people dying, though, how is your stream? How are you doing? Let me just go to the mansion. Perhaps the ghost kills my friends while I'm there. At least I don't have to worry, right? We have to say this. It's... You'll only get in the way just sounds really rude. We have to say it's better if I don't have to worry about you. Zack is never in the way. How can Zack ever be in the way of anything? He's the best character. Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Malaria. Appreciate that. How are you doing? There are only two ways this will end. I agree with him and take him with me, or I agree with him and drop the idea altogether. Neither appeals more than the others, especially when we're all desperate for answers and a way out. If all it'll take is a little more honesty to make him drop this harebrained idea, so be it. We didn't have a choice to take him with us. I wanted to, but we can't. The only choice we had was how to turn him down and convince him to not go with us. Thank you for following, Malaria. I appreciate that. Hi, Dr. Degenerator. Only two ways he said, and both of them are dead. No. No! These guys are not gonna die. Don't even. Don't even.
Look, man. Bro. Z-Man. Zack. Zachary, listen. I know you only want to help.
Like hell! This ain't just about helping, Ashton! You're throwing yourself in the thick of it, on your own!
If Zack is yelling at you like this, you take a fucking hint. Zack never yells. Good night, mister. Sleep well. I hope you don't have too bad nightmares.
Was your fall last night really that bad? Did you hit your head hard? I honestly can't tell if you've gone stupid or just plain suicidal.
He's so worried about his buddy.
My head's okay, Zack. But it won't stay that way if we don't do anything about this. Someone has to.
Seriously, this is already a desperate move. The longer we dally, the faster we're losing our options. Do we even have one? Looking back at it, the whole business with the ghost seems perfectly set up to drive us into a corner. Either until we lose our mind, or she gets to us. It's starting to feel as if there isn't an escape. We've already become her playthings the second Isabella found that letter. Well, I would never want to go to a haunted mansion alone. I would bring everyone with me. Trust me. I would bring everyone. That our lives are in her hands ticks me off big time. But the idea of watching the people I care about die helplessly? More so. They're much safer here than with me. It's a selfish, I know. Born out of fear. Just grab everyone and go to the beach. See, that's a much better suggestion. I like that. Can we do that instead? Bring an army to the haunted mansion? Yeah. Just drive it to the ground. I mean, just drive it to the fucking ground. There is this theory, though, that the reason ghosts... When you think about traditional ghosts, that they walk through walls and stuff, that's because they walk the paths where there were no walls back in their time. So there might have been a part of the house that's been rebuilt or added to the house, and they won't... This is, of course, if you believe in ghosts in the traditional sense, and that they won't go through, like, the new paths, that they will just keep going through the old paths. My point with all of this is that even if we drive the place to the fucking ground, that probably won't affect anything. There's an ocean at the beach, yes, but I can stay away from the ocean. I can stay at the sand. That's okay. So, in case things go awry, the very last thing I want to happen is for Zack to take the fall with me. Is there a nuclear option? Probably. I've already made enough mistakes.
And that means it's just you.
Just me.
Suddenly, he clamps up. Although his actions, the restless shift in his shoulders, his mouth pressing closed in a tight line, and how he starts off again in a quiet note. It all gives away his real thoughts, long before 2 words have even made it out of his mouth.
I'm sure you already know about this. This won't really bring her back.
Aww.
Maybe this is you trying to make amends, or whatever. I don't know. You're making your own decisions here. But if something happens to you, it'll be just that. You'll just be another dead body out there. Please, don't do something like this.
Aww.
Don't worry. I'm not stupid enough to get myself killed.
Really?
I just want things to go back to normal, Zach.
Another dead air follows at the heels of that one admission. The meaning of my words, too heavy, too striking, it stuns us into another lull. Optimism aside, we're both aware that's impossible. We're going to have to deal with the trauma right after. There will be the images, the voices whispering inside our heads, the foreboding feeling. The stench of blood, gore, and death trailing after us. We may survive this, but those things? They will remain in us for a long time. One does not survive something like this without it leaving something in you. Just the mere thought of what might come right after it makes me dread it. What this has changed in all of us. But I suppose that outcome is more acceptable. The lesser of 2 evils.
3 hours.
My head snaps up and I turn to him, puzzled. He's staring at his hands with a thoughtful expression, brows furrowed in deep concentration. Like he's trying to choose the right words to convey what he's about to say.
3 hours? For what?
That's more than enough time to go there, to check things, like you said, and travel back here.
Not if he finds the dungeon.
If you don't show up here beyond that, I'm going after
There
you.
are dozens of us. Dozens!
Thank you so much for following, Anonymous. I appreciate it. It says your username in Streamlabs, but I guess it anonymized it in the alert because auto censor things. But thank you for following. I appreciate it. From his tone, it sounds more like a warning. I'm sure it's not his intention. But hearing something like that from a person like Zach, I can't help but chuckle and throw in a jibe, despite how dire things are. Just like the old times.
Make that 4.
What? You said you're just gonna check things. Why would you even need that long?
Speed limit? I'm a ranked law enforcement officer, Zach. I'm supposed to set an example.
He has a point.
I so wanna punch you right now.
Of course, Zach never carries it out. In light moments like this, it's just how he is. How we are. Unfortunately, G chooses the next moment to show up. He slams the flat of his palm on his counter and shooting us both a stern look. Although his tone is nothing short of jovial, the disapproval is clear in it. He's obviously misunderstanding the situation.
Boys, drummer's nice and all. I used to watch these bloody god-awful afternoon serials with one of my brothers many, many years ago. But listen, I am not having one in my pub, all right? You two want to fight? Go out.
A pregnant pause. Is that an expression? Is that an expression? He doesn't want to fight in his Irish pub? No, I don't know what's wrong with him. Then without any preamble, Zach and I are both snickering and G's glower melts into confusion. When we both show no signs of stopping, he simply shakes his head and turns away. I'd like to think it's better this way. Better that we part on light terms, so Zach won't have to see every little insecurity, every little doubt in me right now. It is an expression. I've never heard anyone say that before. That is really strange. Aww. Look how sweet they are. I don't think that's a rural pureblood. He's seen enough. The last thing I want him to glimpse is another display of weakness. Not when he still stares at me with the same unerring confidence in his eyes. When our mirth dies down, before anything can be said further, before I change my mind, I step away from them. Giving Zach's shoulder a few pats, mumbling a lame excuse about taking another nap under my breath. Although burying the straw. No. Burying the stray thought that flashes fleetingly in my head. Zack has seen me at my lowest point plenty of times. What does all of it matter now? That was a weird pause, but okay. Oh, because he fell asleep. He took a nap. The sun hangs lower when I stumble back into consciousness and drag myself downstairs. Around this time, the patrons usually start to twinkle in the main lounge until it reaches a peak around midnight. Today, however, it remains thin. It was a pregnant pause. Well played. People are feeling like something should be said, but it's not said. Alright, okay. But considering what day it isn't too worrisome for the kind of business G runs. He's always complained about the lack of a decent crowd on a week start, although he doesn't really begrudge his customers for it. No one wants to start the week with a bad case of a hangover after all, even him. Which makes the concerned look he gives me come off a bit too odd. With the kind of danger we're in, this swiftly puts me on the edge, even before sleep completely fades from my mind.
Something wrong, G?
G hums, but there's an undertone of annoyance in it despite his casual and open movements. And only after he finishes wiping a tumbler and carefully settles it face down on the table does he give me an answer. Good night, Joey. Sleep well. Thank you for being here. We're seeing the bartender in front and in the background. A little bit. The way he stares back at me honestly makes me squirm. It feels like I'm being stared down by my primary school teacher for sleeping in class again.
Nothing much. Monday's still a slow day for this place. But you might want to check on your friends, kid. Looks like one of them woke up on the wrong side of the bed while you were out.
Oh no. Another question forms in my head along with a small, confused frown. He turned slightly to look at us while we were like, aww. It's okay. Though before a single syllable slips past my mouth, he gestures his head on the far side of the main lounge. Isabella has settled in one of the tables set in a corner, in deep thought and with a scowl on her face. From the look of it, it appears woke up on the wrong side of the bed is a complete understatement. Turns out, sleep isn't just what some of us need. Even G appears to understand it. In spite of his efforts to look unconcerned as possible, there's a tense set on his shoulders. A nervous edge lingers in his eyes, as it occasionally flickers over Isabella. He doesn't want to deal with this, especially at the start of another busy week. Not that I know how. I don't even know what put her in such a bad mood. But the imploring gaze G directs at me leaves me with no other choice. It almost feels like he's guilting me into doing something about it. I hate that it's working. You know how I run this pub, kid. No fistfights, no catfights, no people in sullen moods. Only good booze, bad puns, and off-key singing. Go fix it before it turns into something chaotic. It's probably not as petty if Isabella's already in that state, but I give him a nod regardless.
Sorry about this, G.
He hums something under his breath for an answer and waves me off, turning away and returning to his work without another word. Even with the lack of a sizable crowd, he likes to keep busy. We're the same in that regard. Can't remain still, always have to stay moving, doing something, thinking, whatever keeps the brain at work. I leave him to it shortly after. Part of me wants to thank him for all the trouble he's taken from the people he barely know. Once this is over, I should probably find some way. In the meantime, I have this immediate problem to fix. Gotta get to this before it turns into a shitstorm. There's a strange lull in this area of the pub. People continue to trickle out instead of in, and this time only 2 tables remain occupied. Soon, these people too will be gone, and the whole place will be devoid of anyone. Frankly, its current state already lends the place an entirely different vibe. Along with the soothing strum of strings and the steady beat of drums playing overhead, there's a calming sense to this. A far cry from times I've been here before. And perhaps it's for this reason why Isabella has chosen this place to retreat. She sits quietly in the furthest corner of the room, in one of the tables set right next to the windows. G usually keeps the curtains closed around this hour, but a small portion of it has been pulled back, revealing the busy street outside. The late afternoon light spills in right through it, outlining her small form and pooling on the surface of the table, where both her arms rest. In her hands, she flips a piece of folded paper, turning it from one side to the other without any purpose. Excuse me for just staring at this for a minute. I'm just trying to see if it's clear that this is the part that they added. It has to be. I don't see anything else than the fact that the teenagers who found the letter added this. And like there's inconsistencies in both how it's written and like the shape of the letters and everything. It doesn't add up. As in, it has to be this that they have added. We aren't 100% sure, no. Analyzing handwriting in blood now? Well, yes. But look at the E's in particular. Like, this E kind of looks like the ones in Help Me. But these right here, they're completely different. I'm just saying. The letter. A small frown creases her forehead while she stares at it. Yet there's something oddly tranquil in the picture she has unknowingly painted. Something I can't bring myself to disturb, if only for a few seconds. It's one of those moments again. The rare ones. The ones where she's too still, too quiet. A complete opposite of her usual self. But it's these that often leave a mark. Not her cheery disposition or her lively attitude, but these short few seconds of wordless silence when the softest sighs and the slightest movements sing louder. The smallest, minuscule things that tell you about the person and her strength more than any words can express. It's these that carve a vivid memory, no matter how brief it lasts. And it breaks soon, though. Soon enough, the second I pry the letter off her hands and flop down on the empty seat next to her. She glares at me, annoyed, and just like that, all of it melts away. Gone is the stillness, replaced quickly by the teasing and friendly jibes. Back again to what we're used to. What's easy, what's familiar, where every truth we hope to convey regrettably goes unsaid between us.
You're going to destroy an important piece of evidence if you keep doing that, Belle.
This time, however, no retort comes from her. Without the letter to glare daggers at, she turns on her hands, now clenched tight in front of her. But she's far from angry. A bit upset, maybe. Who wouldn't be? This curse has already gone far too long. Has already taken someone we care about from us. Regardless, Isabella doesn't seem like she'll start shouting at me, at least compared to every other person I've aggravated, intentionally or otherwise. Some light talk might just do the trick and coax her out of this mood.
Come on. If you keep staring at the table like that, you're going to bore a hole on it. I really don't want to OG a new table. He'll pick the most expensive one and leave me begging on the streets.
She levels a quick glance at me, her expression dry and impassive enough to drain every color out of the room. See you, Skibbles! Thank you so much for hanging out. Enjoy your tacos and Game of Thrones. Of course you'll get a recap. It's as if I've just told her a terrible joke and she's expecting there'll be more of it. Really now. She needs to give me more credit than that. My jokes are funny when I want them to be.
And I really don't care. I'd even take pictures and post them online. Go away, Ash. I don't want to talk right now.
Yet it sounds half-hearted at best. Like what's happening has already sapped every bit of energy in her, and all that's left are the words. Pretty soon those two will lose their meaning and leave a hollow shell in her wake. It's already unusual to see her like this. Everything has already gone to shit. I'd like at least this one thing to stay normal. So somehow we manage. We continue for the better half of the hour, talking, joking, with our short, feeble responses and banter that never really goes anywhere. But it's enough. In the grand scheme of things, amidst the chaos and death shadowing over us, it's these little inconsequential moments that matter. It's her smile, her laughter when it finally rings, easy and free of her burdens.
Okay, I have another one.
I don't want to hear it, Ashton. Go away.
No, really, listen. I know someone who talks like an owl.
Will you leave me alone if I bite and ask who?
A pause. And then she frowns as realization slowly dawns on her. Confusion flashes fleetingly across her face before eventually settling into a grimace.
Oh.
Suddenly, she hugs her arms closer to herself and looks away, perhaps in her best attempt to stay angry. To no avail. In a matter of seconds, her shoulders shake with laughter she's trying to contain.
You're awful, and I really hate you. Just leave.
Don't you just hate it when you're trying to be angry and you want to be angry and then someone tries to cheer you up like that? Like, I know it sounds like I'm not serious, but I am. When you want to be angry and someone just won't let you be angry, it sucks. It's contagious, her mirth. Soon, I'm joining her in on it, briefly forgetting every problem that has piled up and continues to weigh down on us. Laughing without reservation or care, until only a familiar warmth lingers, once both our amusements ebb away. How dare they use humor to deflect, right? Somehow, with her, these things have always come easy.
Feeling better?
A little. You're still lame.
But you're laughing right now.
Only because your humor is terrible.
Right. Keep telling yourself that. I know it's funny. And you know what? If you've kept frowning like that, your face might have cracked. That would have been really messy and ugly.
If glares can kill, with the one she sends my way, I'll probably be dead by now. Seeing it directed my way, it takes only a few quick seconds for me to realize how she might have also taken my statements. How wrong and rude it might have sounded in her ears, however unintentional it is. I've never been good with words, but that's never an acceptable excuse, is it? Suddenly, taking the brunt of her anger seems less complicated than correcting or explaining myself. Nevertheless, I try.
What? Crap. Damn it, that was so not what I meant. I was just saying you look better when you're smiling.
Her glare doesn't even wane. In fact, I think it intensified, like a brewing storm. In the face of it, under the sharpness of her stare and her annoyance, I do what any person with a good sense of self-preservation does. Keep my mouth shut and shift my attention elsewhere. The crowd outside looks very interesting today. Maybe I should...
Thanks, Ash.
Aww. She utters all of it in a voice too small, too quiet, but when I turn to her, only those words, her gratitude, resonate throughout the whole room. Not the soft clinking of silverware somewhere, not the last strains of music fading onto the silence above us. Instead, it's the meaning behind her gaze as she holds mine that lingers. Steady, unflinching, and open, in the same way that she looked at me all those years ago, with bright eyes and expression of softening into a tender smile. I didn't understand it then, how easy it is for her to wear her heart on her sleeve, how she never shies away from expressing herself, even among people she barely knows. How she can go through everything without losing herself. Now it's among the hundreds, the thousands that hang unspoken between us. Trivial little things with worth still too big to put into words. Either because it's too early, or because there's never really been a proper time. For now, though, this'll do. Until the moment itself dwindles. Until reality pulls us back in, reminding us of the things we've set aside in its favor.
What was that about earlier? You look like you're about to wage war on that letter.
Oh, it's nothing. You probably won't like it when you hear it.
Has she noticed the difference in writing, and she's gonna bring out a theory that someone added to it?
Maybe. You haven't said anything yet, so how am I supposed to decide how to react?
A small frown returns to her face. Although it lacks the same anger from just a few minutes ago, the bitterness stays. Now, there's also uncertainty. It takes another minute until she speaks again. This time, she doesn't meet my eye.
I was just thinking...
Oh.
Maybe we should go back to the mansion.
Yes. Everyone together. Blood freezes in my veins. Immediately, before I can even think further on what to say, my mouth is moving. A disapproval already at my tip of my tongue. But he has the same idea. Is he only disapproving because Isabella wants to go as well?
Isabella, you know that's...
I know, Ash. I just thought we'd find something in there. That if I go back, we'll get the answers we need. I found the letter there, so maybe, right?
It's not that I don't agree with her. Hell, I've been considering the same thing. It's the only lead we have, after all. But it's not going to be a simple walk in the park. Who knows what we might find in there? If I bring her with me, I won't be able to guarantee her safety. She'll be in even greater danger. Hence, alone. Exactly as I've told Zack. If there is a need to go back to that accursed place, I'm doing it on my own. Whether or not the rest of them agree with this plan is inconsequential. Their well-being is my top priority, and I'm not just about to drag them in there with me. So I tell her as much, despite the determination and desperation in her eyes. Anything to keep her safe. So it's the same situation here. We don't get a... There's no choice to take her with us. It's only how we break it to her. I'm not sure which of these is the right answer. And I don't think it affects anything other than just our relationship with her, which is already pretty high. It's dangerous? I'm not sure. She might take that as an offense. Like, we believe she can take care of herself. Because they've already seen the ghost together, and they've sort of escaped from that before. So, I think in her mind, she can take on the ghost. Maybe. Possibly. I don't know. I can't let you do that. It doesn't explain anything about what that actually entails. Let's try
I
it.
can't let you do that, Belle.
Oh! It went up. Good.
Ash, the people living in that place now. They were with me during the open house. They have to know. They're in as much trouble as we are.
I know, but it's risky. It's dangerous.
Dump Ash and Zack and Isabella go together. As much as I like that, I think that would be the least safe option.
We don't know what you might find in there. Or if you'll even find anything. What if you see her again? What if she goes after you? What are you going to do? For all we know, it might be a dead end. It's not worth it. To put yourself in harm's way like that.
She offers no response, not even a form of resistance. No further argument like I've come to expect from her. Uncharacteristic. Just a silence that stretches far too thin, till the air in the whole room grows heavy. In front of her, her hands still stay curled up, like it's holding on to everything she wishes to say but can't. I like to think that, yes, to some extent she understands, even if she does not entirely agree with me. The dilemma is clear in her. Otherwise, her scowl wouldn't have a deeper set to it, her lips wouldn't be pressed in a thin line, or her hand would no longer be balled into a fist. She would have pushed that argument if she doesn't, and I know she has no lack of things to say. Instead, she simply offers a nod. And in a moment of boldness, perhaps insolence, I reach out to her, taking her clenched fist in mine and drawing them closer to me. She sucks in a breath, soft and sharp, but doesn't say anything, merely watching as both my hands cradle hers, cautious, mindful, as if it's the most precious thing I've held. Then again, maybe it is. Along with everything I've yet to convey.
Stop that.
Surprisingly, although the gesture has startled her, she yields. Allows a touch that is far too familiar and more than what I've been willing to give most.
You're going to hurt yourself if you keep doing that.
Gently, I unfurl her fingers, flattening out each digit against my palms. Her nails have already created small dents in her skin from how tightly she's held the close. A little more and she would have drawn blood. Deep as it is, smoothing a thumb over the tiny marks does nothing. But it's a small gesture we both find comfort in amidst this chaos, and all at once the tension lifts. Her expression softens, the lines of her shoulders ease, and it's only after her lips curve up in a faint smile that I let go, giving her hand one last squeeze before returning it to her. Part of me wants to tell her, admit that it's exactly what I'm planning tonight. What good will it do, though? I already told Zack. One person is enough. Hell, simply letting someone in on the plan makes me iffy. Broadening that circle and revealing too much would just cause another pointless concern. But someone has to be aware. At least of where I'm heading off to in case things don't pan out. Expect the worst, even if I'm only intended to do a quick survey of the place. In my own words, risky. It's best that I simply leave it as it is for now. Isabella doesn't need to be burdened with the worry of my entire scheme entails. I'm not sure if you want Isabella to fall for Ash. I don't know. I think I like them better as close friends. With a light, reassuring tap on her shoulder, I stand up. At the same time, footsteps shuffle from the pub's entrance, and cheerful chatter suddenly fills the room as a group of people enters. Hi, Dad Soy Boy! Happy birthday! Happy birthday! I hope you have a great, great day. I hope you've had fun getting drunk, and I hope you continue to have a great evening. Thank you for stopping by. It's all the distraction I need. Muttering an excuse and flashing Isabella a quick smile, I beat a hastily exit out of the main lounge and leave her on her own, despite the troubled look she shoots me. Aww. Love being drunk makes me all fuzzy and warm inside. Well, enjoy it. Enjoy your day, do whatever you want to do within boundaries, of course. Gotta be responsible here. But all in all, I'm glad to hear that you're having fun, and I hope you have a wonderful birthday. Before Isabella can say what she's been mulling over. Before the last imploring glance she directs my way forces me to change my mind. It's another lasting image that firmly etches itself in my memory. One that spurs the conscience amongst other things. I just hope I won't regret what I've chosen for myself tonight. Galway Shawl's Monday night crowd, although small and barely occupies a quarter of the whole pub, provides ample enough cover for anyone who wishes to leave the place unnoticed. Just exactly what I need tonight. With the lively music and chatter slipping out, mostly unseen, becomes a piece of cake. Without much trouble, soon enough I find myself standing outside, under the chilly Luxbourne night. A gust of wind picks up shortly after I step out, carrying the telltale smell of an impending rain. I'll give it about an hour or two before it starts. From the looks of it, tonight will be another downpour. Maybe even stronger than the one we had this morning. On instinct, I hunched further into my jacket, hugging its thick material closer to my body while I weave my way through the lines of empty cars in the parking lot. The leather crinkles in my pocket with each step I take, though I paid no mind as I hurried towards my car. I've nicked it minutes ago from Isabella's belongings on my way out. If this is all connected, I need this damn piece of paper with me. However ridiculous it sounds. I'm quite sure it won't be missed either, but I can't waste time here and wait for her to find out, can I? 4 hours is all I'm giving myself to get this done. 3 if I'm inclined to go by the rules Z-Man set out. But when have I ever? Regardless of how generous that is, each second is just as important as the next. But with every plan, problems crop up at the last second. It's practically a universal rule. And it does. In the form of a lone figure waiting for me next to my car. That wasn't as exciting as I thought it would be. She's gonna come with us. She's gonna demand to come with us. Isabella turns just as I near, her mouth curving up in a small smile. She offers no greeting except for a shy tilt of her head. Even as my pace slows and I look at her with all the unvoiced questions in my eyes, she remains wordless, merely throwing her head back and shifting her attention up at the starless sky when I come to stand beside her. Another gust of wind blows as she breathes out a sigh, wary, thick, with something close to resignation. The breeze carries all of it away, while she hugs her arms closer to herself to keep warm, which raises the question why she's out here. The air is already heavy with the promise of rain. With clouds obscuring the view, there's really nothing left to look at but the dark blanket of nothingness. Still, she stands here as if she's intentionally waiting for everything to fall. That, or she's here for some other reason. Before we talk to her, I need another short break. I need a lot of water while playing this game because it's a lot of talking, so I'll be back in a few minutes. Alright. Follow my example. That soy boy. Drink lots of water, and you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Just keep filling up. When you think you've had enough water, drink another 2 glasses. Trust me. Or she's here from some other reason.
Al, I can't bring you with me.
She's gonna demand to come with us.
I know.
Oh.
I won't ask you to.
I'm wrong. Okay.
Go back inside. G will keep an eye on you while I'm gone. You can trust him.
Visit the bathroom often? Yeah. Flush it out of your system. You could do painkillers to prevent a headache, but just bear in mind that especially some type of painkillers are very harsh on your liver, and if you combine that with alcohol that's harsh on your liver, it can have less than ideal effects. Your whiskey has water in it? Have a separate glass of water. Just... Drink 3 liters a day. That's good. I think I've talked about this on stream before, but a lot of people drink way too little water. And then as soon as they up their water intake, they suddenly start feeling better. In general, for some weird reason. I was the same. I used to not drink a lot of water, and I was constantly, like, a little dehydrated, and I never knew. Because I thought I drank enough water, but then I started logging, like, how much I drank during a day, and it was way too little. And I upped my water intake, and now I feel much better. There is a thing as drinking too much water, but you have to drink a lot of water for that to be a thing. Don't think painkillers is when really needed. Yeah, I'm the same. I prefer not to take painkillers unless it really, really needed. How much was it, or how much do you need to drink in order for it to be too much? Because everyone has... It's different for everyone how much you need in a day. Some people feel perfectly fine with 1.5 liters, some people need 3 liters. It depends on so many things. I drank as little as 1 liter a day, which is not enough. And I upped that to... Now I'm somewhere between 1.5 and 2 liters a day, which is much better. But yeah, it depends on so many things. There's no correct answer for everyone. You sort of just have to see how your body feels. That's the best indication. But so many people don't realize that water intake can very much affect just your general sense of well-being. Drink more water than coffee? That's a good start. A glass of 2 a day, otherwise just coffee? Ugh. That sounds awful. To me, that's not a coffee drinker. That sounds like it would give me a headache immediately. You don't understand how much coffee I drink in a day? Oh. Oh. Well then that's good. Keep drinking water. Half your body weight in pounds in ounces of water, then scale up. That tells me nothing. 15 cups a day of coffee? What the fuck? I think I'm not gonna get into that. I prefer water. Tug levels of coffee? Come on.
Hey, you also have Z-Man with you.
Don't worry. I will. In a while. I just want a bit of fresh air.
Oat milk?
Well, don't stay out there too long. It's going to rain soon. It'll probably be even heavier than the downpour we had this morning. You wouldn't want to be caught in it.
One thing that's helped me a lot, though, in terms of drinking water is just streaming. Because I need much more when I talk this much, and that just automatically makes me drink more water, which is great. I give her shoulder a reassuring squeeze before walking past her and heading to my car. No 2 steps further, though. Something pulls the back of my jacket. catching the fabric in a firm grip and halting my movements.
Isabella, I need to go.
She refuses to meet my eyes, but her hold remains tight. There's a worried crease between her eyebrows, and her lips quiver ever so slightly as she speaks. In a small voice, brimming with a different kind of desperation I can't quite place.
Rebecca's gone.
She draws in a breath, slow, soft, slow, lined with enough sorrow that it hitches.
And if that thing takes you, too.
The rest of it falters, but the meaning, the gravity in each of her words ring loudly above the passing breeze, hanging over us, lingering in between. A small, little thing that spurs me into silence, like the wind has suddenly been knocked out of me in one fell swoop. No words will form. Not even a single coherent thought. And so, in place of it, in place of everything untold and we've taken for granted, I draw her in. Gently, quietly, pulling her against me until my arms settle around her shoulders.
Ash?
For a fleeting second, she freezes, startled, and looks up to me with hesitation and a silent question in her eyes. Whatever answer she finds in mine, eventually, she allows it. She folds herself into me, buries her face in my shoulder, and settles her arms on my sides, unsure, uncertain.
It'll be over soon. I'll figure it out. I'll find a way to get us out of this. But no matter what happens, I want you to promise that you will stay alive until then. Because if I lose you to her as well, I have no idea what else would keep me grounded.
When all has been said and done, I rest my forehead against hers, eyes closed and simply taking in her warmth. Desperation still clings, woven into each breath, every sigh, but at the heart of it is this: her. No words are said, even as we part. I hope there's a drawing of them hugging. Aww. Aww. But I let this be the last thing I commit to memory before slipping inside my car and driving off. 1.5 liters of water per 50 kilos of weight per day. Okay. Cool, thank you, Tag. I'm well within the recommended then. Within 10 minutes, I'm driving out of Luxborn and heading straight for Anselm Village. Is he seriously going at night? What kind of a stupid idea is this, Ash? In the distance, flashes of lightning light up the horizon, white and sharp against the black curtain of the night. Not only is he going in the middle of the night, he's going during a storm. You're the dumbest person alive, Ash. Thunder threatens with a rumble, seconds later echoing long across the sky. And with one last roar, the sky is open in earnest. We've never been here before. We've never been in November 1st before. Ooh. The rain falls in fast, steady sheets creating shallow puddles on the dirt path, drenching everything the eyes can reach. Despite having grown up in the city, I still despise the rain. Living here doesn't mean I have to like it. Lucky me, I reached the mansion before the downpour has turned torrential. The long slog from Anselm Village by foot has already been made difficult by the light drizzle and biting winds buffeting against my body every few seconds. By the time I found cover under the trees lining the vicinity of the mansion, my shoulders are already drenched. My hair is also sticking against my skin and out in every possible direction. Thankfully, the letter, the taser, and the gun I brought with me has remained relatively dry. That's the most important thing. However, those are the last of my problems at the moment. Sometime after that housewarming party, scumbag Wright has suddenly grown a brain and tightened the security around the mansion. Oh, fuck. A guard is now stationed in every possible point of entry. The main entryway, the back door leading to the kitchens. Hell, it's almost a miracle no one has spotted me once I entered the property, although that's probably because I've kept close to the forest. This has all been a big prank set up for the surprise birthday party for Ash. That would be great. That would be so good. While I can always create a clever way quite clever way in for myself under this deluge. It will be difficult to do so without making much noise or leaving tracks.
I don't really have the luxury either, do I?
Considering how off this place feels since I stepped into the property and the mansion came into view. The credits just roll. God, that would be something. I skipped this! Every light is off. Even with the security personnel on patrol outside, the whole house itself, it feels empty, airy, too quiet. Normally, I'll pass it off as some kind of power outage because of the storm. It's not a far-off conclusion when this place is almost in the middle of nowhere. However, something just feels wrong. How many days has Hannah been possessed? Since the 28th or 29th? 29th, yeah. So 3 days. Yeah. I wonder if you meet her right now. Because we haven't seen Hannah since the roof scene with Becca.
Something happened here.
You can say that. Or about to. It's the sole reason why I haven't done anything yet. Simply observing, watching, listening for anything. I might be pressed for time, but I'm not a careless idiot. Although I need a way in, desperately so, moving without thinking will not only endanger me. With so many unknown variables and what we've been dealing with, I also have to act on the assumption that someone is always in danger, especially in this place. I can't act impetuously. As much as I hate Wright, I'm not about to cause his death because of one thoughtless action. If there's a place he deserves to be at, it's in a prison, not a morgue. A tranquilizer gun in a cardboard box. You're not wrong. So when a hoarse, painful sob suddenly rings out, above the loud pitter-patter of rain, only then do I stir. A woman. Perhaps a servant? Or worse, Hannah Wright. It's coming from the forest. Just right up ahead, in fact. Not too far from the house. Regardless, I give the place a quick, wary glance before following the noise! Don't follow the noise! Oh, you're... Carefully keeping to the shadows, one cautious step after another. Louder and louder it goes as I get near. Don't do that! Until it abruptly turns into a loud, desperate, anguished cry. Need to watch this on less decent headphones? I don't think. No, just keep watching with the good headphones. I break into a run. One nervous hand ready on the gun holstered at my hip, and the other race for balance as I scurry across the dense understory. Dead leaves crunch under my shoes, but I paid no mind. There's only the voice, the woman, and... and aliens, apparently. And nothing. Abruptly, it all stops and I'm met with a sudden hush. Blank. Empty. Almost deafening in its stillness, even with my labored breathing and pounding heartbeats against my ears. Behind me, another branch breaks and...
Help me.
I don't want to help you. Dread surges within me while I spin around and take a hard step back, ignoring the chilly pinpricks crawling at the back of my neck. But before I can even meet her eyes, the world unexpectedly pitches sideways, tilting. And tilting until the ground beneath me finally crumbles. My hands fight for purchase, only to meet air. By then, it's too late. My foot slips further and the rest of my body follows. Dark spots blur the edges of my vision. Black tendrils twist and coil around my limbs. Soft footfalls echoes from the far distance, scurrying, scampering, moving in an odd rhythm with a sharp, piercing note of her laughter. But more than that are the voices, lacing venom inside every crevice in my head. Murmurs that jeer, scoff, and deride. Over. It's because you didn't listen. And over. It's all your fault. And over again. Why won't you believe me? A reminder of what I failed to do and who I failed. What I'm trying to desperately fix. A scream threatens to burst, but my throat closes off. Ever so slowly, a chill seeps into every nerve of my body, washing away every sensation in me, apart from one. There's only fear. Once again, her laughter echoes, a sound both bitter and unforgiving. It's the last thing I hear before she reaches for me. The ground trembles. The word slows to a stop. Half darkness greets me when my eyes finally snap open, the soft patter of dripping water somewhere spurring my consciousness further. For a few short moments, I remain still, blinking away the dizziness, allowing my vision to adjust into the lack of light, and my breathing to even out first before pushing myself up on one arm and attempting to stand. Turning alone is a struggle on its own. An inch of movement sends a stab of sharp pain right up my arms and my back, giving me another pause.
Shit. I hope I didn't break anything.
There doesn't seem to be any injury or a major fracture, although the whole of my back does feel sore and raw. Probably from when I've skidded down prior to landing myself there. A comforting thought. The second attempt comes easier later, though no less painful. And by the time I'm back on my feet, the exertions left me gasping in short, shallow breaths and leaning heavily on the wall nearest to me. Yes, we're now playing Oblivion, Simon. We switched. Behind me, a light draft blows in from where I'm fallen, coming in short, sharp bursts into what's apparently an underground tunnel and brings in the fresh, earthy smell of rain from the topside. Regardless, it fails to mask the old, musty stench of the place. A mixture of mold, mildew, dust, grease, and something distinctly foul. Like death. More worrisome than the putrid, festering smell, however, are the cells that line both sides of the tunnel. Is he not in a cell? Is he, like, in the hallway? Under the dim light, I can barely make out what's inside some of them, but I already have a few ideas, all of which I refuse to delve into at the moment. Knowing how long this mansion has stood, somehow, no matter how unexpected finding the existence of this place is, it isn't too surprising.
I wonder if Scumbag knows about this.
Me too. Probably not, unless he's also the kind of person who takes joy in inflicting this kind of suffering on others. I don't really think so. He's rotten to the core, but not that rotten. He'll probably balk at this, move out at the first opportunity and have it demolished. The very idea of what has occurred in this place years ago makes me reel as well. I've known long ago places like this tend to hold secrets. This, though? If this is just the tip of the iceberg. I fear what I may discover in the mansion itself and the tale behind that fucking letter. But fear is inconsequential. And as unpleasant as the sight of this place might also be the only way for me to go inside unnoticed. Sighing and taking one last gulp of clean air, I push away from the wall and delve deeper into the passage.
Let's just hope it'll be smooth sailing from here on.
Turns out that alone is too much to ask for this early. That's Marianne. No 20 paces into it, another sound abruptly rises from above my footfalls, rebounding off the hollow walls and echoing inaudibly across the whole span of the tunnel before fading away just as swiftly as it rang. I pause, nevertheless straining my ears for more of it, while I gradually move my hand to my side, slow and steady until the tips of my fingers brush off the gun's handle. Although cold against my skin is the closest thing I have to comfort at the moment. For a long minute, I wait, holding my breath, watching every form, edge, and shadow at the corners of my vision for any movement. After a heartbeat and nothing, I allow the tension to ease out of me in the form of a long, slow exhale that reverberates around the whole passage.
Who's there?
Perhaps it's because of what happened earlier or how I've ended up here, or if it's because of my training. But in spite of the panic and fear in that voice, I don't immediately answer. Instead, I pull my gun free from its holster and wordlessly draw closer to where the voice rings out once again. Afraid. Frantic. Weak?
I'm asking you a question. Who's there?
It's only after I release the safety do I answer, while continuing my approach in a careful, steady pace.
I think I should be the one asking you that. Who are you? Show yourself.
I can't. I'm stuck in here.
Possibly. We don't know if she has access to anything in here. A ghost will definitely not be saying that, or have a conversation like this, or be stuck anywhere. And as if to prove her point, she extends a hand from one of the cells ahead and waves. Then she pulls back, grips the iron bars, and rattles it lightly.
I can't get out! Can you help?
In 5 quick steps, standing in front of the cell, and sure enough, a woman's inside. Slumped on the floor, holding the bars with shaking hands, clinging to it as if it's the only thing keeping her upright. And not just any woman.
You? McLaughlin?
Oh my god. The same one I met at G's 5 days ago, smashed drunk and babbling her frustration about her employers.
Holmes?
And now he's gonna think that Luke put her here. Because of how she talked about Luke when they met in the bar. No, not like laughing. McCullough. Marianne McCullough. Famous interior designer extraordinaire. Not so extraordinary now with how exhausted and feeble she looks. Trapped in a jail cell of all things. Her breathing shallow and there's a paleness to her complexion. Sunken eyes, cracked lips, dry skin. All signs pointing to starvation and dehydration.
What? How long have you been stuck in here?
3 days? 4? I don't know. I have no idea anymore. I just fell in and that woman, whatever. Can you get me out of here? Please.
In a moment, but here, go feed yourself first before you fall over.
I fish out an energy bar from my pocket and hand it to her. She's lucky I always have one on my person. For sudden emergencies. Or extended stakeouts. A little sugar to keep me going. Like any starving person, she wastes no time making a grab for it, unwrapping it straight away and taking in a whole mouthful of it. Relief washes over her face on the first bite alone, although she's going to need more than that if what she said is true. But for the moment, it's enough to keep her alive. Good thing she seems to have a sense to prioritize survival over comfort, if the puddle in the corner indicates anything. Without water, the human body can only survive 3 days. No food, and I'll give it an average of 3 weeks. Tough, even then. It won't be a pretty experience. Granted, some have survived longer than that. She's still fortunate I found her when I did. Now to get her out. My bobby pins won't be on any use here. Not like I need it. Unlike the ones we have in the precinct, a simple barrel hinge holds the gates to the cell altogether. Even without any special tools, I'll be able to lift the door and free her. However, with how heavy it seems, I'll need a lever of some sort to help.
What are you looking for?
Some wood, a 2x4, I guess, a plank or a pipe, anything I can use as a lever. Wait here.
Aw, skip this. You're too kind. Wait here! Don't go anywhere! The hallway yields nothing but dust, dirt, and a few rustled chains scattered about. While I may find something in one of the open cells, I'm reluctant to check or even step in. We can't have another person trapped in here. However, McCullough ended up inside.
Well, there's no...
My head snaps back to her. McCullough extricates a wooden board from under the mess of hay and twine near her. Without prompting, she slips it through what little space there is between the bars. It's short, but appears thick and sturdy enough for my intended purpose upon closer inspection.
Good enough.
I hope. I get to work at once, anchoring the other end of the plank at the base and of the door, and applying ample force on the other end. It takes a bit of effort, no kidding about the heavy part. Still, a grunt, a grasp, a creak. In a matter of minutes, with a little help from her on the other side, the door eventually lifts off its hinges. It falls on the ground with a loud, ugly, metallic thud, but the sound of it puts elation on McCullough's face. She doesn't even ask for help. As soon as she can, she hastily crawls out of the prison she has accidentally found herself in. More than happy to get out of it, despite lacking the strength to stand firmly on her feet.
Thank you. Thank you so much. After the second day, I was so sure I was going to die in there. If you didn't show up, today, I don't even want to think about it.
How did you even end up here?
For a second, she appears hesitant, looking away and fumbling awkwardly with her fingers.
I was looking for something. Someone.
A contemplative expression flickers in her eyes, something that's close to wistful, like when a person remembers a memory she's fond of. It doesn't last too long, but it still leaves me the impression that I've suddenly walked into something private. Something deeply personal for her. I'd rather not ask.
So this whole tunnel, at the end of it, it leads right inside the mansion?
The wine cellar.
Right into the kitchen, then.
There's a door of some sorts. I don't know. I think I pulled or pressed something somewhere. I was in a hurry. And I'm not sure if it'll open from this side. Hell, this place wasn't even in the floor plans.
I mean, there's a staircase right there. I'm sure they could get out.
What do you mean?
Does that really matter now? We have to get out of here. People died in this place. Kids. Oh, God.
Oh, yeah, the kids.
Kids.
Who wrote on the letter, of course. I'm just gonna say real quick.
I could have shown you, but that thing won't turn back on anymore. It's like it only waited for me to see it before shutting down or something. How long has that thing even been in there? But those poor kids. All because of that thing.
Wait, hold on. What are you talking about right now?
The bloody letter! Ever since I've read that thing, since that day at the open house, she won't leave me. But it should be fine now, right? I broke it. I broke all of it. She shouldn't be able to do anything now.
She's losing it.
McCullough?
Understandable, but still.
It's all that fucking paper's fault! Oh, God. Oh, God. Dear Lord in St. Adelaide, bless those poor souls. We're not safe here. We need to leave. If we stay here any longer...
McCullough!
Abruptly, she stops, looks back at me with wild, panic-stricken eyes. I've seen enough of it so many times these past few days. But from my own friends, even. To know she has seen these things, the kind that will easily make any person go mad. And perhaps we slowly are. The longer this takes, the faster our descent into it becomes. I can't even tell which one is worse. Death or this. It seems like no matter what we end up with, there will be something horrible waiting for us. I need to hurry.
Listen, I need to get inside this place, and you're more familiar with its layout. If you can help me...
What? No! Why would I go back? Are you sure you haven't gotten raving mad yet? An exit's right here.
And this business with the letter has to end at some point. Look, I know you're not very fond of Luke Wright.
Damn right I'm not. He can just go.
I think we all agree with that.
But are you really sure you want to leave him like this? And what about his wife?
It strikes a chord. Where's your narration? Max Payne 2? I never played that. She falters, grows quiet as the tension lifts from her and her shoulders slump. I do understand her issues with this. In fact, she doesn't even have to go with me. Only tell me enough info so I can figure it out on my own. She can always leave afterwards. Be done with this whole damn mansion and letter. The other end of this tunnel leads right into the forest. It'll provide ample cover for her to be able to slip out of the property unnoticed. All the same, she steels herself and squares her shoulders.
Just until the kitchens.
That's more than enough.
She nods, albeit weakly. Then, without another word, she gestures for me to follow, leading me further into the passage. Occasionally, she'll stop, find purchase on the wall to catch her breath, but throughout the short walk, she asks for neither a break nor assistance. I suppose that's something we have in common. Eventually, we get to a dead end. Although before I can question her on it, she begins palming for something on the wall. Tracing her fingers along weathered edges of the bricks with a frown on her face.
It should be somewhere here, I think.
What the hell are you doing?
She merely holds up a hand, begging for my silence and continues searching. Then, without a warning, a few minutes later, something clicks. A portion of the wall shifts ajar to reveal a glimpse of another room. Bottles lining the wall, liquor barrels for aging. The wine cellar, indeed. See you, Nippy. Thank you for being here. We'll see you later.
The ladder to the kitchen is on the far end of this room.
Surreal. This is all nothing but a surreal nightmare, but after everything, should this even surprise me? Ghosts, curses, hidden passages? I can't even bring myself to question the existence of this door anymore. I simply follow her to the Undercroft without a single question, in spite of a number of them already swimming inside my head. As a kid, I used to crave for this kind of adventure. The stuff of mystery and detective novels. Daring chases, interesting cases to solve, suspects to put behind bars, justice to serve. I was blinded, I admit. Now, I simply want this to be over. We leave the door open in case there's need for a quick escape, especially after she mentions it's only by chance she's been able to open the door the last time. We can't waste time finding the switch again on the occasion something goes terribly wrong. There's bound to be, with me feeling this high-strung and tense. I'm not even sure why I thought it would be a good idea to enlist Miss McCullough's help. The audio is really, really good, I agree. Although she's been quite helpful so far, I can't shake off the horrible feeling something's going to happen to her if she stays with me. Even if I'm her safest bet, she wants to get out of this place alive.
You really believe that, don't you?
Oh, that's Lorraine.
Did you say something?
McCullough pauses mid-step, turning to me, confused.
I didn't.
Boy. You sure? I just heard...
Don't you think I'll be the first person who'll know? Look, the ladder leading to the kitchen's up ahead. You might want to hurry. I just want to be done with this place.
See? You dragged another one.
This time, I'm sure. There's really a voice. Well, voices. Despite the look of protest, McCullough shoots me. I find myself stopping and looking for it, searching the immediate surroundings for the familiar form of the woman. I don't even have to venture far into where I'm standing. Just an arm's length away from me, mirror shards litter the floor. And right at the biggest fragments, they speak. So this is Zach, Rebecca, Isabella, and the ghost. Oh boy. All singing the same mocking tune against my ears, letting it echo throughout the small undercroft. Murmurs and laughters, jeering, scoffing, deriding, lacing venom into every crevice of my head, taunting me.
You dragged another person into this, Ashton.
Into another one of your silly little problems.
All because you can't fix them on your own. You really haven't changed, have you? Some hero you are.
No, the ghost is different for everyone. Marianne saw the ghost as Lorraine because that was someone who's really, really close to her. Rebecca saw it as one of her students, for instance. She also saw it as Hannah in the end.
Useless.
Pathetic.
You're wrong.
My mistake lies in this first instant I've answered. The very second denial has slipped from my mouth, their words have also seeped into my heart, allowing it to prod and to rouse my temper. Despite knowing they are merely doing this to goad me, each word, each syllable trickle into me, sparing the guilt I've long buried. Hi, Chewbags! Welcome back! Welcome back!
Are we? Or is that simply what you've been telling yourself all this time? Something to make yourself feel better, perhaps?
Yeah, why does he have to be so curious? Just move! Move away from this town! Let the city deal with it!
What about Becca? Oh, the way she fell to her death. But all you did was watch. Someone's dead because of you.
You're the one who took that letter off Isabella's hand that day. You're the one who opened it.
How does it feel, I wonder, to know you're responsible for all of this?
What do you think I'm doing? Why do you think I'm still trying to fix this?
Yeah, skip this. I believe Marianne and multiple characters are voiced by the same voice actress.
Oh, but you can't. It's already too late. And you know that. You know all of this is futile.
Just face it, Ashton Frey. You're a failure, and they are the ones who have to pay for it.
A badge and a gun, and you still can't protect your own friends. Can't even solve a case for an old man.
Can't even bring Rook right to justice.
Can't even keep his own family together. No wonder they left you. Before you do the same thing to them.
Mom and Dad are better off with
Oh my god.
you, aren't they? It's a good thing they had the sense.
Pitiful, isn't it? Some detective you are. Some friend you are. Some son you are.
It's becoming more and more understandable why some of the other victims who also see the ghost ended up committing suicide. If this is how the ghost appeared for them.
You might as well just throw that rank away. You're no use to people either way.
Shut it!
I hate this. I hate how this monster can easily get through to me. Every weakness, every insecurity, it knows. To hear it said in my friend's voice, even more so. Worst experience than it would otherwise have been after Senua? Oh yeah, 100%. It feels very familiar to Senua. But what I hate above all of it is...
You know it's true, though.
All of it. It's why all you can do is tell us to shut up. You don't want to hear a single word, because you're already aware of it. You can't even admit it to yourself. Who's the coward now?
But no matter how hard you try, you're not gonna be able to save anyone.
Shut it! Not a single word anymore!
It laughs, sharp and piercing. As its sound, something in me snaps. A rage hastily unfurling, red filling my vision. And the next thing I know, I'm raising my hand and... something grabs my wrist, followed by a buzz as another voice breaks through the haze.
Don't listen to it!
The fog from my mind lifts. Every sound, every noise returns to me, flooding my every senses. All at once, there's this deafening silence. Slowly, I become aware of my surroundings. Bottles of wine, barrels of liquor, the faint old scent of death and decay somewhere, and a hand holding to my wrist, as if to keep me from hurting myself. In my hands, a shard. Blood drips from where it's cut my palm, trailing down my wrist until it disappears behind my sleeve. Not too deep, negligible even. There's a pain, however, a different kind. An ache somewhere that stems not from the wound, but where every single word has hit. When I glance up at my caller, she merely stares at me with a wide, horrified eyes.
Don't listen to it! No matter what happens, don't do what it says! It's how it gets us.
My grip on the shard falters, but only after I nod and drop it entirely does she release her grip. Afterwards, she simply steps back and looks away, hugging her arms closer to herself. She breathes a sigh, heavy. Perhaps weighted with her own guilt, what this monster might have used against her.
Come on, we're getting close.
She walks off without another comment, but there's worry in her as she gives her fragment one last glimpse. Jesus Christ. On the ground, they lie lifeless now. No more voices, no more insults, but even as I walk away, one whispered taunt continues to ring in my ears.
It's useless, Ashton Frey.
No, you can't date her.
You are going to die.
And you are going to die alone.
A fear. One that's been long kept in the darkest place in my heart. One that's a small part of me wishes for. The trapdoor swings open without much fuss. It isn't even locked. Probably left open for when Wright asks for some midnight snack. I make sure the coast is clear, of course, before I pull myself and help McCullough up. The butler of theirs is nowhere to be seen. He's probably sleeping, attending to his master, or doing some extra late-night work before turning in for the night. Meanwhile, the right won't touch anything to do with menial chores, not even with a 10-foot pole. It's next to impossible for him to linger here. No servants, no anyone. And just as easy as that, we're in. Gently, I close the hatch. If things go well, the same path will be our way out. If our luck doesn't hold, it's not an option now, is it? I have people waiting for me. I haven't tried because it's not a dating game. Been so focused on personal programming project, I didn't realize the time. Aw, gee. It's both great and awful when that happens. Hi, Botap. Good evening. Because it's great to be so sort of engrossed in one project that you just lose track of time. But then you just... it's suddenly too late. I really don't want to think what might happen. Sometimes it's best if you simply revel in the little victories. They're great blessings when everything else is going against you. And in a place like this, fraught with unknown dangers, it's a feeling that lasts only but a second. Suddenly, a sob. Ringing out from some distant part of the house, echoing through its empty halls. Beside me, slumped on the ground, pale and breathing heavily, McCullough immediately tenses. Her eyes goes wide as she grips the side of the counter with a force that might be enough to crack it if she only had the strength. Good night, G. Thank you for hanging out. Sleep well. As it is, she can barely stand. She hasn't fully recovered. Makes sense of the 3 or more days without proper food or water. And it's this weakness that puts the fear in her eyes. She's aware. If something happens, if there's a need to run, she won't be able to. She's a liability at this point. It could be Hana or it could be the ghost. We heard this exact crying before Hana got possessed, so...
Holmes. I really don't think going any further is a good idea. Look at this place. Everything seems fine. Nothing's off. Maybe we should just go? I really don't like the sound of that.
Everything is fine.
You really don't have to come with me. Just until the kitchen, yeah? We're already here. You've done your part. From here on, I'm going on my own.
Yes, I said that, but...
Can you even stand?
She doesn't answer.
You'll only be putting yourself in more danger if you follow after me. You have an easy way out of here. Stay here. Once you're okay, I need you to get yourself out of this place.
What? I'm not going to leave you!
Aww.
Well, I'm not taking you with me either, lady. So it's here or out there.
You really are mad, aren't you?
Probably all will be, if no one fixes this little curse problem we have.
You think you'll find something in here? This is just a mansion, for God's sake!
Maybe. It's worth a shot. Besides, if what we're hearing right now says anything, I'd say scumbags.
Who?
Right. He might be knee-deep in trouble and he has no idea about it.
McCullough still appears as if she's about to argue, so instead of more words, I unholster my taser and hand it to her. A standard issue for every member of Luxborn police force, but it shouldn't take a genius to know how to aim and fire one. Even Isabella just might be able to use it without training. Yet, Miss Interior Designer Extraordinaire stares at it as if I just handed her something particularly nasty.
Listen, you want to wait? Fine. I'm leaving this with you. But if I don't come back here within 15 minutes, I want you to backtrack and get the hell out of here.
Are you daft, Holmes? I already told you!
In case something goes wrong, I need someone who can tell people what's going on. Who can tell my friends what might have happened here. They're at the crawl. You know the place, right?
I trail off, letting the meanings of my words hang in the air. I want to be optimistic about this, really. However, I'm going against something almost anyone can't quite understand. I'm just being realistic with my chances. McCullough seems to understand this well after what I said. Any sign of protest has already died from her tongue, and she simply looks at the taser quietly. After a moment, she just nods. Beyond the walls of this room, the cries continue to grow louder, and I take it as a sign to leave. Without any further word, I slip out of the door. You're not seriously gonna follow the crying. Oh. Like a siren call, her voice beckons. Finding out who that is seems a good place to start as any. I keep to the shadows for the most part. Not that there's any need to. The entire place just feels empty. Odd when a house this big should have a large staff. You'd think there'll be one or two roaming about for some late night chores, or someone seeking out whoever's creating this ruckus. There's none, however.
Shouldn't they have security posted inside as well?
Unless their security means the butler, though I doubt Scumbag's that sloppy. He loves his life more than anything. Probably more than his own wife. And the things he's done, he's bound to make more than an enemy or two. He's also the kind that will do anything to keep himself safe. Alive.
I wonder what he'll say when he finds out that there's something not human living with him in his own house.
I wonder if he knows at this point. Potential dangers aside, being on my own grants me a greater degree of mobility, which I'm more comfortable with. Sure, I could have enlisted McCullough's help. Next to the people who owns this, she's probably the one most familiar with the mansion. But the cons of bringing her outweigh the pros. She's better off somewhere a quick exit's inside. With no tag-along, I only have to worry about myself, watch my back. Selfish, I know.
But necessary.
In the same manner this whole plan is, no matter how idiotic going into this is. Besides, I don't really need a guide when the house layout is already fairly simple, almost mirrored with only a few modifications in the rooms. It would be really weird if Luke doesn't see the ghost, because we know that Hana sees the ghost fairly early. And, I mean, I figure there's something in the house causing her to see the ghost, right? Although I've only been here once, I think I already have a good grasp on this place ins and outs. As long as you can tell which is east and west, it shouldn't be too hard to find my way around. After the dining room, the main foyer should be the next thing that greets me. Welcome back, Skibbles! We went as Ash to the mansion, and we got knocked out by the ghost out in the forest outside the mansion. We ended up in the dungeon, where we found Marianne and rescued her. And now we're following the sound of the crying ghost in the mansion. Because why not? That seems like the safest thing to do. So yeah, now we're on our own in the mansion trying to find the source of the crying. Where the woman's cries are leading me. Honestly, after what happened outside, I'm not even sure I should be trusting what I'm hearing. But with the whole house somehow seeming devoid of any of its inhabitants, I'm inclined to look into this. More than surviving this curse, a huge part of this is my training speaking. Ash dropping into the dungeon and following the ghost, but them getting just out of there so easily. Yeah. Yep. I wonder if we're gonna see more of Marianne later. See you, skip this. I will do my best, no promises. We'll see you later. Your PC froze, you had to reboot? Oh, well, welcome back, Chubex. Hopefully it doesn't freeze up again.
I just hope this isn't a crime scene I'm walking into.
But nothing's ever that simple, isn't it? Not when you're dealing with the supernatural. Nope. Because as soon as my feet crosses to the next room, something shifts. In a flash, nearly without fanfare. Not only is it stormy outside, he went here at night, after dark, because he's an idiot. It happens in the blink of an eye. I almost miss it. One moment, there's red. In the next, I'm standing alone in the foyer. For a brief instant, I pause, glancing wildly around the place, blinking twice as if my movements will spur the vision back. Yet, nothing. No blood dripping on the walls, none trailing down the stairs or pooled on the floor, no eyes watching my every movement. Only the same cries gradually growing in intensity the longer I dally, along with a voice. Desperate.
Where are you, Mother?
This is a different part of the ghost that we haven't heard. Pleading.
Mother, please. I don't want to be alone.
Hi, Jedi Pilot. Good evening. Good evening. Where are the rights? I'm gonna assume they're sleeping. It's midnight right now. What did we learn about the, when we were Rebecca? Doesn't say. Because it said something about how, the owners of the mansion were not as sort of famous as the daughter. What if the daughter is probably the ghost. What if the parents locked her into the dungeon? Coming from the same direction I've heard the cries from, upstairs. The place is not entirely empty then. A better question now is who? Definitely not Scumbag or the butler. I've yet to see, hide, nor hear of them, and not knowing their whereabouts puts me on the edge. I have to be careful not to make any noise or be seen. Maybe the wife? Though one can't really tell if it's her, the way the walls echo her voice. Yes, it is a horror game. It's mostly a visual novel, but it is a horror game, yes. Nevertheless, it pushes me to move. Taking almost 2 steps at a time, despite the sickening feeling that something's lurking behind every great shadow, every small corner I pass. As if the house has several eyes watching my every movement. As if something alive dwells behind the walls itself. I don't want to click. I don't want to click. Do you take them 1 or 2 at a time? It depends on the stairs. I mean, I have fairly short legs, so I usually take 1 step at a time. Hi, Hahulak. Good evening. Scarier than Alien? No. It's scary in a completely different manner. It's a visual novel first and foremost, so there's a lot of talk, there's a lot of build-up, and then suddenly there's this scare that's sort of... it's extremely unsettling. Thought you had long legs? Yeah, like, in proportion to my body, but I'm still fairly short. I don't want to click. Oh yeah, we're also on November 1st now, the last day. I try to shake it off, but the uneasy sensation has already made home in the pit of my stomach. Dread. And it only grows deeper, the closer I get to her. The relative emptiness of the place doesn't help either. Neither does the harsh wind battering the windows, nor the sheets of rain pelting down the roof. For a fleeting second, I find myself wishing for Scumbag to simply show up. I don't get too far down that train of thought, though. Abruptly, the cries stop. Replacing it with...
Please. She's here. She's here, Mother. She's going to take me.
Or... they locked the daughter in the dungeon, but there was already a different ghost. She's going to take me. Surely that's referring to the ghost, right? Wait, what? What are you thinking? Maybe the mother sold her into slavery? Maybe. Yeah, I think the story, as far as I remember it, I could be wrong, but I think, as I remember it, the daughter rescued a slave. He was then accused of being a witch and burned. I don't know. I have no idea how it all fits together at this point.
She won't leave, Mother. I don't want to go with her. Tell her to go away. Mother! Mother, she's here! Help!
That can't be good. Adrenaline overcomes me in a rush. In no 2 heartbeats, my feet's already moving, before any sense can catch up or doubt creeps up on me. My hands ready at the holster as I hastily sets off for the far side of the hall. one alarmed footstep after another, while struggling to keep that sense of panic at bay. A door lies ajar at the end and coming from the floor above.
She's going to hurt me! Help me!
It's kind of like Detroit. It's actually, in a way, just in a way, like how the story has so many different paths, and you can end up with every character dead. Basically, there are so many different paths. Everything you do affects things. So in that regard, yes, but not in any other way. I do not hesitate. Moving in, despite the lack of light, the steep stairs, or the thick layer of dust kicking up with my every step. I pause only a moment upon reaching the top. Then, without wasting a second, I push the door open. She sits in the middle of the room, shoulders hunched, shaking. Her hands cover her face as she weeps, oblivious to my presence. This is not the daughter, I think. Or is it? She leaves all windows open in a storm. It's as if she has heard neither my footsteps nor the soft creaking of the door, continuing undisturbed like I'm standing in a time far removed from her. She doesn't even flinch when I call out to her.
Hey, are you alright?
Mother, I've done it, Mother. Take me with you, please. I can still hear her. She's here.
This is the girl with the weird hair. She's the one that we saw in the memory fragments. Is it choose your own stuff game? In a way, yes. Every choice that you make affects everything, basically.
Help me! Help me, please!
Belatedly, I notice the blood on her hands. It's if the same one drenching the whole attic. I'd rather not know. How the whole room has ended up like this is the least of my problems at the moment. Even the single human body doesn't have this much blood. So, bodies? The thought sends an unpleasant twinge to my stomach. Does Wright even know about this? He's bad news, alright, but this? This is beneath him. He'll definitely balk at the first sight of this. Anyone will. Yet the woman lingers here, unmoved by the sight, letting her sobs fill the room. Repeating the words over and over again like a prayer of salvation. To whom? The mess of parchment she has left on the floor. Just what the hell is happening?
Hey, lady, are you?
The rest of that question never makes it out. I don't even see it coming. Should have been more aware and on guard, really. But there's little I can do when a well-placed blow to the back of my knees make me stumble. The momentum alone sends me reeling forward. Jesus. It barely even registers in my head that the woman's gone and the room is as normal as it can be. Not above the pain suddenly shooting up my side when I hit the floor. I don't even get a chance to get my bearings back when a hard enough blow to the stomach causing me to buckle down and land heavily on my knees. Gasping, I fumble wildly for my gun. Although before I am to turn, level it and shoot, a hand grabs my wrist and twists it. I don't think this is the ghost. Hard. A gasp. A grunt. A cry of pain slips past my mouth. The gun falls to the floor with a thunk. As soon as it lands, a foot kicks it out of my reach and it slides uselessly under the bed. Agony suddenly explodes in my chin, jerking loose a sharp cry of pain, and stars fill the edges of my vision. A brief moment of regret hits me for leaving my taser with Mikala when a piece of cloth closes around my neck. Without warning, my attacker pulls tight. I'm left gasping, choking, and clawing for air, blindly reaching behind me as I still try to fight him off and loosen the pressure on my neck. Except any sort of movement only causes him to pull it taut.
My, so many rats scurrying about in this mansion lately.
It is the fucking butler. Wright's butler. Shit.
Tell me, What did you do with the madam?
I have no idea what he's talking about. Did something happen to Hana, right? No. Here's my theory. What if he knows about the dungeon downstairs? And what if he knows that Marianne is missing and that she's the one he's referring to?
Let go, you asshole.
Now, Dummkopf, you're in no position to be rude. Last time I checked, I'm not the one breaking into other people's homes.
But how does this relate to the ghost? He was up here because of the ghost. Does the butler know about this ghost?
Now answer my question.
Oh, fuck.
What did you do with the madam?
Oh, sorry, no, I don't want to cancel. I'm gonna save right here. The pain rings and resonates through my already sore body. Still, I managed to write it out and spit a mutinous. You've been paying yourself on Luke for years, that's why the Luke's been under suspicion.
Keep that dirty mouth babbling and you're getting a knife in the kidney. I assure you, it will be more painful than this.
Jesus Christ. Thank you for hanging out, Jitty Pallard. Hope you have a great day. He really doesn't need to threaten me by now. It's all too much to bear at this point. My lungs feel like they're burning with the lack of air. Dark spots begin to fill the edges of my vision. Ever so slowly, the world around me dims. My consciousness rapidly slips away from me. And without meaning to...
Get away from him!
Isabella? Hearing that voice is as if I'm doused with a bucket full of ice, cold water. Familiar. Too familiar. And more importantly, it shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be hearing it here. She shouldn't be here. Immediately, my eyes snap open. Marianne came to... Oh my god! Did Marianne contact Isabella? Or did Isabella feel like something was wrong and came here on her own? Because she has the taser, so she met Marianne somewhere along the way. And right there, right on the attic's doorway, stands Isabella, of all people. A rolling pin on one hand and a standard issued police taser on the other. My taser. She must have borrowed it from Mikala. Where else could she have gotten one? I doubt she's ever used one, even. Hell, the way she holds it right now, this guy can easily disarm her in one hit. But there's something in her. I don't know how she could possibly have contacted her. In her eyes. Although there's a look of fear in them and her hand shakes, she keeps the weapon trained and pointed at scumbag's lackey. Untrained or not, she does not plan to leave here without putting up a fight, it seems. Admirable, really. But it's just not something we need right now. I need her to be away from here. I need her safe. But the chances of that happening grow slim with every laughter that slips from him.
Oh, this is just getting better and better. The Bratwurst won't be pleased with the number of bodies we have to dispose of today, you know.
So Luke is in on it. Oh.
Tell me, how many of you are there? So I can prepare the proper number of bags.
Damn it. What the fuck is going on? Why is she here in the first place? Did she follow after me? Who else came here with her? Zach? Zach? Panic surges within me. She knows how bad the situation is, but did she really have to run in here and expose herself like this? Does she even know how to use a taser? For fuck's sake, more than worrying for my life, it's her I'm concerned about. Getting strangled, dying by choking isn't part of the plan, but her following me here isn't either. This is why I prefer to do things alone. This is why I'd rather be the only one to take the consequences. I don't even want to think what this bastard might do with her after he's done with me. Though my voice comes off nearly a croak, I try to tell her as much. She has to leave. Stay far away from here and these people.
Don't! Damn it, Isabella! Get out of here!
Another bout of pain erupts from my side, cutting off my words. A cry of agony bursts from my mouth. I can taste blood in my tongue as I heave, attempting to get in as much air despite the towel still coiled around my neck.
Ash?
You're going to lose air quickly that way, Dummkopf. Better keep it shut.
Get out. Out.
Don't be stupid! I'm not leaving you here!
He laughs. Too cruel, too unforgiving. The way each note beats against my ear in spite of the warmth in them sends chills down my spine. This is a man whose hands have already been stained with blood before. He won't hesitate.
I'd follow his advice if I were you, little girl. What could you possibly do with a toy? Just hand it over and be on your way. It'll probably be too difficult for a little girl like you to use.
There's a moment of silence. Fuck, I can barely keep my eyes open. But in the next second, though I still don't exactly understand what's happening, Isabella shouts. Not a cry of pain, not a yell of panic, but one that's resolute. Firm. Perhaps in a tone that's leagues fiercer than any I've heard from her before.
Try me. Ashton, duck!
I do. More out of instinct than desire to survive, closing my eyes before my mind can fully process what's going on. It all happens in a blur. The telltale sound of a taser being discharged resounds through the room. The air crackles. Something whizzes by, almost too close to my ear, followed by the thud of something blunt connecting solidly with another object. The next thing I know, the towel strangling me has started to loosen. I collapse on the floor, dazed and gasping for air. From my peripheral, through the haze of blood rushing and sound slowly filtering back, the butler buckles. He spasms once. Then without much fuss, falls face first beside me. Knocked unconscious by 50,000 volts of electricity and a fucking rolling pin. He'll be out for a while. I have no idea whether I should laugh or cry at that. Somewhere in front of me, my oxygen-deprived brain vaguely registers Isabella's form. She slumps on the floor, also breathing heavily. Right next to her trembling hands, both the taser and the rolling pin lie useless and forgotten, while the mood in the room eases. A long, gradual process of the tension lifting. For countless seconds, we remain quiet, with only our short gasps and sighs to fill the silence, allowing the adrenaline ebb away, and both of our breathing to slow. Not a true repose by any means, but simply a brief respite. There's still the curse. We're still inside the mansion, in imminent danger. We still have no idea how to fix this. Outside, the rain seems to only intensify. Lightning flashes fleetingly somewhere, white and piercing the sky rumbles. No rest for the wicked. I stir first, once recovered, having regained some semblance of sense and strength. Breathing still hurts, but it's bearable, as is moving. Although every small motion causes a wince, there will be bruising tomorrow. I can manage. Retrieving my gun from under the bed is easy. But only with some effort am I able to drag an unconscious man to the far end of the room, snapping one end of the handcuffs to his wrists, while fastening the other on the bed frame. That should keep him restrained for a few hours, in case he wakes up prematurely. All through this, Isabella stays quiet. In fact, she hasn't even moved since. Her hands still shake and taking in long draws of breath while she stares vacantly in front of her, almost as if she's in shock. Perhaps she isn't even expecting any results, spurred only by some kinds of desperation. Now it's sinking in. Unfortunately, we need to get moving. We don't have time to wait for everything to register in our heads. Storm is so peaceful. I don't understand that. It's very well made, but I don't understand that it's peaceful. Kneeling in front of her, I give her a light shake.
Belle, we need to go. We can't stay here.
Slowly, she turns, staring at me with wide eyes. Worry flickers briefly in them, along with something ineffable. Then, without warning, she lifts a hand and slaps me right across the face. The sound of it cracks the air, shattering the silence like fragile glass breaking. Despite the familiar rumble of thunder outside, it manages to ring louder above the storm. I don't even know what hit me until my head is already snapped back and my cheek stings with her anger. And it is anger, in spite of the stillness and the lack of words afterwards. Not fuming though, never fuming, but the kind that burns lightly and soundlessly. A frustration instead of seething rage, one that ebbs just as quickly as it flows, and once the tide subsides, there's only that gleam in our eyes, warm, steadfast, and unflinching. Quietly, I brace myself for the truth underneath that gaze. It slips from her lips softly, nearly fading under the sound of the rain still falling fast, if not for the weight in each of her words.
What is wrong with you?
Belle.
If Zach didn't slip up, no one would have known where you went.
Belle, one person knowing is enough. Any more than that, and—
You almost died! He could have suffocated you right then and there, and you could have died.
I told Zach to give me 4 hours. That would have been enough time to—
It would have been too late! And by the time anyone ever finds out, you're already fertilizer!
She has a point! She trails off, drags one drawn-in breath after another. A brief lull as her frustration finally gives, dissolves into something more pensive and somber. Her shoulders droop, and though her voice rises hoarse and weary in her next words, there's only certainty.
You count too, you know. When I said, that night when I told you, I don't want to lose anyone anymore, that includes you. Alive. We're still here, Ash. You have us.
And once her meaning fall, roar, it does so not with force of a dam breaking or a raging storm, but with the gentle, steady warmth of a hearth burning, an ember easing slowly, lightly, rising and giving until all that's left is the truth, an understanding, not alone, never alone. It lingers, even as we both drift back into silence and our words take root, because in the gratitude that swells after, it's another warmth blooming. Pleasant, welcoming, like finding home, like finding ourselves in the haze of squall has left, creating something fragile, yet immutable in both of us. It's in her eyes, in the way she holds my gaze unwavering, in the way she carries herself despite sitting amidst the place she fares. In the way she keeps herself from trembling and falling apart because fear is inconsequential when people she cares about are at risk. A change. She realizes that now, holds on to it. Another little thing, another small thing from her that may go unnoticed and pass by quietly, but it will eventually amount to a lot of things. Tiny gestures that mean nothing at first, but began to matter to me one day until... Oh. Despite myself, a small smile slips from my lips, and the same warmth from earlier unfurls in my chest. Unhurried, familiar, and bright from all these years I've carried it, but I've never given the words for it.
Stop smiling like that, Ashton! I'm not done scolding you!
But this time they come easy.
I heard all of it. Don't worry.
Are you really okay? That guy hit you a little too hard on the head. Here, let me...
I reach up just as she extends her hands towards my face, catching her wrist in a light grip, drawing it closer, and folding her hand in between mine. One Link thing sometimes, just hearing Jade talk to herself for 5 hours in a row. He usually leaves the room as quickly as he can. Of course, Akalia, I agree 100%. Although her expression does shift into mild confusion, she does not pull away like I'm expecting. She simply stares at me, searching. For her to allow a gesture from me that's perhaps too close, it tells a lot how far things have already shifted in the past few years. Cradled in mine, her hand still trembles. Most of the tremors have already subsided by now, and I doubt it'll fade away this soon. Even as I trace the lines of her palm, in what I hope is a comforting gesture.
I'm sorry, Belle.
For what? Is this about what happened tonight? You can apologize later, when...
No, well, this too, but it's not just about this. It's for a lot of things. For calling you clumsy and careless and a scatterbrain.
Are you sure this isn't a concussion?
You would think that, wouldn't you?
Well, you don't usually apologize.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry about that too. For all the times I've teased you and made you cry.
Unexpectedly, her fingers tighten around mine, our hands falling in between us as something tender shifts in the air. Another exhale. Another drawn breath eases out of me, filled with every hesitation and uncertainties. But when I finally choose to break silence, it's only when I know that what will slip past my mouth is the one truth I will hold against the world.
But for all those callous words, despite all those, there's nothing I don't love about you. In fact, those things, I love those. And everything. Everything that's you.
For a long moment, she offers no response. Her grip on my hands merely tightens. Although my heart's pounding hard against my ears, I take a chance and look up. Slightly leaning away and giving her a cautious glance, more than ready to hear her rejection. And it is one, despite the smile on her face. If it can even be called one, of course. I wonder if we had a higher relationship with her, that it would be... that she would not reject him. There's a pained aspect to it I can hardly name. Regardless of what it means to her or what she intends to convey with it, the sight of it alone makes me regret ever mentioning anything. It's almost as if she's forcing herself to push out the next words out of her mouth for the sake of not hurting me. Not that I won't be able to take it, but if these feelings will only put a heavier burden on her, I'd rather not have said anything at all. As expected, with one last squeeze of her hand cradling hers, she pulls her hand away from mine. When she speaks, though, there's a stark refusal to meet my eyes. Not that I hold it against her. The situation's already awkward as it is.
Ash...
She pauses, biting her lower lip. A small frown forms between her eyebrows while she struggles to find the right phrases to string together.
Ashton, I'm really sorry.
Aww.
Oh, no, it's cool.
Oh, it's cool! Yeah, we just had a near-death experience and now I'm pouring out all my feelings to you. It's cool! No big deal.
I was already expecting that. Kind of. But you don't have to...
No, I mean, I can't. I can't afford to think of anything other than helping my family. Especially now that Papa's gone. They're going to need me more than ever, Ash. I'm sorry. I really can't. Not right now.
I've always known it would lead to this, to some extent. Her family will always come first. Who am I to take that from her? It hurts, of course, but the pain eases knowing that in spite of circumstances, her heart will always be in the right place. That she's still the same woman I fell in love with. Hi, Punchbug. Good evening. We're having a sad moment here.
It's alright, Belle. Don't apologize. If it still matters, that's actually what I love about you.
Oh, she rejected you too? If we had just had a higher relationship with her, I'm sure this would not be a rejection.
Of course. Not that I'm expecting anything by telling you that, but...
The problem here is that we hated him so much while we were playing as Isabella that we did everything we could to destroy this relationship. And now I feel kind of sad about this. Because I've grown to like him. Like, he can be a bit of a douche to Isabella and to Rebecca, but... And this has been the same with almost every character, that the more we play as them, and the more we see them from different characters, I kind of like them more.
You get the point. Yeah.
Thanks, Ash. I mean, thank you for loving me.
Aww.
Even after everything.
Her response is a smile and a soft laughter, perhaps the sweetest I've seen and heard from her. Just from it, I know nothing will change despite her answer and any lingering feelings that will come from this. And there will be. Lingering feelings, that is. With the way she barged into our lives 5 years ago, it'll probably be enough to leave a terrible impression on anyone. But that's also precisely it. It's people like her that you don't easily forget. It's them that gradually worms their way into a person's life, until the very thought of losing them becomes unbearable. As it is, I'm already content simply staying by her. No grand expectations or hope attached. Just the banter, the small smiles, and the quiet little moments that roar. They said I love somebody and they say thank you, I'd be devastated. Oh yeah, that would be heartbreaking. I love her, but that's also isn't all there is to us.
I know I caused you all kinds of trouble these past few years.
Hey, whoever told you I'm doing this for free? After we're done with this curse thing, you're gonna owe me a year's supply of ice cream.
Yeah, we'll see.
Another laughter, this time from both of us. Then she hits my arm with a light punch. Familiar, warm, bright and hopeful, much like everything about her. And it is strength enough to keep me going as I lead us both out. Yeah, you're still in this haunted fucking mansion. power still hasn't come back when we make our way downstairs. Tricky considering the stairs to the attic are a bit old. One misstep and anyone might end up slipping and falling. You're lucky if that's all that happens to you. Here's a private cream. They handcuffed the butler to the bed, so I mean we're probably safe from him for a little while. With the stairs this steep, a broken neck is the likely outcome. Thankfully, Isabella's here to guide me through the darkness. She knows this place better than anyone. After all, in spite of all the misfortunes it has brought to us.
Careful, the floorboards over there aren't very sturdy.
Right on cue, the same board I'm stepping on creaks and suddenly breaks, the pieces falling somewhere with a dull thunk.
Oh shit. Scumbag wouldn't be too happy about that. Ow, my foot.
See? I told you so. You never listen to me.
They renovated the whole mansion. They can't even replace one tiny part of the house.
Why don't you file a complaint to BRC then?
Should have taken him out and thrown him in jail? There's a little more to that process than just carrying with a guy to the prison and just saying, here, put this guy in jail. There's a little bit of a longer process to throwing someone in jail.
I'm sure they'd be thrilled to hear it. You know, it was such a rush job.
Outside, the winds have intensified. Even from here, I can hear the gusts battering in the window in the attic. It makes you wonder why, up until now, the only person we've encountered from this house is the butler. Although to some degree that would make sense. He is in charge of running this place. Where are the other servants, though? In this storm, wouldn't anyone want to stay inside? A likely assumption is they're all asleep. The route I've taken doesn't really pass by the rooms they're likely assigned as the servants' quarters. However, they also have heightened security. I brushed it off earlier, thinking they'll be posted a lot closer to where the master's rooms are, but the second floor is just devoid of anyone as well. As if every inhabitant of this place has suddenly disappeared overnight. More importantly, where's that scumbag? I don't like this. Sure, they would take his word for it, and he would probably be punished for it, but he can't just carry this guy to the prison and say, please lock him up right now. There's some trial involved in the process. Plus, they have to get out of this mansion, and they have to they're on a mission. They have to find the source of this whole thing. I don't think they're gonna leave before they do that. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. The fact that we're here right in the fucking middle of it makes me more queasy. And that feeling only escalates once we reach the landing and Isabella swings the door open. No, Bufu, they broke into the mansion. She pauses abruptly right in the doorway that I almost run into her. A look of confusion's in her as she looks wildly around the place, wordlessly taking in her surroundings. With each turn and shift of her eyes, her shoulder only grows tenser and a look of apprehension slowly dawns on her.
Isabella, what are you...
We aren't supposed to be here.
No. Sure enough, when I look up, we're standing right in the kitchen. Pots, pans, and all. I am shocked. In one corner, Zach watches almost as surprised to see us. McCall is also with him. Of course, she didn't listen to me even when I've already exceeded the 15 minutes we agreed on. Fireflies outside the window? I've never seen fireflies. They're not a thing here. Although color and strength seem to have already returned to her, enough for her to be able to stand unassisted. The empty plate on the counter appears to have played a part in that. Good news, I guess. As for the other one, however. Relieved as I am that he has had the sense to wait and not venture deeper into the mansion, I can't keep but rolling my eyes at him.
Zach, I said 4 hours.
I know, but Isabella asked and... Come on, bro, you know I ain't a very good liar.
And it didn't even occur to you to stop her?
I tried, all right? Even G. She was out the door before I could say anything.
And how did you guys even get in here?
They would show up around your birthday? Aww, that's sweet. But no, I don't think they, I'm not sure they even exist here. Hang on. I've never seen them, at least. And I never heard of anyone else seeing them here. I mean, I wish. It looks amazing. We're totally missing out. I always see them like in movies and in games and stuff, and it's just... They live in a variety of warm environments. There you go. They're usually in Asia and America, not Europe. Both of them exchange a look, one that I absolutely don't like. In the end, it's Isabella who speaks up, albeit with a bit of hesitation.
We heard someone scream, Ash. It led us here.
Now we need there are dozens of us. Without warning, the door behind us slams shut.
We need to get out of here.
Screw right. I need to get these people out of here. Luckily, we're in the kitchen and we have 2 ways out. The back door and the cellar offers. Except the hatch won't budge when I pull at it, and neither does the back door. As if something has locked it firmly on the other side. See you, Akalia. Thank you for hanging out. We'll see you later. I probably won't be going on for much longer. It's been long. Zack also gives it a few tries, but even with the big guy's strength, it won't open. There's a long bout of silence in which we all simply look at each other. Likely sharing the same thoughts. We're trapped. Something or someone has intentionally led us here. Fuck. In that same moment, once realization dawns in, something shifts again. Blood. This is not what we need right now. This is not what we need right now. Hi, Fid! Thank you so much for that host. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that. It's very kind. On average, the longest game sessions you've had? Yes. Oh, yeah. There's something about this game. I lose track of time, and it doesn't feel like I've been streaming for that long. Apart from the fact that my voice is starting to get a little sore. Hi, strapping young nuts. Good evening. Welcome. How are you doing, Fid? How was your stream? Thank you so much. Appreciate it a lot. It's fine though. I keep filling up my water, so I'm good. Holding up pretty well, all things considered. Yeah, surprisingly well, actually.
Hello,
which is strange.
Friend.
I have to go to bed, so not sticking around. It's 1 AM and I have a day job.
Thank you so much, Fid, both for the host and for the 6-month resub. Has it been 6 months? Jesus Christ. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you so, so much. I hope you have a wonderful night's sleep. Not a night's sleep. Don't stream all night. And we'll see you later. Good night. No class tomorrow. No. So you guys came at a pretty tense moment of this game. We're trapped in this mansion and we're trying to find our way out. All the doors are locked and there is a ghost trying to kill us in this mansion. Gonna stream all night? No. I would never do that. But seriously, no. Blood. In every nook and cranny, over every surface, and in every inch of the floor. This time, unlike the first one I've seen, it remains, and gradually the whole room begins to reek of that familiar metallic scent. Sharp, suffocating. Stream until game is over? No. I just want to say this. We're at 38 hours. On average, this game takes about 40 hours. And, okay, I'm not gonna see how far we are in this chapter because I don't want to be spoiled if we're close to the end. But we've seen 7% of Ashton's chapter and we haven't even started on Luke. See, I saved myself a potential spoiler. So, We still have a while left. Yeah, we still have entire week's chapter left. Around us. Ah, this is so loud! Every object, including the covers, have started to rattle as well. The sounds from outside, foreboding rumble of thunder, and even the howling winds have begun to fade away, replaced by whispers, shouts, and cries of pain. Though inaudible, each beat and note bombards every crevice of my head with vague images and sounds. There's no time to make sense of everything, however. I'm already shouting, fueled purely by adrenaline, barking orders and making a break for the door that leads to the next room. The dining. There are some whispers and I don't like it. It should take us straight to the foyer where the main door is.
Move! Run!
Right in front of us. The mansion is starting to change and we're in the thick of it. However, instead of the dining room like it's supposed to open to, the bedroom welcomes us instead. An image that lasts only but a second before blood begins to seep into the room, filtering into the walls, trickling from every nook and cranny. Everywhere, furniture shakes and every beam rattles. Before we can even step back from the horror gradually unfolding in front of us, the door slams shut. A loud thud brings a sense of dread and chill creeping up into each of us. Along with it is another realization. The whole place is reordering itself. And with the door closed tight behind us, showing no signs of budging even through sheer force. There's no choice but to go forward, and hope to all gods that it'll lead us to an exit. Definitely jump through the balcony! Seriously, you don't stay here? Oh, not the study. Oh, not the study. Until then, running is the only thing we can do. Spurred by nothing but fear and a sense of desperation to live.
It's useless, Ashton Frey.
But with each room that we pass, it only becomes apparent that the house has no intention of letting us leave. It lured us all here and we've fallen for it. Now it's playing a little game with us, a sordid form of amusement. For whom? Their laughter is the only thing that we can hear. With every hall we cross and door we slide open, the hope of finding an exit merely dwindles. The gun at my hip is useless here. I am useless here. Some fucking genius I am. Some fucking person to trust I am. All of those, they mean nothing in the face of the unknown. Both Hana and Marianne saw the ghost in the mirror. It's confirmed it's the house and not the letter that's the source of evil. Definitely seems that way, yeah.
You finally figured it out. Huh, Ashton Frey. Just give it up.
They will eventually die because of you.
And you are going to die alone. Shut your fucking mouth.
You know it's true, though.
All of it. It's why all you can do is tell us to shut up. You don't want to hear a single word, because you're already aware of it. You can't even admit it to yourself. Who's the coward now?
But no matter how hard you try, you're not gonna be able to save anyone.
It's so good though, holy shit. The more gruesome the place turns, the bleaker our chances simply get.
Friend.
Hero me back.
Halamar, thank you so much for the 3 months. Thank you very, very, very much for the resub. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Welcome back. I hope you have been well. You're right at a creepy part of this game. It is really creepy. Wails and screams fill our ears as we pass by. Words from a time and people long gone, laced with nothing but pure agony, calling out and reaching out to us. Don't apologize. I hope you've been well. It's good to see you again. Their voice is almost too real, as if we're not the only ones trapped here. That there are others begging for release from this wretched place. Or maybe it's all just a show. A taste of what we will eventually be. Souls forever held in captive in a never-ending nightmare.
Mother, I've done it, Mother. Take me with you, please. I can still hear her. She's here. Help me! Help me, please!
It certainly sounds like she was hiding from the ghost as well. Is this what the curse is? What it means for all of us? That the letter is not a morbid cry for help, but an invitation? A beckoning for unsuspecting souls to be dragged into displaced horrors. To be put under centuries and centuries of torment and agony. Suddenly, dying a painful death seems preferable, enticing than ending up here, living a tortured existence. Or perhaps it's all the same. We're still playing scary games, yes. I can't help myself. Don't think the daughter is as innocent as she appears. What I sort of got from that is that she was killing people to sort of escape from the ghost. And that didn't help. Still, hope worms its way into me. Not a usual thing for someone like me. But after going through countless of doors and corridors, every little sign of hope I'm willing to cling to, as long as it'll get us out of there. She was the lure for people to come in? Yeah, that could very well be it. We're back in the dining room again. How long have we been running? How long since we left the kitchen? At some point, I've lost track of time. With the windows barred tight and the sounds lifting in the air, nothing but shouts and shrieks, it's impossible to tell. Not that it matters when the end is in sight. Shelves and furnishings bar the door, each stained with blood and gore. That if the situation isn't as desperate as it is, I'll find a different way out. But there's still a gap left at the topmost part for a person to go through, as long as you use the shelves to climb.
It's next it all right.
From here, I can spy the familiar walls of the foyer. Relief. Only relief washes over me. I haven't played Resident Evil 2 yet. I definitely will. It's the next horror game that I'm gonna play after this, so it's going to be done. Although my legs have been strained taut by all the running, and every bone and muscle in my body ache, there's only an easing. A sense of tension relieving while energy flows back through me again, at the sight of an end. No sooner I'm leading us out of it. Zach helped Mikala first, assisting her up and through the gap before giving a hand to Isabella. The moment the ladies are in, I nod for him to go through.
Go ahead. I'll watch your back.
Surprisingly, he does that without any protest. Not that there's any need to. Sometime after entering this room, the whole place is calmed down. No wails, no whispers, just a silence too deafening. But I'm not letting my guard down until everyone's on the other side of this nightmare, safe. For all I know, this may just be a calm before another storm. Without further incident, however, Zach makes it out to the other side and I'm following after him. However all this hushes, I turn my back from it and climb up. It's a tight fit, but I manage to squeeze through. Thank you for the host, Halamar. Appreciate it. The unease remains though. Maybe it's the adrenaline still coursing through me, or how easy everything has been after living through that nightmare, fleeting as it is. But for some reason, something's still nagging at me. Call it a detective's instinct, or my training, or whatnot. I have a feeling something is going to happen and catch us unprepared. Unconsciously, before dropping down on the better side of this dream, my hand shifts to the gun at my hip. Instinct has never failed me before. My feet hasn't even landed firmly on the floor when...
Had I known there would be a party in my own home tonight, I would have opened a bloody bottle or two.
I hate reading in games, just kills my voice for the next day. This game has been kind of rough for my voice because it's so much reading and I end up playing for a very long time. Usually my streams are 3 to 4 hours and I've been doing like 5-6 hour streams of this. So it's been fine though. It's been alright. I'm a little sore, but it's okay.
People these days, in my own home, can you believe it? I feel so left out.
A chill seeps to every vein in my body. All of a sudden, every ache, every pain returns to me tenfold, and my knees threaten to buckle at the sound of his voice. Though it appears friendly, I know it's anything but. One does not spend investigating a man like him for over a year and holding a grudge against him for more without knowing everything about him. His quirks, his habits. I'm familiar with all of them. And right now, Luke fucking Wright is beyond pissed. Shifting my gaze upwards is nearly too painful knowing the danger. Not to me, but to those who have been lured in here by the curse. Oh, fuck. The handgun catches my eyes first, next to that swarmy smile on his face while he holds Makala, Zach, and Isabella at gunpoint. Spent like 35 hours in this game and I don't even own it. Its sight, enough to lodge a painful thorn up my throat. I've been too complacent. Too focused on other things that I completely set aside the fact that Scumbag will not be too pleased to see us here without knowing our reasons. But even with those good intentions, curses and ghostly apparitions aside, we're still trespassing in his home. The question is he even aware that the whole of his household has somehow disappeared and he might be the only one here? Likely not. Ninja Queen! Thank you so much for that raid! Thank you very, very, very much. I appreciate that. I hope you had a great stream. I know how late it is. I am aware. No sleep. We can do without sleep. We have the letter. How is your stream, Ninja? It's good to see you. Thank you so much. Oh. As you can see, we're in the middle of a situation, and things are not going well. Oh God. Please explain what perfect date is, because it sounds like a dating game with cats. Visual novel with dating cats. Excuse me while I just really quickly. Oh my God. Add to wish list. Okay, done. You don't need to explain, Ninja. That sounds amazing. Are you kidding me? That sounds great. You have it, Indy? Is it good? Have you played it? It's a really good story. We're already sold. You don't have to keep selling the game. I'm right on board with you. Don't worry. I would never judge you for that. Are you kidding me? We're doing visual novels now. It's become a thing. Gonna get to it sometime. Danganronpa had me hooked. Understandable. Oh, it's not my fault that there are good visual novels out there. Your whole chat judges you? Get a new chat. I almost made a cat pun and I decided not to, because that would be too lame. Yeah, we love you for it. Sounds amazing. Alright, so we're in a situation where we trespassed into the Wright's mansion, and he's not happy about it. No, Bufu. No. Even with people he knows among the crowd, there's a significant effort in him not to simply shoot everyone in sight.
And really, Lily, even you.
Sir, this isn't what you're thinking. Something's going on in this mansion. Might lose respect for her. See, I'm not gonna do it. Good night, Fufu. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate it. Sleep well. Part of his evil grin and the gun in his hand says he's not happy. I know, it's master detective skills.
Well, obviously, why else would people be trespassing in my home? What's your excuse? Checking back if your clients are doing okay? Is that it? Is this what this is?
We're gonna get through this scene. I am so tempted. You have no clue how tempted I am to see the branching tree and just see how close we are to the end. If this is like the final scene in Ash's chapter or what. I'm not gonna do it, but... Ugh. I'm not gonna do it! Don't hate me! We're doing good, by the way.
Sir, please.
Oh, please, what?
We need to get out of this place. You need to leave.
It looked 500 times already. I don't know what you're talking about.
Not a good enough excuse, darling. You people are the ones who need to get out of my sight. Don't worry. I might consider pressing lighter charges for the woman. Can't say the same for the rest of you. But really now, I swear the people of this city need to be taught the meaning of privacy. This is how you want to start the week. Why don't we just go with a bloody massacre if we want to surprise people in their homes, huh?
Casually, he waves the handgun at them, as if it's just a mere toy and his words are no threat. The safety's off on his. Nothing stopping him from pushing through with his words. Call me paranoid, but at the slight gesture, I draw my own and level it at him, finger on the trigger and ready to release the safety catch instead, in case things go south. Oh, fuck. This is not a good situation to be in, guys. I don't want people out of my demos of nice too. Yeah, of course. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy. He is quick to train his own on me though. And just like that, we're at a standstill.
Now, Feathers. Manners. You're in no position to be pointing that gun at people.
Why don't you put yours down first, and then we'll talk about manners.
Oh, he talks back. The gall! You know, your kind pisses me off so much.
Shooting him right now would be so worth it, with the way he stares at me like I'm a damn pest. But this isn't what I've come here for. I'm not a murderer. As much as I loathe him, I'm not the kind who will kill people in cold blood for my own gain or amusement. The law will bring him what he deserves one of these days. At the moment, however, we're all in the same boat with this curse, and he needs to understand that. Take a week off just to watch these mods. It'll be a full-time job for about a week, Ninja. We're very close to passing 40 hours. Very close to... We're probably gonna pass 40 hours tonight. Maybe. The longer we stand here, the more time we're wasting and losing. Something we don't have much of. But how can I convince him? This scum is so full of himself, he prefers to hear the sound of his own voice more than those of the people around him, no matter how much sense they make. Probably only way I can make him listen is if I beg. No way in hell that's happening. Oh, fuck! No, I don't want to make this choice. I really, really don't. I'm so scared. I am so scared about everything that's gonna happen here. I am terrified, guys. I need to pee and I need to refill my water, so I'm gonna take a short break while I think this through and dread making this decision. I'll be back in a few minutes. Here's the thing. He mentioned that Luke's gun... I'm gonna save real quick. Oh, I already saved. I'm obviously not gonna save scum. He mentioned that Luke's gun had the safety off. Ashton's gun, he has the hand on the safety trigger, but... Oh, boy. Honestly, I think disarming him has a higher risk. It has a higher risk and a higher payoff. If we successfully disarm him, then everything is fine. But I also think that disarming him has a much higher risk of someone dying. Ashton is not my favorite character, but I like him much more than before. Luke is the worst. If you beg him to listen, what are you aiming to do? Ideally, take his focus off. If we can distract him, he loves... Here's the thing. Luke is the kind of person who gets off on people begging. That's like his main thing, I think. And if we can get him in that situation, we have 3 people behind him right now who can tackle him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This feels right. And I'm terrified. Ugh. My life's not the only one at risk here, however. There's Zack. There's Isabella. McCall is here as well. What happens is on you. I know, and I hate it. I'm shaking. We're all unknowingly victims to this fucking curse. I'm in no position to pick who to save and who should simply let die. I suppose my pride can take a few hits and I can set aside my beef with this asshole. Taking a deep breath, slowly, I lower my pistol. Oh my god. Those still on the edge and not ready, in case he does something. I do my best to assume a less aggressive stance. This is a good sign, right here! We're not immediately going into a cutscene where he shoots us!
Listen, right. I need you to...
You broke into my house, and somehow, you expect me to listen like a good little boy. Are you a bit touched in the head, Feathers? I'm not the one breaking laws here.
Look here, fucker. If I wanted you dead, I could have done it so many times already. In fact, I can easily shoot you down right here, right now.
I think, yeah, I'm pretty sure that if we tried disarming him, people would have died. I'm almost 100% sure.
And you won't be able to do a damn thing, even with that gun.
If someone ends up dying now, then I made a wrong choice, but I'm pretty sure this is how we get out of here alive. Oh god. I've never been so tense about a choice in a game before. Because it's not just Ashton's life that's on the line, it's everyone. Suddenly he laughs, almost howling in fact, like I've just told him the best joke he's heard in all his life. The only thing missing is for him to keel over and start rolling around on the floor. All while I do my best not to sock him with the sorry end of my pistol.
You have guts, Feathers. You have guts. Did you hear what you just told me? You've just threatened me inside my own house. My own home. You know what I'm thinking right now? In another lifetime, we would have probably gotten along well.
He's right on that, at least. I might have ended up like him, if I didn't have Professor Andrew, Rebecca, Zack, and Isabella. One mistake and it would have been too late for me. With his laughter rings all those possibilities I could have lived. But I've never been given the choice. All because I have other people with me, people who care. A sobering realization. But not so much when suddenly his chuckling stops. In 2 heartbeats, he marches towards me, grabs my collar and aims his gun right at my head. No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
Ashton!
Hey, now you two, I'm sure we can all talk about this first.
Oh, God. At this distance, a slight flick of that finger on the trigger will be able to more than just kill me.
What is it that you people really want with me? This is the second time this week, and I'm really getting weary of this little game. Did the NCA send you to apprehend me, or has somebody paid you off to kill me? Which one is it, Feathers? Mind you, my arm's getting tired. Better answer quick if you don't want to beat the business end of this gun.
I wonder what's the story behind the nickname Feathers. We're not gonna like him, Tug, but I think we will feel some sort of sympathy. I keep my eyes trained on him, in spite of the huge threat he poses right now. Because if there's anything people like him, like us, prefer, it's honesty. You looked up the other choice? Skibbles, how could you? You don't give that impression without keeping solid eye contact.
I'm not with NCA. I'm just here to help. There's something else in this house, and we're all in danger. You have to believe me, right? You need to let us go. You need to get out of here before it's too late. If you want to keep your sorry ass alive, you'll listen to people with more brain cells than you.
One thing I've looked up. Hey, I've only looked up things that have already happened in the game. Oh. And you've been shaming me for just looking at the flowchart.
Why, you insolent!
His finger moves, but I'm prepared. My hand ready to reach up, disarm him, and knock him out. If I have to drag him out of this place unconscious to keep him from suffering the fates of every other person who has died from this curse, so be it. However, before either of us can fire a shot or tackle the other to the ground, another voice echoes throughout the foyer. A small little thing compared to the storm raging outside. It rings above it nevertheless, causing all of us to stop and turn. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Low Poly Misfits, thank you so much for the raid! Thank you very, very, very much for that. Welcome everyone. Good evening, good to see you guys. Thank you so much. How is your stream? Hi Nippy, yes, I'm still alive. We can't stop now! Oh, welcome everyone. Hello, how is your stream, Low Poly? I appreciate the raid a lot. It's very kind of you. Oh, this game is getting it's a little too much. It's a little too much for me. So these figures stop until the sun comes up. What? What? No. What has been my longest stream? 6.5 hours, I think. If I remember correctly. I think that was my birthday stream. That was like 6.5 hours, wasn't it? I don't remember, it's been so long. But around that. I need a breather. For those that are new to this game, it's getting very intense and there's a lot of choices and it's basically, I feel like everything we do now decides whether or not every single character lives or dies. Aw, thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. Hi, Endless Cav. Very much plot and character based. Yes, it's a visual novel, but it's a horror visual novel. You play through the story as 7 different characters, and they're all like the main characters in the game. And you play through it in a non-chronological order, so you basically see everything that happens from different characters' perspectives, and all of the choices that you make in every single chapter affects everything that happens outwards. And there's a lot of story, there's a lot of character development. It is a slow game. Just gotta put that out there. It is a slow game. There's a lot of talking, there's a lot of dialogue, there's a lot of thinking. There's a lot of like quiet moments in between all the action. if you know what I mean. Thank you so much for following Indominus Fett. Really appreciate that. If you can deal with that slowness, if you don't get bored from that, and you're okay with reading a lot, you'll love this game. It's my entire chat is obsessed with it. I'm not, of course, obviously, but everyone else is. And it has very good character development, very interesting characters. They have so many different layers, and the fact that you play through as all the different characters, it really adds to like what you think about them. And
don't you throw us under the bus.
What? What was that now? Thank you for the bit, Skibbles. Love reading all about the narration. You might like this game then. It's, like I mentioned, it is also a horror game, and some of the scares are very, very, very good. Just saying. Just gonna give you a quick glance of the gallery that has all of the things. Just so that you know what kind of game this is. I'm not gonna show you all of it because there's a few spoilers. But yeah, this is the kind of game it is. It's called The Letter. It's... Let me spoil things for you real quick. They're not spoilers. Come on. Plus, they're forgotten now anyway. But it's, yeah, it's called The Letter horror visual novel. I think the full title of it on Steam is, The Letter horror visual novel, yeah. There you go. So, yeah. It's a good game. I would recommend it. I would recommend it a lot. If you're into that kind of game. But it's not going to be for everyone, and that's just understandable. The consumer of lives, play at your own risks. Yeah. Yeah, it's also a very long game. We're right around the 40-hour point of this game. So, be prepared for that. It's gonna test my audio. Now that's out of the question. Nippy, test your audio if you gotta test your audio. Don't let me be in the way of that. Also, now that we've explained what the game is, you now know we're late in the game. So if you're concerned about spoilers, you might not want to watch all of this because this is almost at the end of the game-ish. A small little thing compared to the storm raging outside. It rings above it, nevertheless, causing us all to stop and turn. Do you think she's on our side? Or his side? Oh my god, no! At the top of the staircase, Hana Wright stands there. Pale as death, an expression eerily calm. I can't help but think there's something wrong. My gaze starts around, wary of her, but soon enough, I realize what's wrong when she speaks. She's wrong.
Oh, Luke, darling, my love. What do you think you're doing out here this late?
Oh... I appreciate it, Endless Kev. I do hope that you enjoy the game as much as I have. No worries, Slow Poly Misfit. Thank you again so much for the raid. I appreciate that a lot. Have a great rest of your night. Outside, another streak of lightning flashes and a clap of thunder ripples across the sky. Thank you so much for following Endless Kev as well. Appreciate that a lot. As if this whole thing can't get any more foobar than it already is. Oh no. Oh no. No! No black screen! No black screen! No, 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 no. Give me something. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I know, Indy. I know. What? I'm sorry? I'm sorry? Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Does this mean we don't get a resolution to that until the end of Luke's chapter? What? This is not okay. This is not okay. Are you kidding me? We need to check his charts. It's taking so long to load. Holy shit. It's longer. It's longer than Ashton's. It's longer than Ashton's. But, however, it's the same situation where there are so many sort of overlapping branches. One, two. How many endings does he have? Like all of this. Hang on. Oh my god, it goes on forever. What the fuck? Oh my god, if you end here, if you get one of these paths, then you end right here at the line. Oh boy. That means you potentially miss out on a lot. Oh my god. I have so many feelings. I have so many feelings, guys. There's no skull. There is no skull. Just saying. Can we do one thing? I'm not gonna start Luke's chapter right now. We're not starting Luke's chapter. But can we, please? Can we just... it's up to you guys. Can we reload this last save from Ashton and just see what happens if we disarm? We're not gonna go that path. I'm not gonna save over it. I just want to see what happens. I just want to see if I'm right in my theory that he will die. Yeah, please. We'll do that. We'll just see quickly what happens, and then we'll end it right there.
Sorry about this. I really don't have time for you.
I don't think twice. Within the span of a heartbeat, I'm moving and pulling on the trigger. 2 shots in quick succession echo across the whole fire while we both hit the true mark. Wright recoils with a sharp cry of pain. His pistol falls useless to the floor with a loud clank, followed by drops of blood from his bleeding wrist.
Why, you insolent!
He's down in 2 successive steps when I tackle him on the floor, pinning him hard with my arm. Although before I can knock him out with a solid right hook, an agonized wail bursts through the tense air. Loud enough to echo along the dark, empty halls of the mansion. Piercing enough for every occupant in the foyer to cover their ears and close their eyes. Then all at once there are images. Over and over, along with every voice, every whispers, they shout, they cry, they wail, all asking for respite them from eternal torment. However, there's no time to make sense of it all. Amidst the discord and the noise, something whizzes past by, too close, too swift. A brief, keen blur that barely registers in my eyes, like an arrow quickly finding its mark and heading straight for...
Zach!
Time slows to a stop. In one moment of clarity, my body moves on its own, heart pounding hard against my ears, blood rushing through every vein. Spurred only by adrenaline in a desperate bid to reach him, and I don't even get to yell for him a second time. I don't even get to call his name.
Ash!
An acute pain bursts through my chest in the next instant. All of a sudden, everything around me feels too sharp. Every edge, every point. Even the act of drawing a deep breath alone stings and burns my lungs while an intense ache slowly spreads throughout my whole body. That's not how I expected him to die, but... numb. I feel numb. A hand comes away the bleeding, shaking, while I can only let out a wet, ragged laugh. Yes, Gibbles, you can mention something that you spoiled yourself. Soon, without warning, I'm going down on my knees and the whole world is pitching sideways. An arm, strong and steady, is on me the second I stumble back, catching my fall. Oh! 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 He jumps in front of the person who he has the most affection for. Oh! 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 My heart. Oh, see you, Tug. Thank you so much for hanging out. We will see you later. I will get to bed soon, I promise. Oh.
Ashton?
His hands are shaking as he looks at me with dread. A pang of regret hits me at the sight of it.
Sorry, Z-Man.
Oh.
Hey, bro. Stop talking, will you?
It seems this will be the last time anyone will call you that.
There won't be anyone to cause you trouble anymore. No, Akali, he just had the highest relationship with him. Highest, like, friendship. My heart is breaking and I haven't been keeping up with this.
Bro, this ain't the time to be. Just stop it with the jokes!
Cautiously, despite the stabbing aches shooting up at my every movement, I reach a trembling hand up to bump a fist against his chest, just like the old times. My arm never makes it far, however. Midway, he meets my hand, catching it in a tight grip, as if to still hold on to a life slowly slipping away. Not that he will be able to. The pain is easing, everything's already going cold.
Don't worry, bro. We'll get you to a hospital. just don't move, okay? You're gonna make it worse. You'll be fine. You can call me. Man, you can call me, man. All you like, after you're fine. We'll get you help.
I am so glad this is not the ending we got. I'd like to agree with him on that, reassure him. But I've gone through a lot, survived a lot of shit. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that I'm done for. Whatever hit me, a hole in the chest is fatal enough. I don't think I'm going to bounce back from this. I'm dying.
Sorry.
It would be more impactful if this was the one that we were going with. I'm so glad that it's not. I should be afraid in this moment. Yet I'm not. No fear, no dread. Just an acceptance. And a deep regret as she appears before us, her voice echoing throughout the foyer. And this is the same that we had. Yeah, this is exactly the same.
I told you, didn't I? Everything you're doing is useless, Ashton Frey.
What a thing to see and hear in your dying moments.
And now, you're dying. Meddlesome fool.
Hannah?
Oh, Luke, darling, my love. What do you think you're doing out here this late?
I want to know what this scene would look like if Hana wasn't possessed. And And then he just dies. She got one thing wrong though. I'm not dying alone. Oh! Oh, I'm so happy that I can just... We got a different memory fragment! This is from when she was trialed as a witch. Has to be, right? Was Twiggie doing this late? I will go to bed soon, I promise. Oh. Oh, I'm so mentally exhausted after that. But I'm not gonna save, we're just gonna quit. We have all the backgrounds for chapter 6. Oh, we're missing a bunch of stuff here. Oh boy. Oh boy, we're missing so much. Item sprites? Oh, we're missing those two. So much missing. There's so much we're missing. We have most of the memory fragments. So, I don't remember this. I don't think I've unlocked that. I don't remember that at all. Anyway, guys, it is time. It is so late. I have to get some sleep. We'll keep playing this tomorrow and every day. And oh, guys, John Wolf is streaming. Ooh, I never catch him live. I'm not gonna watch him, but we're gonna raid him. He's one of the YouTubers that I've been watching playing this, and he's a really cool guy. He plays almost exclusively horror games, and if you haven't checked him out, I highly recommend it. He's mainly YouTube, but he also does streams. So if you want to join for the raid, then feel free to. I really, really appreciate all of you hanging out and joining me in the emotional roller coaster that is this game, and I cannot wait to keep playing it tomorrow. So thank you all so much for hanging out. I will see you guys later. Good night, everyone.